Their training camp. So give me 1 second here. Um, let's see here. All right. So how are we doing today? I hope everybody is doing what we talked about in terms of getting ready for Christmas. That means that, if you love your kids, hopefully you'll buy them some shares of stock, get them ready for the future, give them something that's going to give them an opportunity to be successful and great. And I love you too, Errol. Thank you, man, for saying that. I appreciate that. Errol Semengal, he's a great one. He's been around for a long time, and he's got this amazing significant other who's a wonderful young lady, and I just have a lot of respect for both of you, and and also some of you are listening in from other spaces. Decided to invite in some of our folks on YouTube and stuff like that, and so you can actually check out my YouTube channel there. And also don't forget that we have a podcast called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Another one is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So if you go to Spotify, you will find the podcast on Spotify. Okay, guys. So give me 1 second as I get us started. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to mention too is that this year in the Black Business School, we have a lot of interesting things going on that you guys can follow. And I hope you guys will join us in the journey to this was an amazing year. A lot of great things happened. And as I reflect on this past year, I'm really looking forward to the future. And I want to say that I appreciate all of you, and every one of you is a blessing. So give me 1 second here. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So you may or may not have heard if you saw my Instagram. My Instagram is the real Boyce Watkins. Or sorry, I keep saying. Why did I say the real Boyce Watkins? That must be. I don't know. That must be. Maybe that's part of my grief is I'm remembering stuff that's no longer here. I used to have an Instagram called the real Boyce Watkins, and y'all know that they they took it down because I run my mouth too much. And but anyway, my new Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And so you might have seen where I mentioned yesterday that my mother Robin passed yesterday on Christmas Eve of all days. So that's gonna. I've determined that we're gonna make that mean that Christmas Eve is gonna be a good time of the year. That's gonna be a special time of the year. This is a special and extraordinary Christmas. This is not going to be any kind of Christmas curse. We don't do that kind of thing. That's not what I believe. And so I hope you'll join me in understanding where I'm coming from with that. And I want to also say that a lot of you who either reached out to me directly or indirectly or personally or otherwise. I appreciate all your condolences. I really do want to say thank you so much for sending those messages. I really felt it all, and it was so meaningful, and I'm so appreciative of that. And our family, and I speak on behalf of the family when I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You all are amazing, and I want to in the spirit of my mother as well. I just want to say that this it really made me feel good. So I appreciate that very very much. Now, let's get down to business, shall we? Like as Ice Cube said, it ain't over, mother suckers. So it ain't over, right? So y'all know what my mother represented was. I can't even put it into words, right? If you consider the Black economic revolution to be a movement, give me a yes if you are aware of the movement that's happening right now that we were a big part of. The Black economic revolution, where Black folks are taking over. We are kicking butt, taking names. We are lifting ourselves economically. We are training our kids on economics. We're getting ready for the future in a way that no other community is replicating. No other community is replicating. Give me a yes if you agree that this is a movement that's going to be remembered for the next 50, 100 years. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Okay. Now, if you agree that we are in the middle of an extraordinary movement, and also, if you agree that we have been a big part of this movement, because we've been down since day zero. We've been doing this since the beginning. We were doing this. We started doing this stuff online in 2006 when I was a finance professor at Syracuse University. I was writing about it in the 1990s when I was writing at the University of Kentucky. We have reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We got it in. We're getting it done. We have 159,000 students in the Black Business School. So we're elevating and educating on economics at a level that's never been seen before. This is what's happening right now. I want to make sure we put this into context. So if you agree that this is a movement, and if you've been aware of this, and if you've seen this, and if you consider this work that we're doing to be part of that movement, then I want to honor my mother today, and I hope you'll join me in this by saying that she's the mother of the movement. My mother, Robin Watkins, is the mother of the movement. And because without her, there is no me. Maybe without me, a lot of this stuff didn't happen. Not to say I'm the only one. I'm not trying to take credit for everything. Nobody can. We're done with the whole super Negro philosophy of black leadership. Let's just be clear about that. So I'm not out here trying to say I'm the man and I'm the great. No, no, no. But I did my part. You understand? I played my position. I hope we can agree on that. Right? Like Ohio State when they won their big game last week against Tennessee. No one player won that game, but the great players played their position. So that's all I need is just I don't need the Heisman, but we played our position. All of you played a role. Every one of you has been a part of this. And my mother played her position. She was the launching pad of all this. She was the mother of the movement. Not only did she give birth to me, which I can't exist unless someone gives birth to me. None of us would exist without our mothers. But also, she taught me a lot of the core ideas that I reflect to you in this space. You might think I'm a great guy. You might think I'm a prick, but I can guarantee you this. I bet you've never seen another finance PhD operating like this before. You ain't never seen nobody really talk like this when it comes to black economics and have the credentials at that level. Like so when I talk to you about things that have happened in this life and in this space, for example, when in 2002 when I got my PhD in finance, I was the only African American on the planet, male or female, to get that degree. I was, and my mother was in the audience, and she should have been in the audience because my mother was the reason I was there. Without my mother's support and encouragement and pushing me and training me on how to deal with the demons and the battles that exist in this life, there's no way on this earth I could have walked across that stage because you have no idea how difficult it was. You have no idea. So I hope you'll join me in. I'm gonna tell you. I told my father. I said, we live our lives with intentionality, and I said, I have full intent of making sure that this is not a cursed Christmas at all. Yes, my mother did die yesterday because people die. We're all going to die at some point, and it's not a matter of whether or not you're going to die. We know there's no if when it comes to death. There's a when. It's not about whether you died or not. Really, it's how did you live? We're all the walking dead. We all have a short time on this planet. What the hell are you doing with that time? In fact, write in the chat when we've met every single day. We did for an entire year, pretty much. We've done almost every single day, except for days when I couldn't make it. With 7 days a week, we talked about economics, and I've told you that the most valuable asset that you have when it comes to wealth building is not money. It's not money. What have I told you? Type in the chat. I said, remember, mathematically, I'm speaking mathematically here. When we used to do research and we would do mathematics behind what builds wealth, the biggest ingredient was not money. It wasn't whether you were born a silver spoon in your mouth. It wasn't whether or not you took a finance class. It wasn't whether or not you have relationships with billionaires. It was time. Time. Time is the greatest asset you have. So we all got limited time. The clock is ticking every day. Every day. If you want to know why I wake up every day with a lot of energy, almost sounding like a maniac, it's because every day I get up and I'm looking at the clock. I'm clocking. I'm saying, whoa, we don't have much time left, and we don't know how much time we have, but we know that the clock is ticking. So what are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time? My mother, just like every other mother, she had 157,680 hours of time to spend with me before I turned 18 years old and then I was thrust out into the world. 157,680 hours of time. Now, if you think about it, it only takes a few hours to teach essential skills that any young black man or young black woman would need to be successful in life. But for some reason, we waste all that time. The schools have us from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. and they got all this time and they get this for 12 straight years. And yet 70% of our kids come out, can't even read, write, or do math at grade level. So my biggest question to those institutions has always been very simple. It's been, what did you do with all that time? How did you waste that much time? You had 100,000 hours with the baby. The baby spent more time with you than they spent with their own family. So what did you do with that time? Time is precious. Time is valuable. So, to honor my mother, first thing I'm gonna tell you is that I hope that you'll walk away from here and ask yourself, how am I going to be efficient with my time? I have time with my loved ones. That time's going to run out. Am I using that time effectively? You're talking to a man who has no mother now, but my mother is in heaven now, right? But let me just tell you, I can tell you this. We didn't really waste a lot of time. Well, when my mother passed, and I found out it was about 4 in the morning on Christmas Eve. There was nothing left unsaid because we didn't waste time. It wasn't like I was like, oh man, I wish I told her I loved her more. No, we didn't. We didn't waste time. Or oh, I wish I'd spent more time with my mom. No, I spent the. If y'all been coming to class every day, I have been spending. I for the last 6 weeks, I've been right there by my mama's bedside, talking about everything, covering everything. I said, this is what we did in the '70s. This is what we did in the '80s. This is what we did in the '90s. This is what we did in the 2000s. And I'm like, man, that's a lot of time, and we used it. I said, we did that, mama. I sat there with my mother. And I'm not going to try to talk about too much of that stuff because y'all know some of it's still inside, and I don't never know when I'm just going to ball out and start acting like a baby again. But I sat there with my mother, and I sat there next to her bedside, and I just, it's sad, right? The time is up. And I said, but we left it on the court, mama. We left it on the court. We used that time. We got it done. We did it. We started off, we talk about Drake saying started from the bottom, now we here. We started off with that scared little 17-year-old girl and that defenseless little baby with no father sitting in that hospital all by ourselves. It was just me and you. And we did it. We did it. And I told her, I said, let me breathe. If I stop to breathe, y'all know that means. That means I'm about to start being a baby again. I don't want to do that. This ain't the time for that. I said, the same way you stood by me and you were with me when I was by myself and I was a defenseless baby. I said, I'm gonna be right there next to you all the way to the end. We going full circle, mama. We going in for the slam dunk. We gonna finish this the right way. And so the first thing I'd say to anybody who's listening is after you're done, get on the phone, talk to those loved ones, and let them know we're not gonna waste time. I'm gonna get it out. Okay. That's the first thing. Let's move on. And if in case you're wondering today, I hope it's okay if we talk about my mother. And I promise you'll walk away with numerous financial lessons because you can't talk to me or with me without it somehow converting to economics. So don't think this is not still our regular finance class, but as you can imagine, this is a special Christmas Robin Watkins edition of our Millionaire Training Camp. And I hope that that's okay with you. Give me a yes if that's all right. I hope that's okay. I don't want to make it all about us and about me or as if we're better than nobody else. We're not trying to do that. I'm literally digging down, digging deep, and pulling out what I think my mother would want you to know. And a lot of this came from this morning. I got up this morning and I got blessed. And let me tell you how I got blessed. See, Planet Fitness lied to me. Planet Fitness, they just a big old pack of liars. Because I got on my phone app and I looked to see if the Planet Fitness around the corner from my parents' house was open. And it said open. I said, wow, they're open on Christmas. I said, wow, there's some serious people out here that really staying in shape. So I got in my truck, I drove around and to try to get in, and the gym looks empty. And I'm like, oh, maybe everybody's at home eating Christmas food or something. I must be a badass because I'm actually here. Ain't nobody else here but me. But then I realized there wasn't nobody behind the desk, and they forgot to turn the lights on. I said, "Watch out! You got to turn the lights on so people can see." And then I realized that it was closed. So the blessing that I got today was that God made me. He said, "No, you're not going to the gym today. I need you in nature. I need you outside. I need you to go running outside." So I said, "Okay, all right." So I went out and I ran, and it was the best thing in the world, even though because it was cold. I didn't want to run in the cold. I'm gonna be honest with you. And but I'm running, and it was great because I saw the trees and you hear the birds chirping, and I saw a pack of deer and just a lot of things. So I ran around the neighborhood, and I started thinking about Mama, and I started to download Mama and bring her into my soul. And and I was lucky because the funeral home that she's in is right around the corner from the house. It's about maybe less than a mile. a mile, mile and a half. It can't be too far away because I'm fat, and if it's too far away, I can't run that far. But then again, you running for mama, so maybe I can run extra long. But I ran the little mile and a half around the corner to the funeral home, and I said, "Oh, mama's over there. I gotta go see mama." And so it made me think about a time when my little brother was 2. And me and my sister and brother, we were like preteen, and I'm 5 years older than my sister, so we would fight like cats and dogs. And I remember my brother wanted to see my mother, but mama was at work. So he was looking for mama, but mama wasn't there. And I remember him sitting next to mama's door, and he was like crying, just waiting for mama. And he fell asleep, like a little baby. He just fell asleep next to the door, waiting for mama, and to come home. And I felt like my little brother in that moment. I did. I was a 53-year-old big ass baby. And I said, I want to be next to my mama, even if I know her body's in this building, just know mama's there. So I said, I'm gonna go. I gotta go to this funeral home and I gotta go see mama. So I get over there and I'm wondering, I'm thinking if I just sit over here, they're gonna hopefully they won't think I'm robbing the place. But I went over and there's a little bench in front of the funeral home and I sat in the bench and I said, I'm gonna connect with my mother. So I listened to some music. I listened particularly to Walk On By. I think it's Isaac Hayes, Walk on by. If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry each time we meet. That song, right? It's a great song, right? Very deep. So I just put that on my headphones and I used some of the meditation techniques my wife shows me because she's into the subconscious mind. And I said, I'm going to shut my eyes, play this music, and I'm going to bring my mother in. I'm going to pull her out, get her, because I need mama right now. So in my mind, I imagine my mother sitting right next to me. And I said, okay, if I imagine hard enough, I can have her here with me. So, because you're grieving, you're half crazy, you're trying to process everything, right? So I imagined her sitting next to me, and it worked. I really felt her presence and all this stuff. But obviously, this is all kind of coming from yourself. And so she sits down, and I grab her hand, but it's like her imaginary hand, and you can't feel something that's imaginary. And then I realized, and then I heard her voice, and she starts talking to me. Because you know how we all are connected to our mothers, where like you can hear your mother's voice, even if she's not there. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Where mama, like if you imagine mama talking to you, it's like she's there because you've heard the voice 100,000 times. So it's just in you, it's embedded in you. And I said, oh, I get it. And the voice told me, it said, no, don't hold an imaginary hand. If you want to hold my hand, hold your own hand. And that's real, and that's really me. That was mama. And when I held my own hand, I felt my mother. I said, "Oh, she's here." And I said, "Oh, of course, you idiot. She's here because you are her. Y'all have the same DNA. She is attached to your spirit at an infinite level. So she'll never be gone. She's here. She's with you. What do you need?" So when I had my mother with me, I started to just really think about everything and thinking about what I wanted to talk to you all about. And the first thing that came to mind was I started processing what my mother's all about and who she is. And I wasn't planning on talking about her today. I'm going to speak at the funeral, but I'm not doing the eulogy, and I have like 10 minutes. And I said, I don't think I can explain who she was in 10 minutes. That's not doable. And then I said, no. And then the voice said, well, Boyce, you can talk to hundreds of thousands of people. Like you have a big platform, Boyce. So let's do it there. That would be just as effective, probably more so. And I said, oh, that's right. That's what I'm gonna do. So the first thing that I realized I wanted to do is I want to create a scholarship in the Black Business School in my mother's name. We're gonna call it Mama's. It's something with the word Mama, like Mama Scholarship or Mama's something, right? But I like the word Mama rather than just Robin Watkins. I'll put Robin Watkins in there, but also the word Mama is kind of universal and powerful. And so if you want to be made aware when that's available and other things that we're developing to honor her legacy in terms of things that will benefit you. Honoring her legacy means honoring you, just so you know, because that's what she was about. Um, Lots of people would come to my mother for advice on how to raise their kids. They would come to their mother for advice on how to get through the educational system. They would come to my mother to talk to her about things the same way people will talk to me. So, anyway, if you want to be notified, if you want to receive any of this, pull out your phone and text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So just pull out your phone. I'll give you guys a second to do it. Text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So, so if you do that, then you can be made aware when the scholarship's available. It'll be for kids. And then second of all, I'll just send you stuff to kind of remember mama and what she kind of did and things. And again, the goal is to support you. It's not to just sit here and me talk about just my family or just me. I really want to talk about you. So that's the first thing I want to mention. The second thing is I thought about what my mother represented as a human being. And it made me think about the pandemic. The pandemic was terrible, right? Do you agree? Like, how many of you still feel like we're gonna just be scarred like, because of what happened in the pandemic? Like, we got problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. How many of you agree with that? That literally we have economic problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. It blew inflation out of the water. Prices don't go down. You don't get deflation. Deflation is when prices go down. The best you get is disinflation. That means less inflation than you had before. So think of disinflation like less inflation. So you're gonna have economic problems for a very long time. The poor little babies that missed 2 years of education have not recovered educationally. They have not recovered socially. A lot of children are very awkward now because they don't even know how to talk to people because they lost 2 years where they were sitting in their room by themselves. Did you know, in fact, they shut down dozens of nightclubs in London, in central London, because they said young people don't want to go out anymore. They just want to sit in their house and sit by themselves. And that's in conjunction with the fact that the global population is dropping precipitously. Not in Africa though, because Africans are smart. They didn't listen to Bill Gates and all those people that were telling them that the population was growing too much. So we're smart. We have God consciousness. But in a lot of these other countries, whether it's Europe or Asia, populations are plummeting, and they're like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?" Africans are like, "Please, we gonna be good, right?" So with that being said, the pandemic brought a lot of problems that are not going to go away. And during the pandemic, when there were lots of issues, lots of health related issues in particular, people were providing these solutions, right? And the solutions mostly consisted of these shots. Hey, I got a shot I can sell you, right? Yeah, these pre-existing conditions. You black people have so many pre-existing conditions. Here, come get this shot, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, well, why didn't you fix the pre-existing conditions? If you cared about it so much, why didn't you stop all the diabetes and the obesity and everything else that's giving us the pre-existing conditions? But we know how capitalism works. Capitalism says, I'm going to create a problem, and then I'm going to charge you to create the problem. I'm going to sell you the donuts at the front of the grocery store, and then I'm going to sell you the diabetes medication in the back. So I'm going to make money creating the problem, and then we're gonna make money pretending to solve the problem, not actually solving it, but managing it, right? That's why healthcare CEOs got to run with more security than 50 Cent, right? Because people are like, I'm mad at you, and one of us gonna come get you, right? That's why the healthcare CEOs they gotta roll like rappers now because you got people out there that want their heads, right? And this is a reality, right? So what's interesting though is that the biggest virus during the pandemic, it wasn't COVID. The biggest virus during the pandemic, in my opinion, was actually fear. Fear was they need a vaccine for that. Fear was causing people to not talk to their relatives. Fear was causing people to do things that were irrational. Fear caused people, it caused the country to divide in a way that was very problematic. And one of the things that made me think about coming back to my mother is that I remember talking to my mother, and when you know how you get older and you start talking to your parents about things that you didn't talk about as a child because you were a child, and now you're both adults, and they tell you about things they were going through when you were a kid, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't know you were dealing with that," right? Well, my one thing my mother told me that was really interesting was she explained that when I was younger, she was very depressed. And she said part of it was because she lived in fear. She lived in constant fear. And I said, but that doesn't make sense. Like, how is it that you lived in fear, but you seem so courageous? You did a lot of amazing things. You fought the school system on my behalf. You chose to give birth to me. You could have aborted me or something. That would have been easier, but you stuck with that. And I did. I said that doesn't make sense to me. And then I figured it out. I said, okay, I understand. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. So what I did was I said, okay, let's do let's do some medical research here. And since they were talking about vaccines and stuff during the pandemic, I said maybe there's like a fear vaccine that my mother can help us to sort of understand and appreciate that will help us to achieve things in multiple areas of our life. So what I did was I took the word fear. This is all happening while I'm out on my run and I'm processing this. And I said, we're going to make it into Mama's acronym in a way that it reflects who she was, what she was all about, and why she was able to have the impact on the world that she was able to have. So the first, the F in the word fear stands for faith. And when I think about faith, I think about when I was a kid, when I was 5 years old, or let's go back before that. I'll tell you that in a second. So imagine it's 1971 and you're 16 years old and you're pregnant and you're from a poor black family. That's got to be one of the scariest things in the world. Even though mothers are these amazing people that do literally the most important job on the planet, it is literally the most important job on the planet because none of us would exist without our mothers. It's the most important job on the planet because if mothers all stopped doing their job, we'd have a whole nation full of serial killers. That's what we'd have. A mother's love is something that's irreplaceable. And even though that's the most important job on the planet, for some reason, we have this habit of beating up on mothers when they are blessed with pregnancy at an inconvenient time. Right? We tend to be you know what I'm talking about? Like we call them names and oh she's a blankety blank and oh she's out here, she's fast and this, that, and the other. And it's absolutely terrible because what it does is it causes us to lose our consciousness and our ability to see the big picture. We're unable to look at the value of human life. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. We don't see how precious newborn children are. We don't understand the value of our youth. Think about this. Entire societies are on the decline for one big reason. The birth rate's going down. They're panicking now because they're like, oh my God, in order for us to accomplish things, we need people. Well, guess what? You need mothers to produce people. Do you agree with that? Do we agree that mothers are an essential ingredient to making people, or have we gotten so wokety woke crazy that we literally think two daddies can get together at a Diddy party and make a damn baby? Y'all can make a whole lot of stuff. You can make some liquor, you can make some baby oil, you can make some pink cocaine, but you can't make a baby, dude. That's what you can't do that. So no babies were made by any of the dudes getting with other dudes at the Diddy party. So my point is to say that mothers are critical, mothers are essential. And so my mother's 16 and she discovers this thing that a lot of people know about called sex. And unfortunately, it ends up with her having this little Boyce inside of her body. So she's mortified. She's scared to death. And now I'm sure there were some Planned Parenthood clinics around that would be happy to help her. We're your friends. We're your allies, right? I'm sure there was somebody around that would have said, just come by, you poor little black girl, and just we could just terminate the baby. We're just gonna get rid of the little Negro, and then you won't. Then you can go back to partying. You can go live your Cardi B life if you want to. And for whatever reason, my mother didn't do that. Who knows? Maybe a lot of us would have done that. I'm not blaming people that make other choices, but she didn't. So here's what happened. Here's where faith kicked in. So she goes to church. Some of you have heard this, some of you haven't. I'll share it again though. Um, and she's sitting there and she's just scared to death because my grandmother's very strict and very stern. And she's thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? I got this baby. I don't know what to do next. And so the pastor, when the pastor's like, does anybody want to come to the altar to say something personal to God? And my mother's up there and she walks to the altar and she's just praying and praying and praying. And when everybody got up and walked back to their seat, she was still on her knees praying, praying, praying because she had just this stuff heavy on her heart. And at that moment, that's when she told me something that I've never forgotten. She said, that's when she said, the conversation I had with God was, she said, I do not know what to do with this baby. I don't know. I don't know how to do I don't know what to do. And so she said at that moment, and every time I tell the story, I would get choked up. So let's do the test here to see if boys can tell this story without crying like a baby. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, God, I'm giving you this baby because I don't know what to do. And she also says that God told her, you have to have this baby because this baby's gonna do something important. And I was like, really? I was like, oh, mama, you just say that to all your kids. She said, no. She said, I did not have that feeling about all my children. My brother and sister, very good people, successful in their own right, amazing human beings, take nothing away from them. But she said, I felt like I had to give birth to you because I had an important job to do. And that to me was an extraordinary example of faith that I never let go of. Because what is faith? Faith, every day. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat if you have heard me talk about things like financial consciousness. How many of you have heard me talk extensively about consciousness in this space? You know, that's all. In fact, when we first started this whole class, which we done almost a year of this, almost meeting every single day, I initially said, yeah, this is financial consciousness class. And I wasn't just trying to find cute words to describe this. I said, that's what's missing sometimes in the world is a consciousness. And what is consciousness and how does it link to faith? What does that mean? Well, consciousness is nothing but being able to see the bigger picture. Consciousness is where you're not trapped in the moment and you realize that this ain't all that there is. This too shall pass. If it's something bad, this too shall pass. If it's something good, this too shall pass. That's what consciousness is. And faith is consciousness. It's a connection to something bigger than yourself. So when Robin Watkins didn't feel strong enough to get something done, she grabbed onto this thing called God. And God said, that's all right. You ain't got to carry the load. I got you. We good. And really, again, you can have whatever opinion you want. I know people in the room, you have different types of faith and different kinds of religion, and I'm not getting into that part. I'm not even talking about religion. I'm talking about faith. Those are two different things in many cases. But I'm telling you that when you have consciousness, when you have faith, when you have the ability to rise above, connect to something bigger than yourself, you will feel more powerful than you could ever feel trying to do everything alone. At the end of the day, I'm not telling you what to believe in. I'm telling you that you have to believe in something. What do you believe in? Because that is what will carry you through the storm. That's what led this 16-year-old scared little girl to give birth to a baby, even though she had no idea how she was going to take care of the baby. She had no idea what it meant to be a mother. She had no idea what kind of hell she was going to go through when the world maligned her and attacked her the way we do to mothers in this country, which is absolutely pathetic. So I'm a child of faith. When I say I'm a child of God, I mean that. I don't even go to church and I'll say I'm a child of God. Because if God had not been there for my mother and my mother had not had that connection to faith and God and the bigger purpose, oh, she would have went right down to see the Planned Parenthood people. They would have made the problem go away. So sometimes we replace our faith in God with our faith in the white man. Now I know some of y'all are white, and I'm not this ain't anti-white at all. But I'm serious. Sometimes we put other people in the space that our God and our faith is supposed to be. And then next thing you know, you end up going down a road you did not anticipate. You end up passing up on opportunities, possibilities, and blessings because you love your oppressor more than you love yourself, and more than you love your community, more than you love God itself. Let's move on. So the F in fear in my mother's antidote, the Robin Watkins, we can call this the Robin Watkins vaccine, if you will. The F stands for faith. Faith and consciousness will guide you. Faith is what's necessary for investing. When I tell you all little things, like I say, did you know that if you had invested $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000, it will be worth $365,000 now, which effectively means that if you have a 24-year-old child who's struggling financially, you could have solved all their financial problems by literally just buying some Apple stock in the year 2000? That requires faith. You have to kind of have some faith that investing works. You have to have faith that wealth grows. If you plant seeds, then you'll have a harvest. If you plant no seeds, you'll have no harvest. A lot of people have no harvest and they don't understand why. And I'm like, all you got to do is say, well, what seeds did you plant? Did you plant any seeds? They're like, no. Well, what makes you think you can plant no seeds and have no harvest? That doesn't make any sense. So let's move on. The E in my mother's life and the word fear for her vaccine stands for education. Um, Here's the thing about education that's really interesting. First off, if you ever wanted to pick a fight with Robin Watkins, all you got to do is bring up the tragedy of what they're doing to our children in the public school system. Like really, if you ever want to have a fight with my mother, just talk about the schools and what they're doing to the black kids, and she will talk your ear off. She would fight you all day. If you, it's crazy, and that's because after spending many years in the educational system and understanding how important education was for us, she became very passionate about it, even into retirement and beyond. She's listening right now somewhere saying, yeah, that's right. What they're doing to these kids is wrong. And these kids need to learn skills and da, da, da. She would talk about the days, and tell me if y'all remember this. She would talk about the days where kids could go to school and learn skills, right? It wasn't just Mexicans and Ukrainians coming in and doing all the construction work and all the work in electrical and everything else and plumbing. It was us. We had those skills. We would go to school, and if the kid didn't want to go to college, well, they'd say, okay, well, go to auto shop, go to whatever. We had skills, we had education, we were learning things, and the kids today, unfortunately, aren't getting that. And I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do in the age of AI. What the hell are they gonna do in the age of AI when you got entire McDonald's restaurants that can be run with a freaking computer now? When Amazon factories are hiring thousands of robots every day just so they can replace their factory workers. So education is critical. We know these things. And that was something that my mother valued, even when she didn't have as much as she wanted herself. My grandmother is the starter of all this. She's the panther behind me. She's always with me. My grandma's always with me. And she had an associate's degree. But she always knew that more education was going to give you more success because education can be linked also to an important ingredient for success, which is knowledge. Education and knowledge are not the same thing. Lots of people go to school and don't have any knowledge, and they may not even have any wisdom. So, education, knowledge, and wisdom, three different things. And the other thing about education is that we should understand. If you don't understand it, take it from a college professor. Most of the education you receive does not occur within four walls of some building. You don't need a building to learn, just like you don't need a church in order to connect to God. God can connect with you anywhere. He has great cell phone service. So stop thinking that you got to go into a building to find God. Sometimes you go into the building, you don't find God, you find Satan sitting at the altar saying, "Oh, I'm God's replacement." And that's what you get. So at the end of the day, we know education matters. We also know that education is something that our ancestors valued. It was something that our ancestors died for. You could die during slavery for teaching a slave how to read, right? We know these things. And we also know that for whatever reason, the culture, they always talk about the culture, dog, you need to connect to the culture. No, any culture that does not value education, that puts ignorance above education is not my culture. So you can just take that, put it in your pocket, and walk away from me because we know that a lack of knowledge causes tremendous amounts of pain and suffering in our community. We know these things. And so when you consider the fact that there are dozens of schools in the city of Chicago, as well as Philadelphia and New York and other places, where they don't have one single child that can read, write, or do math at grade level, this tells us that we are in a state of emergency. We are in a state of crisis in this particular area. So, what I would say is, I would say, imagine if our community, again, we could talk all day about oppression and racism and the white man did this and the white man did that. Yeah, the white man, he gonna keep being white. He ain't gonna stop being white just because you complaining about it. But imagine if we had a community where we valued education as much as we value sex. I see a whole lot of conversations on the internet about sex. Well, 50-50, and what if should she sleep with me on the third date and all this other. What if we valued education as much as we value sex? What if we valued education as much as we value, I don't know, the new iPhone? What if we loved education as much as we love sports? What if we spent as much money on education as we spend sending that little boy to football camp? You send his ass to football camp, but he ain't gonna be no football player. That's not when he's 30 years old, he won't make a nickel playing football 99.9% of the time. So why would you spend more money on football camp than you spend sending that boy to learn the things he needs to learn to survive in this society? They prey on your ignorance. They feed off of that. So why in the world would a parent that loves their child send their little girl out in the world with ignorance in a world where ignorance leads to death, ignorance leads to suffering, ignorance leads to struggle? Education, imagine if we valued education as much as we value, all the silly stuff, by getting new Air Jordans or whatever. Imagine if imagine if education was just the thing. Imagine if education was more important than anything some goofy rapper had to say, or it was more important than any material stuff, the Gucci and the Louis and all the other luxury items that they sell. All this, all. Imagine if people wanted to go to the library as much as some people want to go to the club. There would be nothing that could stop us. Nothing that would stop us. But for whatever reason, we have values that have to be addressed. And I can tell you that again, when I talk about my mother, one of the biggest things that she did in her life that allowed me to have the life I have and the life, my siblings have and everything else is that she did not play when it came to education. She would take me to this group called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, and she would have me involved in spaces where even if I wasn't getting education right away, or even if I wasn't trying my best, I always knew education should be a core value for any successful person. Let's go to the A. So the F in the fear vaccine, fear, F-E-A-R, the F is faith, the E is education. The A, this A is something that's connected to, again, my mother's legacy. This is something I want to give to you, and I hope that that's okay. I hope that this is helping you. Is something called accountability. Now, I know accountability for some people is a cuss word. Accountability is not something that's very popular. Because what does accountability do? Well, accountability is very painful to embrace because you're kind of letting go of all your natural easy defense mechanisms. You're letting go of your crutch. They're taking away your wheelchair, so you're gonna actually have to learn how to walk. And some of us got wobbly legs, right? No, no, I need the wheelchair. I need to be able to blame the white man for every problem I have. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my parents. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my last relationship. But no, the word accountability is powerful. And this was something that was very, very big in our family. This is like, no, accountability is powerful and painful at the same time because it's really hard to take responsibility for all the crap that's happening in your life. Like it's easy to take accountability for the good stuff. Like we all want to brag about the good stuff. I did that. Look at what I did. Look at how great I am. But can you also take responsibility for the bad? Can you also look in the mirror and say, man, this is messed up. I gotta fix it. I did this. Right? Can you do that? And I'm gonna tell you, it's very hard to do not just because it's hard to do, not just because the culture doesn't support accountability, but also because psychologists basically say that human nature is not to accept accountability for any bad thing in your life. They call that self-attribution bias. A guy named David Hirschleifer, a wonderful little short little white guy that was on my dissertation committee, wrote a research paper about it and introduced me to the idea. I've been fascinated ever since. And what he said is that according to psychologists, human beings are very quick to take responsibility when something good happens, but they deny accountability when something bad happens. That's why if you watch your favorite team, and everybody does it. Everybody does. Let me give you an example, real life example. This involves me to tell you that I'm a victim to this too. When my Ohio State Buckeyes kicked Tennessee's ass this week, did anybody else see that? Anybody else a football fan in here? I shouldn't be a football fan because y'all know football is bad and it hurts brain damage and all that stuff. But I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy watching a good football game. So my Ohio State Buckeyes, Ohio State's where I got my PhD. They when they whooped Tennessee's ass, I was saying we won. That was amazing. We did a great job. We threw the ball down the field. We were aggressive. I do that. I internalize it. But when they got their ass whooped by Michigan last week, did anybody see that? A lot of Buckeye fans were very unhappy about that because Michigan came in and kicked our butt in our stadium. Well, when they lost, I was literally saying exactly what I just said. I said they lost. They got their butt kicked by Michigan. Now, sometimes I might use the word we, right? But mostly it was like they. Gosh, they need to fix their team. They need to stop. They need to stop trying to just run the ball. They need to throw the ball down the field. Maybe they need a better coach. It became they when they were losing, but it became we when we were winning, right? So a lot of us have this tendency and I want you to be aware of it because part of consciousness is just awareness. And I'm going to tell you that one of the things my mother believed in very deeply, sometimes maybe you could even say to a fault, who knows? Because she got criticism for this, is she just believed in accountability, personal responsibility. That your best chance of success in almost anything that you do is when you take responsibility and say, I got this, I'm going to fix this. Instead of saying, well, they're doing this wrong and they need to stop doing that. I get it, I understand. But that doesn't really help you. Like if I'm mad about my condition as a human being or as a black man, and I say they need to stop this, white people, white folks are doing this, and the government's doing that. Yeah, they're gonna all do these things. Yeah, yeah, capitalism is the reason. I understand these things. I totally get it. But my question would be, how does that really help you? If I say, I don't have a lot of wealth because white people they didn't give us reparations. I agree with you. I talk about that all the time. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a whole book about it called Black Labor, White Wealth, which everyone should read. But how does that help you to sit and just consistently put all your problems on the back of the white man? I'm not saying that white folks have been good to us. I'm not saying that I'm not a racism denier, but what I am saying is is your solution to say that we're just going to sit and wait politely until white people decide to be nice to us? Is that your solution? Because that's a very stressful solution. And it's very depressing. In fact, studies show that depressed people are people that tend to not feel like their lives are in their control. Did you know that they did the study with rats? I told you all about this. That rats that were put in a painful situation who were convinced that they had no ability to fix it became very depressed. Their serotonin levels would change. They could measure that. Do you understand? So if you ever want to be depressed, or if you ever want to understand why the black community leads the world in depression and anxiety, a lot of it is shaped around this idea that from birth, we are taught that our whole condition is predicated on what white folks choose to allow and not allow. That's what we're taught. And that you cannot be successful as a black person until you get the approval of whites. That's why you got entertainers out here buffooning and cooning. You got people out here bowing and scraping and selling out like crazy. You got people just sitting here and thinking, gosh, I would be successful if white folks would help me or they would or why I would remember when I first started doing black wealth related stuff and I started speaking on this publicly, I literally would have people tell me that you're not going to succeed by doing wealth related stuff in the black community alone. And I said, well, I really like talking to black people the most. I don't hate white. I never did. See, people think that because you love black people that you have to hate white folks at the same time. This ain't about you, man. You're not that important where I got only so much energy and all the energy I want to spend is going to be spent on loving my people. It's not going to be spent on hating you. Hate takes energy. So stop that, right? That's silly. So I remember I would get people that would just tell me like, well, black people don't care about wealth and really, white people, you're not going to be have a successful business if you don't appeal to white folks. And I'm like, why does every road to success, wealth, power, opportunity, and possibility have to go through massa? It ain't going. I don't give a damn about massa. No, I'll fight massa if I have to. As long as massa is, and massa don't want to fight, just don't be blocking the door. When you block the door, oh, I'm kicking that sucker down. I'm going through you, around you, over you, under you, whatever it's gonna take. But you're not. No, you ain't stopping this train, sucker. That ain't happening. So my point is to say that while I understand that we have to acknowledge all these things that have happened to us, all these things that people have tried to do to us, and everything else, and I think it's very important to understand. Number one, the greatest power that you have to change your condition starts with you. And then, secondly, um, if you spend so much energy thinking about the obstacles that are against you, you can't spend time putting together solutions to get around those obstacles. And I really will tell you, I believe that unfortunately, a lot of the culture, what they call this civil rights culture, but I don't think it's really civil rights. I think it's something else. Um, the Negro management culture, that's what we might call it. There are so many people that build entire careers and entire industries on the idea of convincing you that whatever energy you were going to spend building for yourself is better spent with you wiring into some pre-existing infrastructure that other people have created. That means that if you are a talented and intelligent young black man or young black woman, you're better off looking for a job than you are looking to build an institution. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Do you get it? Like you're better off just look, hey, we already got it built. It's already here. The house is built. Don't worry about building your own house. That's hard. That's above your pay grade. You people aren't that smart. That takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of patience. Instead, just come live with us because we're your allies. That's what we get. Like just come into our economic house. You'll be cool. And then you come in and you say, okay, all right, well, this is the easy route. And what you don't understand is that God does not give you the easy route to real success. He doesn't. Just like wealth. When I told you about time and how important time is in wealth, if you ever want to either have no wealth or have fake wealth, just go through life thinking that you can get a whole lot of money real fast. And look at our kids. Look at how many of our kids are have embraced the fast money culture, thinking everything's supposed to be fast and easy. And then you get it fast and easy and you think that it's real, but really you find out it's an illusion. You find out that there's a puppet master that's controlling all this. You find out that the Wizard of Oz has created a false sense of security for you. And then when they take it all away, you're like, wait, what happened? It was racism, y'all. Well, that's because you didn't build your building on a solid foundation, damn it. Nobody taught you that you have to have that accountability, you have to have that patience, you have to have that consistency, you have to have that courage. You have to understand that there's no shortcuts to real meaningful success, power, possibility, and wealth. There's really not many shortcuts to that. What I explained to you that investing $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000 means you'd have $365,000 today. That whole methodology consists of one essential ingredient. The essential ingredient is that thing we talked about earlier called time. If you think you can do that without 24 years being involved in the process, then you might as well go buy a damn lottery ticket. And most lottery tickets do not grow your wealth at all. You got to be real with yourself. You got to learn how to keep it real. So we all do. We all have to embrace this as our culture. So let's go back to the accountability piece. Last thing I'm gonna say on that is this. I remember when I was 19 years old. And this tells you how hardcore my mother was when it came to accountability. See, I had no money like a lot of college students. I was broke, and I did get a lot of money sent to me in school and stuff like that. I was kind of jealous of the kids whose parents would send them, checks every week and stuff. My parents did not do that. And I remember I called my mother when I was 19, and I said, "Hey, Mama, I need some money." And she said, and she said, okay. And I said, because I don't have any money to eat. Like, what am I gonna do? And I went into like little kid mode because you're talking to your mama, like, Mama, I don't have no money to eat. And you know what she said? She said, so what are you gonna do about that? And that was really like, whoa, wait a minute, that's cold. That's what, and maybe we can debate that, right? I'm not saying everybody should approach it that way. My mother was very young at the time. I was in college. My mother was still in her mid 30s. That's how young she was. So she's learning, right? Maybe there's a different way to approach it, but in her world, it was like, you're a man. You're a man. You can go out and work and get money. You can go out and make things happen in your own life. You can be a playmaker in your situation. You don't have to be a baby anymore. And I want you to sit here and I want you to look at the world right now. And I want you to look at how many man boys we have in our community. I want you to look at how many men never learned how to be men. They never went through harsh experiences that challenged them to grow. They expect something to be just given to them. They don't know what it means to lead and protect and provide and all these things, right? They didn't go through manhood training. You have to manhood doesn't just happen naturally. Doesn't just happen just because you got a little hair on your chest and your voice deepens. No, there's a process. You got to learn how to just like becoming a chef or becoming a mechanic or becoming a surgeon. You got to learn like you have to go through the so really here's what happened. If you want to know how that ended, and I'm gonna tell you, my feelings were hurt. I was like, damn, I'm like, that's cold, It's like, right? And maybe she could have sent me a little something, something. And I'm not gonna disagree with you if you think that was extraordinarily harsh. But here's what that did for me, and I want you to write this down as you're dealing with your own kids. Check this out. I told you how I was jealous of the kids whose parents would send them money every week. They get like maybe $50, $100 a week. And I would be like, man, I wish my parents would do that for me. Well, when my mother put down the gauntlet and forced me to go out and make money on my own, well, what did I do? I went out and I got a job. And then because I was already a straight A student, I started getting scholarships. And I studied harder than the other kids because I knew that I could get more money that way. I knew that I'd get a better job when I graduated. I also knew that I was going to get more scholarship money. So I got all the scholarship money. I would get thousands of dollars in my refund check every semester. And then because I had a study system down where I learned to manage that other powerful thing I talked about called time. Like at 19, I figured out there's 168 hours in a week. That means that if I sleep 8 hours a day, that's 56 hours. That's 112 hours left. If I go to class 15 hours a week, that's 97 hours. So I could probably study 50 hours a week and still have 47 hours left to work a full-time job or do whatever I want to do. So when I did it that way, I said, okay, I got it now. I figured it out. So I'm making money from the scholarships. I'm getting money from the first job, and then I had time to get a second job. So check this out. Not only did I have as much money as the kids whose parents were sending them those little $100 checks, oh, I had more money than everybody. I was making thousands of dollars a month. And it wasn't a burden on my parents. They didn't have to worry about sending me money anymore because I had it. I could get the money myself. And also I got to do the things I wanted and live the way I wanted because I learned, wait, I can actually go out here and make something happen in my life. And and again, as harsh as it might have been for my mother to do it that way, right? I'm not gonna say it wasn't kind of cold. It was. My mother actually apologized for that later on in life. I'll just say that. Um, I thank God that she did that for me. I'm so happy. I'm like, thank you, Mama, for not solving my problem and giving me a chance to solve it myself. I don't know if you did it because you were mean. I don't know if you did it because you were being lazy. I don't know if you did it because you just had this extraordinary wisdom. Maybe it was a combination of all three, but either way, it worked. I became much more mature than most of my friends. I had so many friends in college that flunked out and disappeared and got pregnant and went off and got on drugs and wasted time, and low GPAs, blew their opportunity. Oh, I didn't do that. Why? Well, it was because that word. Let me circle it. I'm circling about 5 times. Accountability. Robin Watkins believed deeply in accountability. And let me tell, when I tell you that that's not common in a lot of families, and that's one of the reasons why this little 16-year-old girl with no money and no understanding of the world was able to raise 3 kids that became successful. Accountability is right at the core of this. My parents are aliens. They are not normal people. When we were being raised, my mother had to deal with a lot of criticism from people who said, "Oh, you're being too hard on him. You're doing this, you're doing that. You know, oh, you should. It's okay. It's all right if he does this." And my mother just had a different standard. She had a different standard. See, you don't understand. Most of the boys that I grew up with did not turn out so good. Let's just say that. I'm not their family, and I got family that might be listening. I'm not gonna try to. The family knows. Family knows. You know my cousins, right? But for everybody else, I'm just gonna say it was less than ideal in terms of the outcomes. Some of the stuff involved drugs. Some of it involved just being in the struggle, unemployed, not taking care of the kids, just whatever, right? Whatever. Again, not disrespecting anyone though. I want to be very careful about that and not trying to put anybody on a pedestal. But my mother, this little girl, this little lady, and when I was born, when people jokingly and they say, "Oh, you've been rich your whole life, so you don't know what it's like to struggle," I'm like, "No, I was born in the projects. We live. That's where we live. My mother paid $50 a month in rent, and it's called LaSalle Place. You can actually find it in Louisville, Kentucky to this day. They're still there. That same unit is still there. And so this little girl who had her baby and she was living in the projects, was able to raise a son that was a college professor, a daughter that's a medical doctor, and a son that went to Cornell University that's now, doing business with billionaires. So that doesn't happen by accident. That doesn't just happen because, oh, you got lucky and you got blessed and somebody did you a favor or the white man hooked you up. No, it happens because you have a plan and you execute the plan. And you also have to have the courage to be a little bit different. It's okay. She was different and she got ridiculed for that. And so that led to the last piece. Now, remember the word fear. We're building the Robin Watkins vaccine right now. This is what, again, if you have any appreciation for what we do in the space, or we're connected on some level, I hope you'll think about this a little bit. And this is the blueprint. This is the blueprint. That leads to the last part of the word fear. So the fear vaccine is where you take the word fear, and the F stands for faith, the E stands for education, the A stands for accountability, and the R stands for resilience. Resilience. Resilience is a simple idea, but it's not readily implemented very often. And it's not implemented as much in the Black community sometimes because we have a heavily traumatized community, and studies show that people that are heavily traumatized have a hard time sticking to things. They give up easy because you are thinking about failure. You're looking at your current situation as nothing more than confirmation of what you already knew, which is that you're not worthy, you're not capable, you're never going to succeed. And I think that this is a problem for our community because we are fed so much depression about our condition. We're constantly being told that we can't accomplish certain things because certain people won't let us, or that we have all these problems because we're just incapable and inferior. And the resilience thing matters. In fact, it's going to be hard for me to really collapse all this into a short statement, but I'm going to try to do that. Resilience matters because resilience sometimes that's really literally all that matters. Resilience matters because there are so many situations where that's all that matters. It's not that it's on the table. Resilience is the damn table. It is. It is. Has anybody heard this? Where they talk about how millionaires are basically regular people who just didn't give up. That there are so many people who were gonna be millionaires, but they gave up on the 10th try, and if they'd gone to the 15th try, they would have actually gotten there. Resilience is everything. And so to sort of remember this with my mother, one thing I can say in terms of resilience, in terms of the way it manifests itself, is that to this day, my sister is the only person I know who actually went to medical school, flunked out, and then went back to medical school again and finished. She did that. And that was because of resilience. That was because my mother just said, keep trying, never give up, keep trying, never give up. My grandmother at my graduation read a poem called Don't You Quit. You might get tired, but don't you quit. Blah, blah, blah. But don't you quit. So that resilience piece was absolutely essential. Um, she was married to my father for 50 years. A lot of people joke. It's fun. It's really actually quite poetic in the sense that she had her 50th wedding anniversary a month before she passed. So they made it to the 50-year mark. And what's interesting about that is that there are so many people out there who say that they want the same thing. There's so many people who admire that. They say, "Oh my gosh, that's so romantic. That's so beautiful. I wish." And we just kind of giggle when we hear it. I'm like, oh, so you think it's romantic, huh? You think it's all just peaches and cream, don't you? You think y'all just gonna be cute and in love every day for the next 50? Is that what you think it is? You think it's a Disney movie, don't you? And it's not a Disney movie. It's not cute. It's not some beautiful, smooth little process. It's a hell of a grind. It's a hell of a, it is one of these things. It reminds me of running a marathon. If you remember back in 2019, me and my wife ran a marathon together, and I was very proud to have completed a marathon because I never thought I would ever do one. And even though in the pictures I look comfortable, confident, happy, and just complete, like just glowing because I just did this amazing thing, the reality was I felt like complete shit. I did not, there was nothing fun and joyous about running a marathon. It was hard as hell. I was tired. I was mad. My body was like, what are you doing to me, you crazy man? It was not a romantic process. It was hard. It was really unnaturally difficult and very painful. But resilience made me say, okay, let's just keep moving one foot in front of the other until we get to the finish line and until we achieve this goal. And when I crossed the line, I didn't feel the way I thought I'd feel. I didn't feel just energized and excited. I was like, man, I'm so tired. Oh my God, I can barely walk. And in a way, that's what I think about when I process the 50 years of marriage with my parents, is that um, it was amazing and just powerful. But the thing that makes it hard for most people is that In many cases, the people that benefit the most from your commitment, when you make a commitment at that level, the people that benefit the most are not you and the other person involved. It's really all the people that benefit from the fact that you sacrificed to create a stable institution in a black community that's lost its institutions. You created a stable family in a community that's lost most of its families. Do you understand? You've given just this amazing gift. And I want to say, I want to give a shout out. If you've been married, everybody who's married, shout out how many years you sacrificed. Because I want to applaud you. I want to really applaud you and commend you because you are to some extent you're unfortunately you're kind of becoming these unicorns that actually care more about family and community than you actually just care about your personal happiness every moment of the day. I'm not saying you can't be happy after 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's hard. And when I think about my father, I think about this man who chose to take care of me when I wasn't even his real son. He was handsome. The ladies loved my dad. My mother was a young mother. She could have just gotten rid of me and then spent her weekends twerking and drinking for the next X number of years. She could have literally, wiping me away before birth would have been a great way to get rid of her problem. She wouldn't have had to confront my grandmother, who's old school. You know how old school grandmas are. She didn't have to deal with being chastised by the community. She didn't have to deal with all the knowledge. She could have easily just said, "Let me just make this baby go away so I can get back to being a teenager and living my best life." But she didn't do that. She made a sacrifice, and she also used resilience to say, "I'm going to make sure that my kids are not going to end up like a lot of these kids out here." I remember when I was 5 years old and we lived in Texas. My father's a military man, and we lived in Killeen, Texas, on the military base. And my mother says she told me the story. She said that that there was this young white girl who was my school teacher when I was 5, and she said, "I got to tell you about your son." And she said, okay. And the lady said that your son has a lot of energy. He gets up, while I'm teaching, he'll stand up, sit down, walk around, he'll be singing, he'll be talking, playing with the other kids, and just doing everything except doing what he's supposed to do. And she said, so one day I decided to play a trick on him. And the trick I played on him was I was going to let him just do his thing and ignore him, and then I was gonna basically embarrass him. So she says that. So one day she's teaching, and I start doing what I normally do. I'm standing up, sitting down, walking around, talking, playing, whatever. And she then says, "Okay, Boyce, so tell me everything that I've been teaching on the board for the last 10 minutes." And she goes, "Do you know that your son recited back to me every single thing that I was teaching, and I didn't even think he was listening?" And she said, so here's what the lady said. She said, and this was God bless this young lady. She said, I have to warn you, because my mother was very young at the time. She was about 22 at the time, maybe 21. And she goes, black boys like him, they want to put them on medication. She says, your son does not need medication. Your son is fine. He's very smart. So do not let them do that to your son. And so my mother stuck with that. And so for many, many years, she would just fight with these school systems. They would come back and say, "Well, your son's test scores, your son made all F's on his report card, and his test scores show that he's got the intelligence of a mediocre monkey." And so if you look at the chart, ma'am, the other kids are here, your son's down here, right? And she didn't go for any of that. She said, "Okay, we're gonna get him some extra help. We're good. I don't care what they think. Like literally, they wanted to put me in the special ed programs. They wanted to put me on the medication. Who knows? Maybe I needed the medication. I don't know. I told you I think I do have ADHD, but I've managed it. I think I've done okay in life. And so what my mother did also for many years was, in addition to saving and protecting me from the very system that we know destroys millions of black boys every year, she eventually became a counselor to other young mothers, many of whom went through the teenage parent program in Kentucky, like my mother did. And she would talk to them about their children, about their sons, and about their daughters, and how to get their kids through the system in the best way possible. She became kind of like an educational Harriet Tubman, if you will. She would talk to them about special programs, tell them like, no, do not do that with him. Make sure you do this. She literally could have made this into a whole institution. She was that kind of a person. She would talk really lovingly about Marva Collins. Anybody remember Marva Collins, the teacher in Chicago, who used to educate kids in one room, and she would just educate them at a higher level than the Chicago public school system. She talked about Marva Collins a lot. I remember her talking about Marva Collins' speech, and she said, "I like that lady because she's no nonsense." She came to the Black Achievers Banquet, and she said, "How dare you sit around and eat your fancy meals in your fancy clothes when our kids are going through hell right now, when our kids are not being properly educated, when they're being mistreated by this system, when their lives are being thrown away, and you're sitting here at this fancy dinner like it's no big deal." And so my mother was that kind of that's the type of energy she connected to. So that sort of resilience was really, really important in terms of our development and her life. I remember last point I'll share, last story I'll share about my mother, and I thank you all for hearing me as we went through this. Is I remember when I was 27 and I was in graduate school, and I was very I was a little demoralized because because I didn't have a family where a lot of people went to school for a long time. We didn't have doctors and PhDs in the family. So a lot of people didn't understand what I was doing, right? So I would go to I would go to family reunions, and they would be sitting there trying to figure out something to talk to me about. And they would say something like, "So you still in school, huh?" And that was because I'd just been in school for so long, and people were like, "When's this gonna be over? Is he lazy or what?" And what was going on was I was trying to get a PhD, but I kept struggling. It was hard. It was really hard. And I had to go back and retool and get better at my math or whatever. And I remember, I'll never forget. I remember the exact moment I was in the car with my mother, and I was talking to her about it. I said, "Yeah, people make fun of you because you're in school for a long time, but I really want to get my PhD." And what she said was really interesting. First off, she said, "Well, you got to keep going. You keep going until you finish. You got to finish the job. Don't stop. Don't quit. If you never quit, then you'll never fail." And just little things like that stuck with me. And then also, what she said is she said, "Right now, what you're doing is you're laying the foundation. You're laying the foundation for the rest of your life." In fact, it's hard to build a foundation. A lot of people don't won't have a foundation. You're laying a foundation for the rest of your life. And little stories like that or little statements like that is what kept me going. So through many years, my mother was my greatest cheerleader. That's why the loss is so hard, right? Because she really cheered me on, and when nobody else did, when nobody else understood, she did, and it was pretty powerful. And so that resilience is something that I want you to hold on to when it comes to what you do in life. Because, for example, they have studies that say that resilience is the difference between the successful entrepreneurs and the failures. All the successful people really have, 9 times out of 10, is this sort of relentless desire to keep going no matter what. And so I'm going to encourage you as you're trying to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, just know if you can gain that resilience, you can do anything. And by connecting to the other pieces of that model, the fear vaccine, if you go back to faith, the belief in something bigger than yourself, the belief that this too shall pass, the belief that I'm connected to something bigger than me, the belief that there is a bigger picture, that will give you resilience because resilient people can see the bigger picture, whereas small-minded people who only see what's happening right now, what just occurred 2 seconds ago, people like that do not succeed. They do not get to the finish line because they can't see past mile one. So resilience and faith go hand in hand. Well, education also helps. That's the E, right? So you have faith and then you have education. When you are skilled, when you have knowledge, when you have wisdom, when you have expertise, when you have experience, when you pursue knowledge, you are 100 times out of 100 times going to be better off in this world than somebody who sits and swims and gets comfortable in the middle of ignorance. We have a problem with ignorance. We have hip hop culture honoring ignorance. We have people out there that want us to be ignorant. We have school systems keeping our kids ignorant, and you see what that's getting them. So education has to be a tip-top priority for our community. Every study out there shows that communities that value education are more successful than those that do not. So ignorance is literally should be treated like an illegal drug. Oh, you on that dope, boy. You on that dope of ignorance. No, we're gonna get you in rehab, and if you keep making other people ignorant, we're gonna lock you up like we do the dope dealers. We got drug dealers, we got ignorance dealers, and I'm sick of it. I'm saying I want to declare a war on ignorance. I want to lock them up. Get your ass up out of here. This is not where you're supposed to be. We don't honor this. We're not going to celebrate somebody who wants to just dribble a basketball more than they want to pick up a book. Like I don't want to sit around in the darkness of not knowing who I am and what I'm trying to do. No, you go get that knowledge. Stop waiting for the damn school system to give you Black history books to read. Well, they won't give us no books in the schools to read. You got a phone in your pocket. There's more knowledge on your cell phone than there is in all the books in every library on the entire freaking earth. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You need massa to hand you a book and read to you? Well, how dare you dishonor the ancestors by acting like you can't learn nothing without the oppressor? No, you can learn. You have to just value knowledge, and your values and your culture shapes what you pursue. That decides what you're going to do with your time today. And since this is Christmas, I'm going to keep this short. The A, remember the A. The A stands for accountability. Accountability is also connected to fear and resilience, and education is connected to all those things. A person who is accountable, who's responsible for their own success or failure, who understands that the buck stops with me, that I'm going to get this done, that this is up to me, I'm the one who's going to make this happen. People like that tend to be more resilient. But the thing is that resilience and accountability, to some extent, also links to self-esteem, right? If I don't have self-esteem, see, this is the basic stuff, man. This is the fundamental, the foundational stuff is what does it all. So if I have self-esteem and I love myself and I believe in myself, which might come from faith, then I have the capacity to be more resilient because if I'm a resilient person with high self-esteem, then any failure I have, oh, that's temporary. Oh no, failure is not for me. That's for other people. So that you must be making a mistake. Like you ever think about that? You imagine somebody imagine you going to a store and you know you're rich and you know you paid down your credit card and and they run the credit card through and they say, I'm sorry, your card got declined. Well, what do? You say, well, no, that must be a mistake. No, run it again. You gotta run it again, right? Because that's not me. Other people can, but no, when it comes to success, and I'm swiping the credit card of success, oh, I know God gave me an infinite bank account. I know that oh, God blessed me with a massive credit limit. So clearly, you must be making a mistake because that's not who I am. That's for you, but that's not for me. So my point is to say that self-esteem piece is critical. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, like you need to know who the hell you are. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, they tend to be more resilient because they know the success is meant for them. And they also tend to be okay with accountability. Because yeah, of course, the buck stops with me. I am powerful. I am great. Here's the thing. This is interesting. My mother was not a arrogant person, but she was a powerful person. She is a powerful person. She's so powerful that she's never going to die. She's so powerful that she's right here in this room. She's so powerful that everything I'm sharing with you came directly from her. So, so she was a powerful person. She wasn't arrogant, but she was powerful. Well, why was she powerful? Partly because of the F in the fear model. She had faith. She's connected. She's wired into God. Nothing's more powerful than that. So I don't always have to be powerful. I just have to be down with the power source, right? So when the power source is something bigger than yourself, this circles back to consciousness. Consciousness means that ability to see the big picture, connect to something bigger than me, right? I'm connecting to God because I have God consciousness, right? That consciousness is critical in terms of the fact that it will give you things like the faith, which feed into the self-esteem and the accountability and the resilience. Like I'm not afraid of taking accountability because I know I got this. I'm not a loser who's going to spend my life blaming other people when I lose. I'm not a person who's destined to be broke and struggling because the white man won't let me do it. No, 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 no. I know who I am, right? I don't, I just, and we all should. Think about this, right? This is what's powerful about being black. You are special. You're the only people who can say, Black Americans, and I love everybody around the world, but I'm going to talk about that for a minute. We're the only group of people who can say that we survived the slave dungeons, which were absolutely horrible. You got to go to Ghana to see it. We're the only people on earth who can say we survived the Middle Passage, even though half of the people died. We're the only people who can say that we survived 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man. We're the only group of people who can say we survived 100 years of horrific Jim Crow and the nightmare of everything they did to us after that. We're the only ones who can say we survived the war on drugs, where they dropped crack cocaine into our communities just to dismantle our families. We're the only ones who can say we survived the mass incarceration epidemic of the 1990s and still came out shining. Like, we're the only ones who can say this. Nobody else can say this. So to some extent, you need to understand the superhero that lives inside of you. You need to realize that your ancestors were not just survivors, they were a pack of badasses that could do anything that they wanted to do if they put their mind to it. You have to understand that the weak part of our bloodline didn't survive. Only the strong survived. Like when they go in the hospital and they say that the bacteria, you don't want to get the bacteria in the hospital. Now, y'all know what that is, right? When we were in the hospital with my mother in her last days, there was an infection kind of around, and I had to really protect from that infection because why? Well, why do we know this? Why do we know? Well, because hospital bacteria are the most gangster bacteria that there are. These are the bacteria that survived all the sanitation and all the disinfecting that they did. So the bacteria that survived is the strongest bacteria. So to some extent, that is who we are. We are the survivors. We are the ones whose ancestors made it through all of this. And so ultimately, what that means is that if anybody has a right to be a little cocky, it would be you. If anybody has a right to have high self-esteem, it will be you. If anybody should know that they are the chosen people, it's you, it's me, it's us, it's this. So to summarize it, and let's bring it all together, um, the nation, we live in a country and a community where sometimes fear becomes the default state of existence for a lot of people. Fear is used to control you. Fear is fed to you on a regular basis from the time that you're born. Fear was used heavily during the pandemic to control people. My mother talked about when she was young and how fear kept her in that state of depression and made her less than the person she wanted to be. So, to honor Robin Watkins today, for those of you that didn't get to see the whole conversation, we have created the fear vaccine, FEAR, and we've taken those words and we've flipped them into words that fit her legacy. The F stands for faith. If you have faith and a belief in something bigger than yourself, the fear goes away. I'm not scared no more because I ain't got this, but God does. Nothing's more powerful than God or something bigger than yourself, whatever you're connected to. Connect to something bigger than yourself, and I guarantee you nothing can stop you. The E stands for education. Educated people have less reason to be afraid of the world than uneducated people. We are entering into the age of AI. Those who understand AI are like this, rubbing their hands like Birdman. They're excited. Oh, look at the future. It's going to be great. People who don't understand it are in fear. Oh my God, the AI is going to take my job. Oh my God, the AI is going to ruin society. Oh my God, the AI is going to kill, right? So education, people that know their way around this world, and you're in that category, by the way. Again, most people can't say I sit and I listen to a finance PhD every morning. So just if you've attended more than 10 of these classes, you're already in the top 20% of all Americans. If you've gone to more than 100, then you're probably in the top 5%. I guarantee you, there's no other place you can go where people are talking about educating your 5-year-old on the stock market or explaining to you how Burton Malkiel showed you in 1971 that even monkeys could invest and make money. Most people don't know this stuff. No, so you are educated. I don't care if you went to college or not. I don't care if you didn't finish the classes for your GED. You are in an elite class, an elite space, just by the fact that we're here. So the E, you educate yourself, you have less reason to be afraid. The A, accountability. A lot of us fear accountability because accountability is a scary thing. But once you accept it, you have less fear because you know that this car that you're in, called life, that you're the driver of that damn car. Don't you dare go through life thinking that other people are going to decide whether you're going to win or you're going to lose. Don't go through life hoping that other people decide that they're going to come around for you. No, no, no. You come around for you. If you can't change the people around you, then you got to change the people around you. If white folks ain't acting right and they're not giving you what you want, go find some black folks who will. You cannot go through life without being accountable. And even if it's not true, even Even you're always better off taking accountability, even if you can't control everything. So what does that mean? That means that, okay, look, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't make everything happen the way I want it to, but I can control what I do every day, and that's the most I'm going to do. We talk about this even with investing. I tell you, I say, look, the market's not going to be consistent. The market's going to be a drama queen. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. So the variable of consistency has to be you. Accountability must stop with you. The buck stops with you. Accountability will go a long way toward being successful. And it was that those lessons of personal responsibility that really made the difference that my mother taught me. My mother was like, no, you're responsible for that. You're the one that can get that done. Don't be blaming other people. Don't be in fact, one time I got into a situation where I had a friend I went to the store with and he stole a candy bar and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be a snitch. And then this little sucker, let me tell you what he did. He went to his mama and told his mama that I stole the candy bar. And so his mama calls my mama and says, "Your son is a thief." My son told me, because my baby don't lie to me, even though he's a big old liar. My baby told me that your son stole a candy bar. And I remember I got so mad about that. I was like, oh, I was livid. I was like, this is an injustice. This is an outrage. I was 9 years old just screaming about this. And I remember my mother just kind of said, well, you still have to take accountability. And I said, well, what? I didn't do it. He did me wrong. And she's like, yeah, well, maybe that means you got to be careful about who your friends are. He just now showed you that he's not really your friend if he's out here lying on you. So you still have some accountability in this. Maybe you could have said something about it first. Maybe you could have disconnected yourself from the situation, whatever it was, right? And it's still not fair. It still sucks. It's like, man, but that ain't right. I was trying to not be a snitch, right? But no, there's always accountability in everything, and that was one of the things my mother taught me, and that's something I think is universal that we can all benefit from. And then the last piece, the R, remember, is resilience. Never give up, never give up, never give up. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, a lot of you in here are trying to build wealth. A lot of you in here are trying to break generational curses. A lot of you in here are trying to build legacy with family. A lot of you are trying to get that business off the ground or whatever it is you're trying to do. Resilience, that is not just an essential ingredient. That is also the essential ingredient. And in many cases, it might even be the only ingredient that makes the difference between success and failure. And the reason that resilience is so important for us to understand as Black people is because sometimes, because the world teaches you to forget who you are. They teach you to forget how special you are. They forget to teach you how worthy you are. And nobody teaches you that. We'll give up very easily because we have a pre-existing expectation that we're going to fail. Like in the pandemic, we talked all day about pre-existing conditions and all that. Well, one of the biggest pre-existing conditions in the Black community is low self-esteem. That's a pre-existing condition. And let me tell you why that matters. If you're talking about building this wealth thing, let's end on wealth. Because this is what I promised you, and I told you I wanted to connect this to. Thank you for allowing me to share my mother with you, but also I want to make sure we walk away with our economic lesson. One thing you have to understand about risk is that risk doesn't mean the story is always going to end well for you. Risk, we talk about risk a lot. I studied risk extensively under Professor Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. He's one of the leading risk management experts in the world. So I meditated on risk. I had to understand risk from a deep mathematical, probabilistic standpoint. And the thing about risk, and you know risk too, you know it because you know when you're in a risky situation. You know when you're taking a chance, right? You've known these things, right? So the thing about risk that people forget when they're telling all these feel-good stories about, you can do it, go start your business, is they forget that there's that even though there's a lot of sunlight at the top, when you achieve the success, there's like this deep canyon, this deep dark abyss called failure. And many of us don't succeed. Many of us, when we start our business or we go out here and we try to conquer the world, we don't always make it. And the thing is that when you're assessing whether you're going to take a chance or not on yourself, you're seeing a little bit of both. And what you see is determined by what you're conscious of. Oh, there's that word consciousness. See, what you got to understand is that we've talked about this. This is why my wife, Dr. Alicia, who's a therapist, that's why we created that Black Financial Therapy Department. We're the first ones to ever do this. No one's ever created a Black Financial Therapy Department. We developed the Black Financial Therapy Department for one major reason. She helped me understand how deep our trauma goes and the effects of that trauma. And so here's what trauma does to your risk consciousness. A non-traumatized person, when they see a risk, they say, "Oh, look at all these great things that'll happen if I succeed." And a person who doesn't have the same consciousness or who has low self-esteem or low self-confidence, all they're going to see is the negative. All they're going to see is like, whoa, if I quit my job to start the business, I might lose my house. I might be unemployed. I'm going to be homeless, right? That's what they see. Why? Well, because the trauma is like, it's like bright lights. The bright lights take all your attention. You can't see nothing else because the trauma is screaming in your, it's loud and it's obnoxiously, sort of violently in your face, right? So your consciousness is affected by your fear. Your consciousness is affected by your low self-esteem. So you have this fear that makes you, what does it make you do? It makes you not take the risk at all. And so when you look at studies that show that African American people are the least likely to start businesses, well, trauma is a big part of that. Fear is a big part of that. And it's not just you, it's not just a virus that affects you. It might be a virus that affects all your damn relatives. That's why when you say, hey, y'all, I'm quitting my business, I'm quitting my job to start a business, all your relatives, first thing they do is they're like, are you sure you want to do that? You know, the jobs at the post office is paying good. Why would you give up a good job at the post office to go start a business? But that little business, girl, you crazy. What are you talking about? You don't get a lot of encouragement. You have people that are infecting you with their virus of fear, so that leads to an inaccurate perception of risk. So even though your probability of success might have only been 10%, it actually drops to 2% because one of the things about success is that even though you have a probability of failure, that probability of failure is only minimized if you do your best. And you're only going to do your best if you have self-belief. You're only going to have self-belief if you have reasons to be confident. And there's nothing there to be confident about because you're already broke. You already aren't sure what's going to happen next. You already have all this confirmation that you don't know what the hell you're doing. And then you got your damn relatives, the people that are supposed to love you, who are pushing you further down into the abyss of fear and failure. So it doesn't tend to work. Either you don't do it or you do it and you half-ass do it. You don't have resilience because the first 8 times you fail in the process, you're gonna say, "Oh, I tried 8 times, and I guess I wasn't supposed to succeed anyway." So do you see how? Just give me a yes if you. I wanted to hammer this point home so we could walk away with something. How many of you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? The connection between self-worth, self-confidence, and resilience, it all fits together. It fits together. So when you have love for yourself and then you have faith in yourself, then you are never going to give up on yourself. Do you understand that? You have to value you. If you value you, we invest in things that are valuable. We protect things that are valuable. We cherish things that are valuable. And I'm going to tell you, every time you end up in a situation where you don't feel protected, supported, loved, or you're unhappy, well, the question you have to ask yourself is, do you value yourself enough to know that if you valued yourself, you wouldn't have put yourself in that situation? I will tell you, a young black boy who's raised to know that one day he's supposed to be a multi-millionaire is never going to put him in a situation where he's slaving away for massa. He's going to say, no, I can't do this. This is going to be temporary because I'm supposed to be up there with the Elon Musk of the world. Do you understand? That a little black girl who values herself is not going to be out here just messing with some man who bought her a bag of potato chips, right? She's not going to do that. She's going because she values herself. So the same thing is true in terms of resilience and confidence. When you love yourself and you value yourself and have faith in yourself, then you're going to have the resilience to keep climbing to the level that you feel you deserve. Do you follow what I'm saying to you? This is my mother talking. This is her giving a gift to you because I want you to just understand that basic lesson. I love myself, therefore I value myself, therefore I believe in myself, therefore I never give up on myself. So whatever it is you're trying to do, and I'm going to finish up right now. Whatever it is you're trying to do, I do not need you to live in fear. I need you to take what I'm going to call right now the Robin Watkins fear vaccine: faith, education, accountability, and resilience. And you go climb that mountaintop and you keep going until you get what you know you deserve. Do the work internally to acknowledge and to convince yourself that you deserve the best, and then have the resilience to pursue that. That is the difference between people that have what they want out of life and those who do not. I'm finished. I want to say thank you for hearing me out and spending time with me today. I'm honored by that. Also, thank you for your condolences. I appreciate that. I have to admit to you that I don't really need condolences anymore. I need congratulations right now. I need congratulations on the fact that I was blessed with the most wonderful woman in the world is my mother. I was blessed with the opportunity to sit next to her and talk to her and reflect on the fact that we took on battles together, and we conquered a lot and we won. And I sat next to her on her deathbed, just like in a movie, and I just said, "Mama, we did it." We did it. And I had tears, you know me, I'm a big baby when it comes to my mama. So the tears coming out, and I said, "Mama, we did it. We did it, Mama. We didn't let fear stop us. We didn't let no haters stop us. We didn't let society stop us. We did it." So you go to heaven, you just know that we left it on the court. We got it done. We made it happen. You have my back, and I'm gonna say thank you so much. And so just like we came in together by ourselves, nobody else was there in the hospital. Not one other person was in the room. She had to wait on the corner with me for somebody to come pick her up after they let her out of the hospital. That's how isolated we were. I said, just like we started off together, we're gonna go out together. Just like you have my back and you chose to give me life, I'm gonna have your back, and I'm gonna take care of you till the last minute. I'm gonna take care of you beyond. And just like you were with me before I was born, you're gonna also be with me, and I'm gonna be with you after this is over. So do not give me condolences anymore. I appreciate it though. Thank you. But no, thank you. No, I want congratulations. Because this lady was a gift, and I just have to thank God that I had a chance to share this life with her. So thank you all for listening. It was great talking. I'm gonna let go before I become a baby again. We are gonna create a scholarship in my mama's name, and we're gonna do some other things around things that she taught me, because I want to incorporate that in what we do in the Black Business School. If you'd like to be notified on any of those developments, or your child would like to apply or something like that for the scholarship, just text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So text mama to 87948. And also, if you want to get on the text list to join us for our Millionaire Training Camp that we do every single morning, 7 days a week. We did it all through 2024. We're going to do it all through 2025 and beyond. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to that same phone number, 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you notifications every morning when we go live, and you can join us every day. Anybody who's new, you're certainly welcome, because we're getting this thing done, and we're going to do it unlike it's ever been done before. We are better on earth. We're better at this than anybody on the planet, and we are winners. So God bless you. Thank you for sharing your Christmas with me. If you're listening live, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys soon. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So great to see you. I know I'm 2 minutes early. I figured that would make up for all the times that I've been 2 or 3 minutes late, so hopefully that's okay. Hey, Elha, I just see you're ready to go. All right, perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so yeah, so today is a Sunday, and I'm always impressed with everyone who comes to class on a Sunday, because I know that that's not as easy as coming in on a weekday. And so let me tell you, this is a great day to really talk about the gospel of Black economic empowerment. I think this is something that we should all be committed to, and I respect those of you who've been consistent about sort of learning and changing, getting rid of those generational curses, building wealth for the future, for yourself, for your family, things like that. Remember, that's all one and the same, right? Taking care of yourself financially and building wealth for yourself is the same as building wealth for the family if you plan to pass that wealth to the family when it's done. Why, right? Wealth is not supposed to disappear just because I got done using it. It's supposed to be like a bathroom. Everybody can use the bathroom, or a car. Everybody can drive the car, but I got to take care of the car. Because if I total the car, give the car away, then there is no car, and those who are behind me end up walking. And how many times have we seen that? How many times have we seen somebody have a whole bunch of money while they were here, and then their kids are broke? That don't make no sense. That makes no sense to me. If you have money, your kids should always have money. Your grandkids should have money. if you're flexing on Instagram with your new Mercedes or whatever you got, well, your kid should be driving a Mercedes too, maybe something better than a Mercedes. So anyway, so all right, so give me 1 second here. You guys may have gotten the text message letting you guys know that class was starting. If you're not on the text list yet, you know what to do. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and we will be connected. One other thing I wanted to mention was something really quickly in terms of this video that I saw on well, actually, it's on my Instagram. One of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money. If you haven't been there, feel free to go follow. I have to have multiple Instagrams because I had some trouble. I got banned, and I don't know what I did, but I probably did something, that made white people upset. And so anyway, I have Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money. And actually, I met a person who claims that he can get my Instagram back. He says he has insider information or something. He said he actually got back the Instagram account for Sexy Red, the rapper who raps about all kinds of ratchet, crazy stuff. And of course, a finance professor is clearly more dangerous than Sexy Red. Even, I mean, she's only teaching little girls to grow up and sell their bodies and and kill people and stuff. But me, I guess educating black people on wealth is such a dangerous thing. I mean, because that's going to take money away from white people. So clearly, I'm more dangerous than she is. Apparently, at least that's what some people think. And so he was able to get Sexy Red's account back, and he says he can do it for me. So I said, okay, all right, let's make a deal. Let's see what we can make happen here. So if I get my other account back, that would be kind of cool because I had several 100,000 people on that other account, and I was like, yeah, it'd be nice to not have to start over from scratch. I mean, this is crazy. So that's the plan. That's what's going on behind the scenes. But I put up this video on my other account, Dr. Boyce Money, that I think you should take a look at. It's from it's a speech from Brian Chesky, who is the founder and CEO of Airbnb. And in this video, it was really interesting. Basically, Chesky was talking about when he first started Airbnb. Now, I didn't know that this was the origin story of Airbnb. It was something where I think they called it. So here's what happened. Okay, so let's start with. So what had happened was, he was broke, right? A lot of us, have a lot. It's I think building wealth is more fun when you have a story about how you hit rock bottom financially. I know I did. Mine was when I had to move out of my apartment in the middle of the night because I couldn't afford the rent. That was when I was about 28 years old. It was a very difficult time, but you learn from these things. And so he said, I was in San Francisco and I had $1,000 in my account, but my rent was $1,150 exactly. He remembered it exactly. And he said, so what we did was we decided to rent out our like rooms in our apartment for a conference that was happening. And so they got some air mattresses and rented out these air mattresses and made some money from the air mattresses. And they created a website, and the website I think was something like airbedandbreakfast.com or something, which I guess like an air mattress with bed and breakfast. So they said, let's turn our apartment into a bed and breakfast. And so what they did was they created this website, airbedandbreakfast.com. You'll get an air bed and you'll get breakfast and that's it. And they sold out. Like people came in and they were like, "Hey, this is something that we can do, as a business." So he said he went to the conference and he met one of the founders and said, "Hey, we're thinking about creating a company where you can rent out space in other people's homes, and we're calling it airbedandbreakfast.com." They didn't call it Airbnb. And the guy literally he said this guy who was very well respected, a super smart guy, he said, I hope this isn't the only idea that you're working on. Because basically he was saying his idea sucks. Like this is not going to work. And he said he met a lot of other people who told him that this was not going to work because people are not going to want to stay in the homes of strangers. No one would ever do that. So long story short, this is interesting to me because this really kind of shows that you can't, if you have something that you're passionate about that you think is working, or you've seen something kind of click and snap together economically, you can't really put too much energy listening to other people. I mean, you can take their advice, but sometimes the people that love you are like undercover haters. They're not trying to be haters. That's the thing. That's the worst part of it. It's not even like they're trying to secretly hate on you. They feel like they love you and they want to love you, but then they just can't see the vision that you have. But remember, God gave you that vision. I think I heard Steve Harvey say something like that. God gave that vision to you. He didn't give it to everybody else. And so you have to be real careful about taking good advice because when it comes to the ether of possibility in your life, the range of possible economic outcomes that can exist for you, other people can't always see as clearly as you think. And because we don't have confidence in ourselves, we will take somebody else's opinion and value that more than we value our own opinion. But you kind of have an inside scoop as well. You know who you are. You know how resilient you are. You know how well the idea clicked together when you tried it. Like you tried it and it worked. And okay, at that point, you know that it worked. Like the minute he saw people renting those air mattresses, that's all the confirmation you need. You don't need everybody else to tell you that was a money-making opportunity. You saw it yourself. The man saw three people come in and rent an air mattress inside his apartment. So that right there tells you that there's a demand for this product. And so at the end of the day, that story was fascinating to me because what it reminds me of is that a lot of the people that appear to be the smartest don't really know a whole lot. They know things, but they don't know everything, and they don't know as much as we might think. And it would have been very easy for him to throw away a multi-billion-dollar idea because of what people had to say about it, right? And the worst part is for a lot of us, you getting advice from people that they never made a nickel in their life, don't even know how to make money, right? Uncle Willie he don't know how to start no business. Why is his opinion all that relevant right now? Your mama, she's sweet, she's wonderful, but if she's never done what you're doing, mama's opinion might just have to be corrected when you show up with the results. So sometimes you have to quietly work away at the vision that you have, and then everyone else will kind of see it, as you build it and you make it real. Because some people need something to be real for them to actually see it. Visionaries are a little bit crazy. To be a true visionary, you got to be a little bit insane. Because a visionary is someone that can see something before it's built, and then they will commit to building it. So then everyone else can see it and go, "Oh, that's what it is." And I can tell you, I can even say, even little things like me getting my PhD in finance. For years, my father thought that was a very bad idea. I remember one time I said to my dad, I love my dad, but one time I remember saying to him, I said, "Yeah, I was thinking about while I was in grad school, like going and learning how to be a plumber so I can make some extra money." And I think he said something like, "That's the best idea I've heard from you yet." And I was 24, 25 years old. Now pay attention. Now, at that stage in my life, I'd been teaching at the college level for 3 years. By 25, I'd been teaching 3 years. I was getting a doctorate in finance. I'd made straight A's all the way through college. And literally, the idea of being a plumber was the most impressive idea that I'd ever presented to my dad. Now, nothing wrong with being a plumber. I mean, believe me, we need more skilled people in the community, 100%. That's where real money's at, by the way. So I encourage you to look into the skilled trades, guide your children in that direction. I'm tired of hiring people from other countries whenever we need a construction job done. I'd love for there to be more black-owned businesses in this space. There's billions of dollars sitting right over there. Our kids deserve to have skill. So let's just be clear about that, right? But that wasn't the best option for me. And so when I finished my doctorate, when I went all the way through the program and I had this PhD and I was making all this money and whatever, I remember my father was literally like, "You know what? I was wrong. I see now, I understand. Now I can see the vision." And so there was this 10, 12 year period where he couldn't see what I was doing. He thought it was weird, right? So ultimately sometimes to be a visionary in your own life, which I encourage you to try to do, you have to have a couple things a lot of people don't have. One, you have to have consciousness. Consciousness means you can see things that don't exist yet. Second of all, it means you have to be okay with people thinking that you're a little bit weird or thinking that you're wasting your time working on something bad. And here's the sad part about it. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you're pursuing a bad idea. Sometimes you're pursuing something that's going to fail. And you have to accept that as well before you start climbing the mountain. If you climb the mountain, you have to acknowledge the fact that you could fall to the ground. And then once you've accepted that, then you just say, "Okay, well, let me see if I can make it do what it do. Okay, let me go and see if I can climb this mountain and see what's at the top." All right. So anyway, let me move on. First thing I want to let everybody know is I'm doing an event on Friday. Friday the whatever Friday date Friday is. I think that's the 27th, I think. I think it's Friday. It's Friday night. Friday night. Let's say I should have wrote down the date. But we're doing something a special event in the Black Business School. It's digital. It's called a financial slumber party. And the financial slumber party is, thank you, Ricky, for the date. I appreciate it. And Gary. So the financial slumber party is basically this goofy cornball idea that I had. I did it. We did another one maybe 2 years ago where I said, let's have a slumber party. Let's get together at like a really late time at night, like 11 o'clock at night, 11 p.m., because I know some of y'all got to go to bed, and let's just drill into something financial. Let's have some fun. Let's, bring a drink and some popcorn, wear your pajamas, whatever it is you want to do. And we're going to spend about an hour and a half just doing financial stuff. And we're going to focus on the stock market. I'm going to go through a training I've done before called Stock Market Decoded, and we're going to talk about the fundamentals of investing, how to be a good investor, how to pick the right stocks, things like that. And so the cost of the slumber party, where you get lifetime access to a bunch of material, the whole Stock Market Decoded training is $99. Now, for the next couple of days, you guys can join for 48% off of that. So that takes the price from 99 down to $51. And the beautiful part is number one, you get to keep all the materials for life. They're yours for good. Number two, you can feel free to rip me off. That means it's buy one, get five free, meaning that if you have five relatives in your house that you want to expose to economic ideas, you can bring in the whole family for the cost of one membership. Okay, so we bring in the $51 because we're supporting the Black Business School. We're building our institution. You're going to learn more than you ever learned in college. I guarantee you that. If you haven't done that already, you will. I mean, this I already know that part because I was a college professor. But then thirdly, you can keep the price down and bring in anybody that you want, your family, your neighborhood, your whole church if you want to. I don't care about that. So the URL for this will be financialslumberparty.com. But since the URL, I don't even know if the URL is activated. So what I'll do is I will share a link right here in the chat where you can go ahead and sign up. Let's see, it's 48% off. So let me grab the link right now and put it in the chat for those of you that want to sign up. So it's going to be Friday night. I'm going to try to see if I can get my wife to come out. Hopefully she won't act like an old lady and be like, I'm too sleepy. But she will be good because, my wife helped us to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. There is no Black financial therapy department at any institution in America or on earth. And so we're actually happy to be cutting edge on this, but we're both professors. We're both licensed and qualified and trained and skilled and credentialed in these areas. So we just said, let's just create a department. So we literally have an academic department right there in our basement of our house, and it works out pretty well. It's really cool. It's like having this great colleague where you can collaborate and work on projects together, but then also I can flirt with her, and I won't get, she won't call HR on me and nothing like that. So that's pretty cool too. All right. So anyway, the link is right there in the chat. I know Amani, who's on our support team, is also here. So Amani, keep that link in case anybody else asks about it. And let's have some fun. All right, so the other piece to that, and by the way, just so you know, I am going to show up in my pajamas. That I think that's just kind of I just have to do that because it's a slumber party. That's what you're supposed to do. All right, so anyway, let's move on. How many of you saw Dennis Rodman and what was going on with him and his daughter? Like Dennis Rodman is this great basketball player. He played really well with the Chicago Bulls in the 1990s, and apparently he had there was a dust up where his daughter, her name is Trinity, I think, pretty much kind of blasted him in public and pretty much said that um, you know, basically that he was a terrible father, that she really was unhappy that he showed up to her soccer game. And the interesting thing about that whole conflict is that there are a lot of financial implications of what happens here. There's a lot of actually in that interaction, it touched me because I have daughters, and also I've seen men who've had trouble connecting with their children years later. Because sometimes as men, we because we think we're invincible, we think we're never going to get old, and you do get old, and then when you get old, a lot of those chickens come home to roost, right? You know, uh, it's one of these things where if you look at Dennis Rodman's daughter hating him, there's really there are a lot of deep angles to this that I think are very relatable, and they tie into investing in a major way. And let me just make the first connection for you. You all have heard me. Give me a yes if you've heard me say in this class repeatedly that the biggest investments you make in life are not financial. The biggest investments you make are actually in people. People are your number one investment, not just money and wealth and all that. And so if you've heard me say that, then you'll know I said it because I believe that, and I know that this is true. So and the thing about kids that's really interesting is, and I saw a lot of comments where people were saying, what do you have to complain about? You're rich, your dad, gave you this amazing life, and all these other things. You're kind of spoiled, and that might be possible, right? We know that kids get spoiled. Rich kids have advantages that other people don't, things like that. But at the same time, the biggest thing about kids, if you have kids and you've been around kids, you'll know kids don't really care a whole lot about your money when they're children. You can't impress a 9-year-old by saying, "Hey, I went out and just made $1 million." They're just not going to care. They're going to say, "Well, but you didn't come to my ballet recital, or you hurt my feelings, the other day, or whatever," right? Or I asked you to play video games with me and you told me that you didn't have time because you had to work. And so that's the challenge, right? It's a tough kind of thing. But I actually made some notes on this Rodman thing because I think that this is a big deal in the black community. I know lots of men who've had trouble reconnecting with their children over the years. It's complicated. Sometimes it's because they weren't given the opportunity to connect the way they wanted to, right? And then sometimes it's because when we're young, and when we get older, we look back and say, "Oh, wait a minute, I got these grown-ups that are now judging." The things that I did when I was in my 20s. They're saying, "Okay, Daddy, why did you get 4 women pregnant? Hey, Daddy, why didn't you make any investments for the future? Hey, Daddy, why didn't you take care of your health when you were younger?" And so you have to then explain, well, because I was 25 and I wasn't thinking about the future. I was thinking about how many girls I had and how much fun I could have, and I wasn't planning ahead. And this links back to the one of the core issues that I've actually talked about in many occasions is that the same reason that for some parents, I'm talking about the ones that didn't quite do everything they could have done, a lot of times that price you pay later on in life for bad choices you made when you were younger, that also fits into the same reasons why America is full of people that are obese and dying from preventable diseases, like the diabetes and the heart disease and all that, right? Because when we're 25, we're not thinking about our health. We're eating cheeseburgers and everything else, and you're not thinking about long term. You're golfing down the fried chicken without wondering how it's going to feel to be stuck in the hospital when you're 400 pounds and you're about to get your leg cut off because fried chicken has a price that's much higher than the 7.99 you paid to go to Popeyes that day, right? So you thought the price was 7.99. No, the price is a $400,000 surgery when you're 52 years old, right? The price might be the stroke you have in the middle of the day when you thought you had another 30 years to live. Okay, so the price of your food is not the price of your food. The price of your food is all of the consequences and pain and challenges that you're going to go through if you allow the world to convince you to only think about the here and now. Okay, so the same reasons that a lot of us have the health problems, or the same reason a lot of us might struggle with our kids because of bad decisions we made when we were younger. That's also the reason why most Americans are not ready for retirement. Most Americans are not prepared for retirement, partly because they didn't think they'd ever get old. They didn't think retirement was really a big deal, or they always said, "I'll do it later. I don't have to think about that now because I'm only 29. Like it'll be forever until I'm 65." And then now you're like 62, and you're like, "Holy crap, what happened here? What did I do?" So this is an investing concept. See, what I want you to understand is I need you to get this, and I'm going to ask you to confirm to me that you're understanding what I'm saying here. Investing, number one, I mentioned it usually it's not about money. Money is like a tiny part of investing. But then number two, all investing really is doing something today that's going to have a benefit later on down the line, right? That's all investing is. All investing is having the consciousness, which consciousness is at an all-time low in our society. We're not encouraged to be conscious. We're not encouraged to be disciplined. We're not encouraged to have delayed gratification. So all the consciousness really reflects is that the willingness to sacrifice now so that things will be better later on. Do you understand? And I started to observe this lack of consciousness. I'm gonna get back to Rodman in a minute because I think this is because that's what brought me into this discussion. I started to notice a lack of consciousness amongst a lot of the black men that I grew up around when I was in college. I remember, I don't know where I don't know if my parents were special geniuses or what. I have no idea, but I do know that it just seemed instinctive to me that if you're in school, you study hard so you can have a better life later on. Do you understand? Like it's like, okay, yeah, I study hard now, I make good grades now, I work my ass off for 3 or 4 years, and then I get to benefit for the next 40 years. That's a good deal. I'll trade 3 or 4 years of discomfort for 40 years of happiness. Like that's a nice little trade. Muhammad Ali, who's from my hometown of Louisville, he's my one of my greatest heroes, right there with Malcolm X. Um, he when he trained, yeah, anybody remember when he used to say he would tell himself suffer now and then live the rest of your life as a champion? Anybody remember that? Ali used to say that. So that was kind of the thinking, like, okay, I suffer a little bit now, I pay a little price now, but I get big dividends that pay for the rest of my life. That was to me as simple as 2 plus 2 equals 4. But a lot of my friends didn't see the world that way. It was really interesting. It was very fascinating to me how many of my friends didn't even study. They were just in school, going to all the parties, chilling, playing spades, watching TV, hanging out, and wasn't even thinking about studying. And it was very illogical to me. It's like, why would you be a little bit lazy for the next 2 or 3 years, but then you're working your ass off for the next 40 years because the job you get is not going to be a good job. You're going to be the garbage man or something. No disrespect to the garbage because we need y'all. We need you to pick up trash. Thank you for your support. But maybe that's not necessarily the thing that we aim for when we're 18 years old. And I remember just thinking, you're going to have some horrible job that you hate and be miserable forever, and you're willing to endure all that because so you can be lazy for 2 or 3 years. Like college was the inflection point. That's where you build your future, right? So long story short, I don't think that we have conversations like that, like where literally delayed gratification is kind of taught as a concept, or balance. Balance where you can enjoy your life today, but you plant some seeds for the future, right? You store some nuts for the winter. Right? That's all you see. And that's the thing. A lot of people think that in order to have a great future, you have to completely sacrifice the present. I don't think that's a good strategy either, at least not a good long-term strategy, because you don't know how long you're going to live. Tomorrow's not guaranteed for anybody. So it would be terrible to completely sacrifice all your 20s and doing nothing but working hard. And then, you get sick and die at 29 years old, right? That would kind of make me mad too, right? So that balance is, I think, something that's very personal. My balance was I'm going to have a hell of a time while I'm in college. I had fun. I dated around. I did, a few girls. Now I wasn't no womanizer, but I had my experiences in life, and I had, I'd have fun. I'd take some trips. I'd eat, I had a ton of fun, but I always made sure that I put aside that time to hustle hard when it came to my academics because I knew that was going to pay off when I'm 50. So literally when I'm 50, I'm 53 now. Um, all of this was according to plan. When I was 23, I literally was doing things that I said would benefit me at 53. And if I could go back in time and talk to 23-year-old Boyce, I would literally just say something really simple. This is what Stephen A said when I met him. He said, "Keep doing what you're doing." That's what I would say to him. I would just say, "Keep doing what you're doing. This is good. Enjoy your youth, but prepare because when you're 53, you're still going to have desires and needs and things that you're going to have kids and stuff, and you want to be able to be there for them. You want to be able to give them two things that every parent wants to give their children: time and money." At least time and money. Maybe other things too, of course, love and everything else, but time and money. And a lot of people, because of whatever economic situation they position themselves in, don't have any time because you're hustling at work constantly, trying to survive, trying to get enough to get by, right? Or they don't have enough money, right? Which is necessary. We need money in this society. So with Dennis Rodman, and his situation with his daughter, that's intriguing to me because it seems to me that perhaps that something was missing, right? I don't know if he wasn't giving her enough time because he was busy being famous, and fame does take time away from the family. Or if she also mentioned his alcoholism, and there is a very high price paid for addiction, and it's one of these things where I really wish the world really spent time reflecting on the massive social cost of alcohol abuse. I think that we overlook it. But if you actually measure, when the scientists were looking to determine which drug was the most damaging to society, it wasn't crack, it wasn't fentanyl, it wasn't heroin, it was alcohol. They said alcohol has the greatest social cost that's out here, and I've seen it up close. I talked to a lady the other day whose sisters, both of her sisters, were killed in a drunk driving accident. Actually, she's not a lady. She came, well, she is a lady, but she came into class. Laura Key, Lala. I Another person that I know, a very good friend, Tiara Williams. Her best friend was just killed last week by a drunk driver. Um, what else? My daughter was almost killed by a drunk driver. A lot of you have had experiences where a drunk driver maybe took somebody that you love or almost did. So this idea that alcohol is so readily accepted is very costly to society. And there's that other side of it. And I thought about this when I saw Rodman, and because I've seen this up close. I've been a black man my whole life now. It's been going pretty well, so I think I'm gonna stick with it. Because because you can you can change, do trans stuff now. Like you can change your gender, you can probably change your race. So I could Rachel Dolezal my ass up out of here in a minute. So don't play with me. So anyway, but I'm gonna stick with the whole being a black man thing because I like it. And the thing about it is that I have seen numerous men lose the respect of their children because you did not exercise some degree of discipline in terms of how you lived your life when you were young. I've seen that. I've just seen, I had a buddy who went to college. He pledged a fraternity. They like to drink a lot. He became an alcoholic. He's still an alcoholic in his 50s. And I've talked to his children. He's got babies splattered everywhere, because with the alcohol comes a lot of sexual decisions. So he thought that his gift was that he was good looking and all the ladies liked him, but that was actually a curse. See, because like D1 says, my friend, the rapper, D1 says the devil can bless you too. So the devil blessed him with these good looks. And so all the ladies came swarming, and he slept with all of them. He probably slept with over 1,000 different women. He's got about 8 kids splattered everywhere with different situations that he's been in. Doesn't even know where his seed is planted. Doesn't even know where these kids are. And so now he's in his 50s. And everything that looked cool when you were 21 looks sloppy as hell when you're 52, right? Everything that he thought made him into the cool guy and the cool guy on campus and all that is now making him look like a clown because he's had times where he would get drunk and just pass out somewhere, and his kids would just say, "That's my daddy. My daddy ain't shit." Or and I talked to one of his kids, and and I was like, "Yeah, I knew your dad when he was younger. He was very smart. He was a good guy." And they're like, "Yeah, my daddy's nothing. I have no respect for this man at all." And so really, when I saw what Dennis's daughter was saying, yeah, there was a part of me that said, well, maybe she's spoiled. Maybe she just doesn't understand. Maybe whatever. But at the same time, I saw Dennis Rodman in the 90s. I saw Dennis Rodman in the 90s. All of us saw Dennis Rodman in the 90s. You saw that he was the guy that loved to party. He loved, he had no problem, with the alcohol and maybe, who knows, maybe what else, wherever else is going on in the background. And he didn't come off as a guy that was saying, I want to plan a foundation for my life by being the kind of man that one day my children can be proud of. I didn't get that impression from him. So again, I don't know. I don't know Dennis directly, but I think that if we're quick to just make an excuse for him, I think we have to question our value system because there are millions of black men, millions of men who are trained to say, hey, look, when you're in your 20s, yeah, you can do a lot of things, but you got to think about the future, man. You got to think about how are your kids going to look at you years later? Are they going to, if daddy got, 8 kids with 9 babies mamas or whatever, I did the math wrong, but you get it. How are the kids going to feel about that? Are they going to, because kids will grow up and they will judge the shit out of you. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. Kids grow up and it's funny. Like people like, man, I got this baby, I don't really like this lady, this chick don't have my baby. Well, that baby ain't gonna be a baby for long. But that baby's only about 8 years old. They're gonna learn how to use the internet. And then the baby's going to become a teenager and they're going to need you and they're going to start looking for you and then they're going to get to like college age and start looking at history. They're going to look at your timeline. And if you've been living life as a sloppy man, oh, they're going to be like, what the hell is this? What is wrong with you, man? Like, and here's the thing. Right. So there are people who have a belief, and I respect this, that things like alcoholism and drug addiction are illnesses or sicknesses, right? And that someone that's addicted to a substance is sick. And I agree, you are technically sick. But one of the things about that, though, is that acknowledging that you're sick when you have this addiction should not be a crutch that you get to carry with for the rest of your life. Like once you know that you're sick, you have a choice of whether or not you're going to do the work to get well. Do you understand? Right? Well, so if I know I'm an alcoholic and I know that I'm a drug addict and I can't walk away from the dope, well, there are tons and tons of counselors and programs I can enter into that will help me with that process. If I know I'm crazy because of trauma I went through as a kid, there's an accountability that comes with the me understanding that, okay, I'm not right. I'm not the man that I want to be. Well, there are therapists out there. Did you go to therapy? Did you sit down with somebody that's going to help you learn how to be the man who can properly show up and be the man that your children need you to be? Or are you going to continue to be the little boy who says, "Well, the reason I'm like this is because of what I went through as a kid." Yeah, we know. I respect that. But there's a decision, and you're hearing this from from a man that had a tale of two fathers. Both of my fathers were addicted to heroin. Both of my fathers, my biological father and the man that raised me, both of these men had a substance issue. One father went that way, the other one went this way. One father went in the direction of, okay, I'm on this dope. I'm just gonna stay on this dope. I'm gonna go to jail over this dope. And that's gonna be who I'm gonna be for about the next 30 years. And then, like every other person, I'm gonna get about 50 and then start feeling bad and start apologizing and start to, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you. Man, kids don't give a damn. They're like, that. What the hell were you, man? So then and then the other father made the decision to say, I can't be a great dad if I'm on heroin. So he walked away from the heroin. He found a way to get away from that. They made different choices, and choices matter. So when I look at Dennis Rodman and I hear about his daughter's feelings about his substance abuse, part of me identifies with Dennis because I'm also, I'm not as old as him, but close to his age. And sometimes kids can judge unfairly. Kids don't know the complexities of a situation, and I understand that. I can relate to that. But at the same time, I relate to his daughter too. Okay, because again, I saw Dennis in the 90s, and he didn't seem to be a person that was saying, like, I want to build a legacy or I want to be the kind of father that my children can be proud of. He seemed like a guy that just lived in the moment. His consciousness, I would argue, was probably somewhat limited. Dennis, I think, is about 62, 63 years old now. I didn't get the sense that when he was 28, if you said, hey, one day when you're 63, these bad consequences are going to come from your choices, I don't think he would have listened to any of that. A lot of 28-year-olds don't even want to hear a damn thing about what life is going to be like 30 years from now. They just don't. So, before I move on, I got one more point I want to make on this because this is an investing conversation. Remember, investing means investing in yourself. It means investing in the people that you love. It means investing in your children because with children, the chickens always come home to roost. I take care of my parents right now because my parents took care of me when I was vulnerable. I take care of my parents right now because they sacrificed for me when they were in their early 20s. I will do anything for my parents right now because when they were 22 or 23, the world would have forgiven them if my father had decided to go use heroin. I'm sure heroin is a lot more fun than taking care of somebody else's kid, right? Because that's what I was. I was not his biological child. He was taking another man's responsibility. My mother, I'm sure, running the streets and being a feminist and dating a whole bunch of different men might have been more interesting in her life when she was 25 and cute than taking care of this little big head baby that she could have easily aborted or abandoned or dropped off at the orphanage or whatever. There are mothers that have done this. And you see it all the time. You see in the culture, like if you watch a lot of these reality shows with what they just have love and hip hop and all that. a lot in many cases you saw children abused, really emotionally damaged children who are now about 30 years old, who have parents that are circling back after 20 years of being on dope, 20 years of going to prison and doing everything except being a good parent. And the parents are showing up and apologizing and saying, I'm sorry, can I get back into your life? And sometimes the kid, says, okay, well, all right, I forgive you, right? But then sometimes the kid's like, oh, hell no. No, because the pain, what you did to me was so painful. You just left me on the street. I could have got raped. Like, anything could have happened to me. But you were off partying. You were enjoying. You were living your best life. Oh, but so now that you're old, now that the health issues are popping up, now that you realize you ain't got nobody, now you want to come back and apologize. And I get it. I understand we all make mistakes. But the question I would ask is if somebody had sat you down 25 years ago and said, look, this is what's going to happen. This is what it's going to, when that little baby grows up, this is how they're going to look at you. They're going to judge every year of your life. Are you ready for that? I guarantee you that a lot of those people would have said, whatever, I don't care. Because they're not thinking about the future. And you live like that, bad things happen. So, um, actually, I'm going to tell a story related to that, and I'm circling it back to investing because investing is a mindset, right? And this is where this Rodman thing comes into play. Rodman, maybe he invested financially, right? He actually lost a bunch of his money. He had a financial advisor that robbed him and did something, and that's actually a financial consciousness exercise as well. So in order for me not to get ahead of myself, let me mention a couple of things really quickly. Dr. Claude Anderson who is the author of Powernomics. He's the GOAT. Without him, there is no me. He actually, his book Powernomics is now available in audio form. So, Powernomics is the number one book that every Black child should read in order to understand how the world really works. If you don't educate them yourself, Massa is going to educate them, and Massa is going to teach them how to be a good slave. That's what Massa's job is at the end of the day. So we have to institutionalize a framework of thinking in which we are the first ones to enter into the minds of our children. And so that book, Powernomics, is now available. If you go to Spotify, you can just look up Powernomics. You can get a copy up there. I think it's about $13 or something like that. So I encourage everyone to go take a look if that's of interest to you. And also his website is powernomics.com. I think Christmas is a great time. And maybe I don't know if they would get there by Christmas because I don't know how long it takes the Andersons to ship out books, but I hope you'll consider going and just if you got it like that, buy, maybe 20 or 30 copies, give them out to people, like we have to be the evangelists for the Powernomics philosophy. White folks ain't gonna do it. Bougie Negroes ain't gonna do it. These HBCU people, no disrespect to the HBCUs. I love the HBCUs. There are millions of great people at HBCUs, but y'all know what it is. Y'all know who really owns those institutions. You know why they exist. They exist so that white people can find black people to work for them. That's why they exist. And until we crack out of that mindset and start realizing the importance of us developing our own institutional infrastructure, that we're going to always suffer under the thumb of those who seek to control us, oppress us, and extract from us. I don't want to send our best and brightest children to go work and slave for white people. I think that is a flawed philosophy. That is a damn lie. That ain't no American dream. That's an American dream built on a black American nightmare. A lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. You go to these jobs, even the fancy jobs, and you are stressed out like crazy over the racism and the mistreatment and the lack of economic mobility and the fact that these jobs do not make you rich. It's time to bust out of that. It's time to end all that right now. That's got to be thrown in the garbage. No, again, no disrespect to the civil rights movement and all that. What I love about right now is that people are learning that you were fed a big package of lies, that you were just given a bunch of BS through the years. Our dream back in the day, tell me if you know what I'm talking about, if you remember this. The dream back in the day was you go to school, work hard, make good grades so you can get into a good college, give them all your damn money, give them all your generational wealth, right? Go broke because you're damn near $200,000 in debt, and then hope that some other white person will hire you. And then they'll hire you and won't even pay you enough money to get out of the debt that you accumulated in college. So basically, what they've done is they tricked you into to becoming an educated sharecropper. If you don't understand the analogy, the way they used to trap the sharecroppers was the same way. They would sell a hoe a dream. I use that term because I knew there was this guy who he was this really chubby, big fat dude, and he was an alpha, and he had all these girls, and his friends were like, this guy's obese and sloppy. Like, how's he have all these girls? And you know what he used to say? I'm telling you, it's the truth. I hope it doesn't sound too vulgar, but that's what he said. You know what the secret is? He said, you just gotta sell a hoe a dream. And that's a terrible thing to say. I'm just repeating what he said. I don't believe the language is appropriate, but that's what he said. I think there's a great lesson here. He literally said, you just tell them what they want to hear. You tell them how much you love them, that you want to marry and have kids with them, and whatever little dream and you have no plans of delivering any of this. Y'all know Negroes like this. You know people that do this, right? And then they'll kind of just serve you. They'll give you what you want. So I believe that that's what they do. They sell us a dream that doesn't exist, and we fall for it lock, stock, and barrel. We fell for that dream back in the 80s and the 90s, and I did too. And then next thing you know, you find that it doesn't give you what they promised. And so I believe that the best way to make sure that your dream is fulfilled is for you to fulfill it yourself. The best way for you to have what you deserve is for you to go out there and get it. For you to create that. The best reality that you'll ever live in is the one that's created by you. Because there's nobody out here that you should trust more than you. Forget these damn black leaders. Ain't no such damn thing as black leadership. I talked to my sister's boyfriend. He's a great guy. He's a real estate developer and he owns a pickleball team, right? I didn't know what the hell pickleball was, but apparently that's making him millions of dollars because it's a growing industry. So anyway, this cool brother who does real estate and has the pickleball team, we were just sitting there reflecting on just how misled the black community has been for such a long time. How you had these individuals propped up as so-called black leaders, and he said, "What other community has leaders? Like who's the Jewish leader? Who's the Latino leader? Like we're the only ones who are like under this type of management. Like we got to manage the Negroes. We got to keep them lockstep. So they'll spend their money over here, give their votes over there, serve these institutions and believe in this false dream. And so this false dream that was fed to us with these black leaders, it's a bunch of crap. You know it's crap. That's why you're here. If you didn't know that it was crap, you'd be out there still chasing the dream that ain't never gonna happen. But you know it's crap. The boule and all of that stuff. I mean, I'm sorry. All y'all, you need to stop that nonsense. You're working on behalf of massa to control the masses. And so whenever one of us gets out of line, whenever one of us starts, speaking a different kind of truth, somebody gets on the phone, hey, you need to control this person. And then they go and you go and your job is to go out and chase down the black people that are actually looking for a different solution. And I hate to say, and I know some people may be offended by it, but I feel like that's what Barack Obama was doing during the election. I don't even think Obama wanted to go out and scold black men. You need to do this, you need to do that. I think somebody told him to do that. I think somebody said, "Hey, we need you to go and get your people." And I've seen this. I don't tell you all this a lot, and I don't want to make this conversation overly political because I know we have different political views. So before I move on and tell you the story, this is another Al Sharpton story. But before I tell you the story, can we get a yes in the chat to agree that I respect your politics, that this is not about me telling you to vote Democrat or Republican? Just give me a yes so I can feel better because I don't want people thinking like, oh, boys are telling people who to vote. I don't do that. I don't tell you what to do. I told you that you don't need leaders. That includes me. So stop accusing me of doing something that I don't do. I do not tell people who to vote for. That is not my job. As a free American, you should know these things. So stop it, please. Thank you. Thank you for the yeses. I want to know that we can talk about stuff and still love each other and not be like, well, I don't like you because you didn't vote for Trump or you didn't vote for that. Come do what you want to do, man. I love you anyway. I respect you. So here's the thing. So here's my Al Sharpton story. I don't know if I told this before or not, but it was really hilarious. So I didn't really know, like when I met Sharp, I like it. By the way, he's a smart man. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. That man is a genius, absolute genius. Because I watch how people process information. Smart man. But, he has a complex history, right? So like FBI and for all and so the time I was around him the most was around 08, 09, right? I was still on the faculty at Syracuse and I would get invited to New York, and I got to know some interesting people in New York, and I went to his Action Network conference, everything else, and one day out of the blue, he says, "I want you to meet the president of MSNBC." And I was like, why? Like, why me? Like, I ain't nobody. And so I said, okay, sure, whatever. And then he kept bringing it up, and I thought that was really interesting that he kept wanting me to meet the president of MSNBC, and I would go and I would talk to him sometimes. I would go to New York and be on his radio show, and it would be like 4 hours. And if you know anything about radio, the commercials are super long. And it was in the commercial breaks that the most interesting conversations would happen. Same thing happened with Wendy Williams. I had a lot of great conversations in the breaks because the breaks would be like 5 minutes long, so you get to talk about everything. Let me tell you, talking to Sharpton during the commercial breaks was the most interesting conversations I ever had because he would just tell all these crazy stories and he knows everybody. So it'd be like something like, yeah, I was in a restaurant and Chris Brown came in, and then right after that, Michael Jordan came in. Now I know Michael and Chris were both having an issue with the such and such, but then Charles Barkley told Michael that. So it was like these really great, like really cool conversations, and I would just listen. I think listening is a good way to get it to learn things. You don't want to do all the talking. So anyway, so one day, so eventually he introduces me to the president of MSNBC. I still have no idea. I didn't, well, back then I had no idea why. Now I kind of think I know why. I think that I kind of suspect that maybe that job Melissa Harris Perry got on MSNBC, they were maybe trying to see if I would be a good fit for that job. But I'm not a good fit. I would be terrible on TV. They would fire me in the first week because I'd say so because I would piss off white folks in a minute. Because I don't care. But anyway, with that said, I remember that it was kind of like I felt like eventually I started looking around and realizing like, okay, I think I'm trying to, like, someone's trying to control me, right? They're giving me access to things in exchange for my cooperation in a certain kind of way. And so something came up where it was right after Obama got elected, and I think I said something that where I just disagreed. I said, no, this isn't right. I think that they should actually do this, this, and this. And the next thing I know, I had it on good authority that Valerie Jarrett, who worked with Obama, got really upset with something that I said. And so she gets on the phone with Sharpton and is like, you need to rein this guy in. And if you know anything about me, I'm not easily reined in. That's not who you talking to? Like, my parents can't rein me in. Like, and so we got on this interview. I'll never forget it. It was like a radio thing where we were going to have a debate with me and Melissa Harris Perry, and Sharpton was the moderator of the debate. But it didn't take me long to realize that it was really two against one. Now, I'm not scared. I have complete confidence in my intellectual ability. So yeah, I'll debate all of y'all. I don't care because I feel like I have truth on my side. And also, I'm not offended if you disagree with me. That's academia. In academia, you debate all the time, and you don't get mad because your friend's opinion is different from yours. You just talk it out. Right. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, it seems like it's two against one because it seems like y'all both have the same opinion, but that's okay. Let's do it. And we did that. And I'll never forget, it almost got to the point where I was kind of told in no uncertain terms, like, you need to back away from this position. And I remember saying, like, who the hell you think you're talking to? Like, what are you like? What is this? And in hindsight, I thought about that a lot and I said, oh, I get it now. His job was to control me. His job was to be kind of like the manager of black people, right? And so that was when I kind of walked away and said, no, I'm not participating in this stuff. This is stupid. This is not to the benefit of our community. This is to the benefit of the political elite. And so ultimately, I firmly believe this. I firmly believe that there are so many people that have a vested interest in managing and controlling black people. In fact, they've institutionalized the control of black people through media, through the educational system. And this will explain why so many universities, including many HBCUs, completely reject the powernomics philosophy. Powernomics is all about power. It's about owning, it's about controlling things. There's nothing about working for your oppressor that leads you to control anything. You're never going to be a true economic parent. You'll never be a seed planter that grows anything of your own. You'll never be the boss. Your best opportunity will be to be kind of like the employee of the boss or to the servant of the boss. You'll be a high paid servant. That's what you become. And the big issue with that is that in America, the people that are serving the boss don't ever really have nearly as much power as the actual boss. And the thing about being a boss is that it doesn't mean you have to be the boss of everything and everyone. It means you just have to be the boss of something. And because in a capitalist society, if you do not own something, then something will probably own you. You will be on thin ice. You will live your life on a slippery slope. You can be easily displaced. You can be easily moved around like a chess piece. You will be a pawn. You will never be a player. So what I'm saying to you is not, I'm not saying quit your job tomorrow. I'm saying ask yourself this basic question when it comes to your economic situation. Do I own anything? And if you own nothing, then you are in danger. You can start with basic stuff. You can start by owning shares of stock. Now you own something. You just build on that. Get you some real estate. Okay, now you own something else. That's good. That's yours. That price appreciation when inflation hits, if you own property, inflation then becomes your friend in a way. Not to say inflation's good. I'm not. It's complex, but inflation benefits you because if you were just a worker with who owns nothing, then inflation is terrible. That means that your same salary, because they don't give you no raise to match inflation. They never do that. They give you a 3% raise, but you'll read inflation was 9% this year. Well, what the hell? Right? So you're sinking further. But if you own assets, if you own stock or you own property, then your wealth goes up when inflation goes up. So it doesn't make inflation into a good thing. It just positions you differently inside the system. So I'm going to circle back on this. This is something I believe in to the core of my soul is that for too long, we've had too many people who had a vested interest in controlling Black folks and managing us and extracting things from us including our talent. They take our most talented children and the kids that could be running major corporations and they say, "Hey boy, come work for me." That's why it will always be easier. Tell me if I'm lying. It will always be easier for you to get a $200,000 student loan than it will be for you to get a $50,000 business loan. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? It'll always be easier for you to get financing to buy a car than it will be for you to get financing to buy real estate. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Why is that? Well, because if you're financing a car in a student loan, you're going in debt to an institution that gives you something that does not match the value of what you're giving them. That college degree is nice. College degrees are great. I love it. I have many of them. But that college degree ain't got the heat of owning a business and owning stock and owning real estate. It doesn't have the same economic heat. It feels good intellectually. Everyone should be educated. Everyone should be smart. And we got that on lock. We can educate our own people. I have a real PhD. My PhD, I know people think that because you're black, your doctorate may not be real, but yeah, mine is as real as the white guy. My wife's doctorate is as real as white people. And so we can educate our own people. We got that part covered. It's the wealth part that we kind of don't, where we weren't really introduced to the conversation. So I think if you are with an HBCU, if you are an administrator, if you are on the faculty, I don't know who's in this room, but if you are connected to an HBCU, you tell them they better get their ass on that Powernomics kick. They better go learn what Dr. Anderson has to say because his love for our community exceeds that of anybody that's trying to extort us and exploit us. So go talk to them. Tell them like, why are we not covering the Powernomics philosophies with these kids? Why are we producing more employees than we're producing business owners? As long as you continue to do that, you're sinking further into an economic hole. You're committing to false promises. You're further committing to the various types of economic slavery that have plagued our people for many, many years. And it's unethical. It's very harmful. And it's something that should be stopped by any means necessary, 100%. Shout out to Malcolm X. This is the kind of thing that has to be stopped by any means necessary. So the first way to stop that, in my opinion, is I encourage you to consider dismantling the idea of black leadership altogether and replacing it with a better idea. How about you become the black leader of your household? How about you become the black leader of your life? Why in the hell do you need one guy who's politically wired in to tell you what to do? That doesn't even make any sense because you don't know what their incentives are. And many of our leaders from the Congressional Black Caucus on down, they have completely neglected their fiduciary responsibility to be representatives of the black community, and they lean on things like identity politics, like, oh, I'm gonna vote for you because you black like me. I don't know. I don't do none of that because I know where your money's coming from. This is funny. Y'all know how I am. Everything has a, I like things to circle back to money. Your politician's been bought out. They have been. I love, one politician I like a lot. I haven't met her, but one day maybe we'll bump into each other, is Nina Turner. I like Nina Turner. She's a Democrat, but she's also a black woman and she seems to get it. And she made a really great comment about Elon Musk and the way Elon Musk pretty much bought the White House. And she said, okay, all of y'all are complaining about this billionaire having this influence on the political process. She said, so how about this? How about we just stop letting any billionaires influence anybody's politics, no matter what party they're in? And I love the fact that she said that because what she was basically saying is that, yeah, you're mad about it, but you're only mad because he's a Republican. But you got many Democratic billionaires that are also buying the White House. You get it? Our country gets involved in wars just because of the money. That's why a lot of soldiers feel disrespected, and their commitment to defending the country drops because then they start figuring it out. They're like, okay, this is a hustle. You made us into hired guns. You want to go into a country because they have oil, and then you make up some story that Americans are going to believe that their leaders need to be replaced or whatever. When really your whole plan was to make weapons deals with Lockheed Martin and all this stuff. So they're getting billions of dollars in government money to fight an unnecessary war. And then your other part of your plan is once you get there, you're going to let Exxon and all these other corporations come in and pull oil out of the ground. And then other companies are going to make money from the government by rebuilding the country after we destroy it unnecessarily because you just made a war up in your head. And that's very different from defending the country. So ultimately, the money in politics has ruined your politics. It has. And what's interesting about this Republican coup with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, two, blatant capitalists sort of really running the country right now, is that they are kind of showing you that really for the most part, the capitalism has always controlled your politics. In fact, it's almost like a police station where for many years everyone knew that the police chief was corrupt because the local drug dealers were paying him money to overlook certain crimes and to pursue others. But then you have one day where suddenly the drug dealer says, "Well, let's just cut out the middleman. I'll just become the police chief." And then Pookie the dope dealer is or Nino Brown is now the chief of police in your city, and you're outraged. You're like, "How can a drug dealer be a police chief?" Well, the drug dealer's always been the police chief. It's just it wasn't in your face. He just paid the middleman. He gave you a charade of independence to make you think that somehow the police and the dope dealers' interests were not aligned. But now it's just right there in your face. It's like, let's stop playing. Let me just show you what's really going on here. And that's kind of what I see. I kind of see when I see Trump and Musk running the country, it's like, yeah, these billionaires have kind of always been running the country. The capitalists have always been running the country. The whole pandemic was all about money, right? The pharmaceutical companies come up and say, hey, we'd like to help. Hey, we got these drugs, vaccines, whatever, right? And so the government writes massive checks for hundreds of billions of dollars to the corporations in what these public-private partnerships, that's what they call them. And the American people, half the American people are like, no, 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 like I want it to be my choice. I don't want to get that shot, right? And then the government comes in and they help the corporation by saying, we're going to give a government mandate. We're going to do something you can't do. We're going to make people do something. So we're going to tell people, if you don't get this shot, you're going to lose your job. If you don't get this shot, we're going to ruin your life. So this is where the partnership kicks in, right? So same thing is true. If I am Lockheed Martin, Boeing, or some weapons manufacturer, and I want to make money making missiles to fight in some war that you make up, then the government's job is to create the narrative. Like, so this person is horrible and they're bad for their people, so we have to go and invade because we want to do some good thing that goofy people will believe. And then they go and write a big government check to Lockheed Martin to make the weapons, or the war like the war in Ukraine. Same thing. RFK, I think, mentioned that basically the war in Ukraine was a money laundering scheme, where basically the government officials were like, okay, how do we have some excuse to give billions of dollars to the weapons manufacturers? Oh, let's go create a war. Let's act like we really care about Ukraine and we have to defend Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin is evil, and we have to go fight this war. So they're writing big fat checks to the weapons manufacturers. They claim that it's aid to Ukraine, but then the Ukrainian aid comes right back to the military, or sorry, to the weapons manufacturers. Do you follow what I'm saying? So you give Ukraine money. That's the thing. People don't give money away for nothing most of the time. The government doesn't give you a bunch of money and say do whatever the hell you want with it. They give the money with conditions. This is why you have to be really careful. All money is not good money. Money is power. So the government gives the money to Ukraine and says, okay, now that you have our money, You must use our money for our purposes. And they engage in something that we call in finance optimal contracting. Optimal contracting prevents another problem called moral hazard. All that means is that when you give people money, you're giving them power. So, in order to do it properly, you have to control the process before you begin. You have to make a deal. Like, hey, look, before I give you this money, I need you to sign a deal that says, when I give you this money, you're going to do this and do this and do this, right? That's optimal contracting. So the government, it doesn't just write a big check and say, hey, do whatever you want. They give you the check and then they say, this is what we need you to do because you got our money. And this is why for when you're black in America and you're getting money, and we get to the point where we celebrate people just because they have money, you have to ask yourself, what did you do to get that money? What contract did you sign that allowed them to pay you so much money? And why should I honor and respect you just because somebody who hates me, somebody who doesn't have my best interest at heart, gave you a bunch of money? That doesn't make me honor you. You're not a black leader. You're not a successful black person yet. That makes me suspicious of you. Did he? Why is it how is it that you're a billionaire and you haven't even made a hit record since Biggie was alive? Like how is it that you're making all this money and you're partying and dancing and getting away with all these shenanigans? What's going on behind who's propping you up? Who's giving you this economic power? And I don't think that people look at that things in with that level of scrutiny. I think people just look at it like, oh, he's a black person that made a lot of money. And then you hear the whole like, well, why are you hating on that man? That man's making money. And I get that crap all the time. And it's like, no, 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 no. Call me a hater if you want to, but I prefer to call myself a critical thinker. Critical thinker means I'm like, hmm, okay, so you got all this money and you're a famous comedian. You're not even that funny. Like what happened here? Like who gave you that money and why? You know, and why is it that you're so rich? Like and what Hollywood game are you playing? What part of a and I think that sort of scrutiny is logical. That's what I believe because if you don't do that, money is the ultimate deceiver. Money will trick you into thinking that successful people are failures and that failures are successful people. We have a lot of failures that have lots of money, and then we call them black successes. And so you open up a magazine and you'll see, some rapper who's literally selling drugs to children and marketing drugs to children and disrespecting women and talking and bragging about murdering black people, just like a Klansman would, right? Worse than a Klansman, because even the KKK don't brag about black people that they took out. They don't want you to know about that. But you'll see drug dealers glorified as black role models, and when you're doing that, when you're allowing them to distort your thinking in that way, why would it surprise you when you have so much failure and so much suffering in the community? Like, so anyway, let me finish this last part. In case you just came in, I want to remind you we are going to do the financial slumber party on Friday night, Friday the 27th at 11 p.m. The financial slumber party is where we're going to get together at 11 p.m. And literally show up. You can wear your pajamas if you want to. I'll be wearing mine, and we're going to spend an hour and a half going through some a training I did called Stock Market Decoded. So we're going to learn all about the stock market, but we're going to do it at nighttime to make it just kind of fun because I'm goofy and I do stupid stuff like that. So if you want to join us, you can go to financialslumberparty.com, or here's the link there if you want to. Actually, Amani, I don't know if Amani's still here and maybe she has the link. If you're here, Amani, just say something in the chat so I know you're here. Amani, by the way, is on our support team. So if you have any questions about anything you've done in the Black Business School or whatever the case may be, Amani can help answer that question. And her email, I don't see her in there, so maybe she's okay. She's already left. Okay. All right. Then you can email her at support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And what I'll do is I'll put the link to the financial slumber party here. And y'all, somebody said that it's not stupid. Okay, thank you for keeping me from degrading myself even further. But the other thing I want to mention too is if you click on the link and you want to sign up now, and the price is $99 for lifetime access. But actually, if you sign up now, you can actually get in for 48% off. So we made it as fair as possible, as easy as possible for you to get access. Everything is yours. And also the last training I did on Stock Market Decoded is in there right now. So you can actually go through stuff right now. You can spend the day learning about the stock market. It will be worth your while because the stock market is the greatest wealth creator in this country. Anybody who ever says, I want to make more money and have more wealth, don't just send them to go get a job. Jobs have a purpose for sure. If you don't have any cash flow, they can help with that, maybe, or living expenses. But it's the stock market, man. The stock market is where the money's at. That's where the wealth is created. Every study I've ever seen basically says that people who participate in the stock market do better than other people. Leilani asks, how many family members can I bring to the slumber party? The answer is as many as you want. As many as you want. I mean, it's not something where we're not like money hungry people. We're not trying to like get every nickel out. We're not like your university where we're gonna leave you $100,000 in debt. We just do this, and it is a one-time payment, Sherry, so it's yours for life. Um, we just want to build an institution. We want to build an institution that is based on powernomics principles that will position millions of our people to be economically strong in the next generation, where we won't be out here looking for a black leader. We will be the leaders of the freaking planet. And so you can go to financialslumberparty.com, or you can actually just click on that link. I'm putting it in the chat. So you should see it in there. So feel free to just hit that link and you can join now. Now let me finish up with this thing with Dennis Rodman because I've been going a little bit too long today, a little bit longer than usual. There was one other point with Dennis Rodman. And we mentioned earlier that his daughter, Trinity, has a big issue with him because she mentioned specifically his alcoholism and him being an absentee parent. I don't know about that part. I can't, verify that, but I do know the public persona of Dennis was that he was kind of a wild guy, kind of a party guy. And I've seen this before. I mentioned that to you. I know a lot of guys whose children just don't respect them because of choices they made when they were in their 20s and their 30s. One other thing that I wanted to mention in terms of the financial or the investing side of this is that one thing that you may want to notice there with that in terms of him his daughter having issues with him is we mentioned earlier kids don't care about money, they care about the other investments, the investments of time and being there for them, things like that. And then also the truth is that even though Robin apologized, right? Like I really like the fact that he apologized to his daughter. Sometimes an apology just doesn't cut it, or an apology doesn't remove the pain. So an apology is sometimes the best that we can do, and I think Dennis should be commended for apologizing to his daughter. But one of the things that I encourage you to consider is that if you knew better in the beginning, like if you just knew that there were going to be long-term consequences to your behavior and you did something to harm another person, an apology does not sort of clean the slate completely, and it shouldn't clean the slate completely. I'll give you an example of when I did something that was wrong when I was a kid. I had an addiction, and my addiction was Pac-Man. When I was, anybody remember back in the 80s and stuff when Pac-Man was like the biggest thing? I used to love playing Pac-Man, right? And I was really good. I memorized the little pattern. Remember the pattern? You memorize the pattern, you could just play it like forever. So I had the pattern down. I was really good. And I just love Pac-Man. So here's what happened. This is me giving a public confession to a crime that I committed many years ago. My mother gave me like $6 to go to the store, and I was supposed to use $3 for something that my sister wanted and $3 for something I wanted. Well, that was kind of the plan, but sometimes addictions they be calling me, man. They be calling me. So my I didn't have a crack addiction. I had a pack addiction. So my pack addiction to Pac-Man said, you could play a lot more games if you use the whole $6 for yourself. So I was trying to think, and I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, but it'd be calling me, man. It'd be calling me. So I went to the store and I was thinking to myself, like, what can I tell my sister to kind of, because I felt guilty. I felt really guilty taking my sister's money. And I was like, I know what I can do. I can just apologize to her. I can just talk to her and tell her, that I played good and that I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to her. So lo and behold, I go into the store and I use all the quarters and I play all this Pac-Man and had a great time, right? It was a hell of a binge, hell of a time. So then I'm coming home and I'm scared. Now I'm like, crap, like I took her money and this wasn't right, blah, blah, blah. You feel the guilt after you go take the hit and you have the little crack binge, you start feeling bad about it, I guess. I'd never smoked crack, but Pac-Man felt like crack. And I got home and I did apologize to my sister and I was like, I'm really sorry I spent your money and I'll make it up to you, blah, blah, blah. And she kind of forgave me, but my mother still whooped my ass. Like that, because I grew up at a time where getting kids getting whooped was not seen as like child abuse. You didn't, I just think it's crazy that kids can like call the police on their parents now. That's too much power for kids. I don't know. But then again, let me just stop because I don't want to. I don't think whooping kids is the best way to raise them. But I got many whoopings, and I don't know. It's I can't. Let's stop talking about that because I'm gonna get it wrong. But anyway, so my mother whooped my ass. And I think I deserve to be punished 100%. I apologized to my mother, and I think the apology might have been accepted. I mean, I don't know if she did or not. My sister accepted my apology, my mother didn't. But my mother punished me. And so, what that really says to me is that in this moment, I made this decision knowing that it was wrong, knowing that there's going to be a long-term consequence, but the instant gratification of playing Pac-Man and feeding my addiction was what I chose to do, but it was still a choice. And even though I came back and I made a full-throated apology and I was really sorry for what I was genuinely sorry for what I did, and maybe even planning to change my behavior, who knows? I was 8, I don't remember. Um, I still got punished for what I did because I deserved to be punished. Maybe I didn't deserve to be spanked, that's debatable, but I deserved a punishment, right? Because I'd hurt somebody. So I kind of feel like when somebody is not thinking about the future, when somebody's not thinking about you, when somebody makes a conscious decision to feed an addiction as opposed to feeding the child, or feed, and I'm not talking about feeding them with food, I'm talking about feeding them with love, right? Or chooses to run the streets as opposed to cater to their family, there's a consequence to that. There's a pain that comes with that. There's an irreversible harm that occurs with that. And so years later, I think like, you know what? I'm gonna live my best life. And then when I get 50, I'll just apologize for everything. And then at that point, maybe you'll treat me as if it never happened, or you'll treat me like I'm a regular dad, or give me the respect and authority that I believe a father should have, even though I did not earn it. I think that's highly illogical. I think that when I look at a Rodman situation, again, I see this as an investment scenario. I really do. I see this as okay, you didn't make an investment over here, but you're kind of seeking credit as if you did, but you really didn't. You didn't invest in her. Yeah, you gave her the DNA, you gave her your last name, you probably wrote a lot of child support checks. I give you credit for that. But when it came to the other investments that are required, the more important investments, the emotional investments, something appears to be missing. And so now you want to circle back and say, I'm really sorry. And then it's like, poor me. Even the internet's backing you. The whole internet's saying that little spoiled girl, and at least he's apologizing. He's apologizing. Well, an apology doesn't always fix it when you knew better. I just really, I think that this idea, I think forgiveness is very powerful, by the way. I want to just be clear about that. If you're ever mad at somebody because they did you dirty, you should forgive them, not for them, but you should do it for yourself because carrying anger and resentment around, it's only going to hurt you. Like they say, that resentment is like drinking poison and thinking the other person's going to die. No, they're not going to die. You are. So stop drinking the damn poison. Learn how to forgive. Forgiveness is a superpower. I've had to use forgiveness a lot in my life. But once I forgive you, it's between me, myself, and I. It ain't got shit to do with you. And so don't you dare come over and try to cash the forgiveness check with me. Like, hey, now that I'm forgiven, can we do the whole thing again? Can I just get credit as if I did everything right the first time? No, you can't. You can't. Because now, now I'm a grown up and I just don't love you like I would have loved you if you had spent time with me instead of chasing the drugs or the women or the lifestyle that you wanted to have. And I'm gonna tell you like this too, and because remember, this is an investing conversation. I want to make sure that's clear so you don't think I'm just talking about life and things. There's a lot of young people I see who are living lives in their 20s where there's going to be a hell of a price to pay when they get in their 50s and their 60s. They're getting caught up. The internet in the world fills you with the desire, an incessant, insatiable desire for instant gratification to the point that you're not even thinking past the age of freaking 35. You ain't making no investments. You're not getting no education. You ain't taking care of your health. And you ain't even taking care of your damn kids. You off chasing ass, living life, having fun, spending money as if tomorrow is not going to come. And let me just tell you, this is something your kids need to hear. If hear from you, you can play this replay for them. Let me tell you, if you are living today and not thinking about tomorrow, tomorrow's going to show up at your front door and kick you square in the nuts. It's gonna punch you in your face. It's gonna body slam you, drop kick you, and twist your neck until it cracks because you did not make a decision to invest in the future. If you don't invest in your future, then you will have no future. The future turns into the present. So if your present is not what you want it to be, the answer lies in how you carried yourself in the past. This is the clearest investing message I can give you is that everything that manifests in the present came from the past. It came from choices in the past. Most of y'all in here over the age of 50 know that if you bought a $500 worth of Apple stock in 1995, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars today. But in the past, you were thinking about something else. It wasn't always your fault. I'm not blaming you. I'm just giving you the damn facts. So, the responsibility that we have as leaders of our community, we are the leaders of our families. We run everything up in here. The responsibility we have is to impress upon the youth the importance of understanding consequences, understanding cause and effect, understanding that the future must be built by you. And if you do not build the future that you want, your future is going to be a big pile of shit. It's going to be a big pile of issues and unsolvable problems and horrible choices where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And of course, because you're black, everybody's going to agree with you when you say, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Life is so hard. And I get all that. You can go get all that from somebody else. You got to go talk to somebody else if you want to just sit around and cry about being a victim. I'm the guy who says, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And a lot of times when we have to make hard choices now, it's because we didn't invest in giving ourselves easier choices back in the past. People who invest in the future have a pretty good life right now. Like that guy, and I know some of you are in that category. They're like that guy who was buying $100 worth of stock every month while he was a broke student in college in 1994. Oh, he's sitting on a whole lot of money right now. And it wasn't because he got lucky. It wasn't because white people just gave it all to him. It's because he made a different choice than you. You had the same $100. You went to the club. You could have bought the yeah, he bought the Apple stock and you bought the iPhone. That person who's looking good, at the age of 45, 50 years old, has the perfect body and everything else. Well, that's because they spent a lot of time in the gym while others may have been eating potato chips. That person who has a whole bunch of children around him that love him and are there for him when he goes to the doctor and gets the cancer diagnosis. Well, he spent thousands of hours investing in the love that he's receiving as a 55, 60, 70-year-old man. When a lot of his friends were off chasing women and just trying to get as much ass as possible and trying to live their best life. They went to the liquor, the weed, and the women. And he said, no, I'm going to go home to see my children. I'm going to go be with my family. And these to me are the most important investing decisions that a human being can make. If you think that way, if you have that mindset, that doesn't just give you a mindset for a money mindset, that gives you a mindset for success and happiness and fulfillment. I would really say if I was to talk to Dennis Rodman and hear him talk about the alcohol addiction and the apology and everything else and all that, I would probably just say, well, in the 1990s, like what were you thinking about in the 1990s? And I can just tell you for a fact that um I know a lot of these guys back then when they were younger and you could tell that some of them, you could just say, hey, you're gonna pay a big price for this later on in life. And they would have ignored you. They would have thought that you were being corny, you were being a nerd, you were blowing their high. You're so serious. And I just want to encourage those of you who are in that category. Some of you get it. Some of you are very serious people. You're investing in your wealth. You are investing in your health. You're eating the right food. You're going to the gym. You're investing in relationships. Maybe you're 25 years old and you could have a bunch of women, but you say, no, I'm going to invest in this family. Um, And it is hard. And I think people will, the unfortunate thing about our society, because culture is everything when it comes to wealth. The unfortunate thing about our society is that we define these people as square. You know, I can't tell you my good investment, the good investment. I mean, I didn't do everything right. I made mistakes. There are areas that I wish I can go change. But one area that I did it right was I invested like crazy in my education. I invested like hell in education because I felt like education was the key to my future. And it worked. It damn sure worked. I have a lot of education. I have a great life. I can kind of do what I want a lot of times. Um, and most importantly, I developed critical thinking skill that started with decisions I made when I was 18 years old. And so when it works, it really does work. And the thing is, I can't tell you how many times I either lost friends or there were maybe women that were not interested in me because I wasn't fun. I wasn't a guy who was going to go throw his life away over something stupid. I didn't want to go to the club and become an alcoholic because I knew friends that went to the club, got drunk, and got shot that day or ended up going to prison because somebody got killed. I didn't do stupid things. And the reality was, for a long time, I had a lot of people say that I was too serious. And I didn't understand. The only thing that saved me was the fact that I had no fear of going in my own direction and disconnecting from people that saw the world differently. Because to me, I said, well, what's more serious in this world than being a black man? I feel like I feel like they're trying to kill me. I feel like they don't want me to grow old. They don't want me to be happy. They don't want me to be free. They don't want me to be successful. So yeah, hell yeah, I'm serious because maybe you don't know that you were born in a war zone, but I do. I don't think that that white man wants me to be to fulfill my destiny. I don't think he wants that, and I don't expect him to help me do that. I wish he would. I wish I could get more support, but I didn't get any support. There were so many times where I had to do things all by myself. Like that's why I appreciate you all. That's why I went out and found you all because I wanted to find people who understand this and other people who can benefit from this, right? People who would hear it and say, "Okay, that makes sense," right? Because I don't feel like the whole world feels that way. I feel even to this day, I go into a lot of spaces and I'm just like, I don't think I fit in here. I actually want to win. I actually want Black people to be successful. I want our children to be happy and healthy. I want our families to be well off. I want us to be in a good situation. I want us to be and the problem though is that the whole damn world is built on a couple of things that become very harmful to us. One is this incessant belief on Black victimization. You let something terrible happen and then you just cry victim. You just cry about it. That's it. Like, oh, it's so hard to be Black. Oh, the racism. Like for example, during the pandemic, there was all this conversation about how Black people needed the jab the most because we have the most pre-existing conditions. And not a damn person was talking about, well, where did all these pre-existing conditions come from? In fact, the very same people that encourage you to get the pre-existing condition are the ones who are selling you the jab to protect you from the pre-existing condition that they pretty much encourage you to go pick up. I didn't that to me was as simple as one plus one, but it made me sound radical. It made me sound crazy. But I'm like, who's out here talking? Wait, you're giving us this shot because you care about us, but you didn't care about us when you were selling us all like dang fried chicken. You didn't care about us when you was trying to get us to drink sugary, fatty food so we would all be fat and sick by the time we were 40. You didn't care back then. So what you don't care about us, you care about the damn money. That's what you get. It comes back to the money. There's billions of dollars made every year selling Black people food that's going to kill them. Right? There was billions of dollars made selling them those shots to protect you from the fact that you've been eating food that's going to kill you all this time. So you're in it by yourself. Like you really kind of like, culture, the courage to make your own decision is so important for so many of us because the wind is headed in the wrong direction. There's not a massive culture preparing young people to really prepare for the future. Because if we had that, we wouldn't have kids getting hooked on drugs. We wouldn't have rappers rapping about Molly Percocet and all this other stuff. There's not a culture encouraging people to have healthy relationships. Just go look on the internet and look at how many there are millions of people. There are millions of men who become anti-family. There are millions of women who are anti-family. There's not a courage that supports and promotes family, even though we know families survive better in this economy than people that are out here stranded all by themselves. There's not a massive culture encouraging financial security. It's a consumer culture. It's not a culture encouraging economic power. It's an employee culture. And if you say anything about it, then you get accused of being uppity or whatever. Say, no, I'm not uppity. I just want you to understand how this damn thing works. So I don't believe in the culture. I believe in the counterculture. And I believe that the counterculture needs to be a culture where you look at those three key areas: your health, your wealth, and your relationships. And when you're young, if you're smart, you will make decisions that will strengthen you in all three of those areas. If that was a consistent part of the culture, let's go back to Dennis Rodman, then we'll close up with that. If that was part of Dennis's culture, then number one, he wouldn't have had all his money taken by the financial advisor. She probably took advantage of his lack of financial consciousness. I'm not blaming the victim, but I do think that there are some people that are easier to victimize. And let me just tell you, a drug addict, alcoholic is a very easy person to steal from. If you have somebody that's a scammer, they're probably gonna want to scam the person who's easily distracted, who's not focused. People that are financially conscious, that doesn't happen to them. But when you're off at the next party and you're distracted by getting high and drunk and whatever else you're doing, then yeah, somebody in the background is going to be taking your stuff. It happens all the time. If Dennis had embraced that culture, I think Dennis would have gotten some help. He would have said, I need to go to rehab because I want to be there for my child. I want to be a better man. I want to prepare for the future. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. That's not what people are encouraged to do. And then years later, that's where you get the retirement crisis from. That's where you get the health crisis from. That's where you get the family crisis from. Dr. George C. Fraser mentioned recently, very eloquently, that the black family is an endangered species because families require investment. People don't want to invest. They want to go have orgasms and have fun and live their best life, but they don't invest in family. They don't invest in people, don't invest in their kids. Number two, the health crisis. Almost 50% of all Americans are going to die from cancer. We have a horrible epidemic of even children getting diabetes and stuff like that because there's no sort of effort to kind of fix that. And then you go back to the financial side, the retirement crisis. Most Americans are not ready for retirement because when they were 22 years old, they did not think that they would ever turn 60. So instead of investing for the future, they spent the money in the present. So all that money that's supposed to be in your retirement account, that money it lives in 1992. It lives in 1988 when you chose not to max out your 401k. And I hate saying this, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. I'm just telling you the truth. It lives back in 2001 when you got a new cell phone, as opposed to taking some percentage of that money and putting it aside for the future. So you have to think about the future if you want to have a good life. Your life lives in the present, but the present is prepared for in the past. And when you're living in the past, you have to be thinking about the future. If you're not doing that, then it's very, very hard to be successful. So anyway, guys, I gotta go. My cue, the maid was back there banging on the door. So that tells me I've been talking too long. I hope this discussion has been helpful. I hope I did not sound too harsh. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Please forgive me if I did. I want you to know I appreciate you and I love you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. So if you're not on the text list for this class, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to join us for the financial slumber party, the URL should be financialslumberparty.com. That's going to be this Friday at 11 p.m. We're going to go through a training I did called Stock Market Decoded. And also, if you log in right now, there's the link in the chat. If you log in right now, actually, the recording of that training is in there. So you can go through it now if you want. But the way I'm going to teach it on Friday will be different because I always teach things differently each time because I learn things. I see things from a different perspective. So the lifetime access fee for the slumber party is $99. If you buy it in the next 48 hours or sign in, you can actually get it for 51, so 48% off. Also, everything is yours for life, and it's buy one, get five free. You can literally bring your whole family for one membership, and it's yours forever. So, feel free to take a look at that. And I will be there in my pajamas, and don't make fun of me. Sorry. So have a good day, guys. Love you, and I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to our Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we're all about that money. Every single day, 7 days a week, we get up and we talk about our finances, because the way you get good at stuff is you gotta have repetition. You gotta do drills like a football coach. We gotta go hard. Drill sergeant. That's what we're gonna do every single day. We're gonna make it happen because we are the best. We are ranked number one on earth at this thing, and we are going to build our internal superpower. That's what we're about to do. That's how we're gonna do it. All right. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Um, this is a beautiful Saturday morning. Uh, and let me tell you, this buddy, let me tell you this. There is something that I was thinking about stuff that was financial that we could kind of talk about in terms of things that I've seen. And I wanted to speak on this guy. I think his name was Jack Whitaker. And Jack Whitaker won the lottery. He won a $340 million in the Powerball. And he actually, so one thing that he did was he actually chose to do that whole, they give that option where you can get all the money at once or you can get it in payments over time. And it's kind of funny because they always ask you that before you buy the ticket. In some states, they'll ask you, like, if you win, do you want to get your money now or do you want to get it broken into pieces? And you can see people kind of fantasize and be like, oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know. And they're always smiling, they're looking in the air. And I said, oh man, they are just playing with people's heads because what they're doing is they're creating this sort of anticipatory dopamine injection that's going to make you want to buy the ticket because when they ask you a question like that, about fake money, money that doesn't actually exist, it feels real. The brain, my wife, as a therapist, she's an expert in the subconscious mind and all that. And what she's has always told me is that the mind doesn't know the difference between real and make believe. Like the mind, if you fantasize about something, there's a part of your mind that really feels like it's real. That's why, for example, if somebody had a traumatic experience as a kid, and you say, imagine that experience. Tell us what happened when this terrible thing happened to you. They'll start to feel emotions. Their brain scan will show that they're going through the same feelings that they had when they had the experience. And then also when you imagine an experience, it's kind of similar. It's like a contrived artificial memory or something. So anyway, so the lottery is kind of fascinating in terms of how they really unfortunately some would say that they kind of exploit the poor a little bit by basically making them think that their lives are going to change because they're gonna win this thing that 99.99999999999999999999999 999999999% of them will never win, right? Like most of us in here ain't gonna win no Powerball. We know that, right? So anyway, let me see what cities you're from. I see Maurice Alexander from Washington, Fort Washington, Maryland. Shanice Willa, I see you in here. Let's see what other cities. I'd like to see what cities you're in. Richmond, Virginia. I see Richmond. Let's see who else is in here. I see. Oh, Odessa is out of Queens. What's up, Queens? Vincent's in the Philippines. Good for you. That's interesting. That's a great place. Alexander, Portland, Oregon. I see Metro Detroit, Chicago for Armantia, Curtis, Tanisha out of Houston, H-Town, love H-Town. Willie D, my buddy from the Ghetto Boys. He was in my wedding. Willie's one of my best friends. He lives right there in Houston, and it's always great to travel through Houston with Willie D because you gives everybody's just treats you good and you can go to restaurants for free and stuff. He's kind of like I see him as like the unofficial mayor of Houston, but I'm sure there's like a real mayor or something, but I don't know who that person is. But anyway, so let me get back to it. All right, so let's see. Cassandra, Cincinnati, good to see you. Cassandra, Mary Floyd out of Tallahassee. Let's see, Darnay out of Atlanta. Charlene, good morning to you as well. And out of Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. I just talked to my friend from Philly yesterday. All right, so anyway, let me get back to it. Okay, so I was mentioning to you guys the lottery winner. Again, I think his name was Jack Whitaker. I could get it wrong, but it doesn't matter because he had a real hard time. So let me tell you the story, and then what I want to do is I want to link this to a couple of financial theories that you should be aware of as you make economic decisions going forward. In fact, my one of my big dissertation topics was financial psychology, behavioral finance. I've always been intrigued with psychology, and I because I just really think that mindset makes a big difference in your life. And the reason I became intrigued with mindset and psychology is because I had an issue with depression as a kid. And I was very depressed coming out of high school. It was really hard. There wasn't much to be happy about. And it wasn't until 25 years later or 30 years later that I realized part of the reason I was depressed is because my parents were depressed. That I didn't know this. I just figured it out. I said, oh, that's why I suddenly became happy and the sun came out when I moved out of the house because my parents were both dealing with their own type of depression. My father was a police officer for 25 years, and a Vietnam veteran who probably has some PTSD and things like that. He'd actually overcome a heroin addiction from when he was much younger. He was a very disciplined man, but troubled. When you're a cop, it's a very disturbing job. That's why I refuse to criticize all cops because I don't believe all cops are these terrible people that wake up wanting to hurt black people every day. I do know that there are bad cops. We know this. That's a fact. But in the system needs some adjustment for sure, especially once individuals go to prison. I think the treatment of prison inmates is absolutely horrible. It's bad for society. It's a money grab. They make billions of dollars from incarcerating your kids, like that guy that was just pardoned who was taking money to put kids, probably mostly black kids, into certain facilities, right? So the criminal justice system is a problem. But I just saw my father put his life on the line for perfect strangers. He almost got killed defending somebody he did not know. So I just can't think that all cops are bad. I just don't. I'm not built that way. But anyway, that like so dealing with all that affected him. In fact, he was the head of many, many different divisions. He was a very high-ranking official. He was getting a promotion like every 6 months. And I just thought that was normal. I thought all the cops were getting promotions like that. But then I meet one of his friends from 20 years ago, and he'd still be a sergeant or whatever, And my dad's had like 8 different jobs since then. And so he was like the head of the SWAT team. He ran the Crimes Against Children unit, which is horrible, by the way. When cops do crimes against children, they have to get therapy because the stuff that people do to kids in this country, some people, not everybody, a small percentage, it's just terrible. I mean, it's just horrible to see. And so they have to get therapy after this. And so this is one of the reasons why I think family is so important because when families are stable and strong and you've got the mother and the father both raising the child together, they're better protected. I just believe that. And again, it's not to dismiss anyone who's doing the best they can with what they've got, but I really think that training on family would be one of those $1 trillion moves the black community can make. Like if I suddenly had $100 million and I opened a school system across the country, I would absolutely positively have some training in there on family and relationships. Why is that? Well, because every study shows that stable families are better at building wealth. Every study shows that when the child has the mother and the father in the house, they're safer, they're happier, especially if the mother and father have worked on their relationship and they know how to get along with each other. And every cop I talked to who worked in crimes against children would tell me that a lot of crimes against kids were happening when their mother was at work or when nobody was there to supervise, or maybe their mom's boyfriend, comes out of jail and does some terrible thing, just whatever, it's just kind of sad to me. So anyway, let me get back to my point so I don't get too far off because I am going to come back to Jack Whitaker, but y'all know how I am. Y'all know what I do, right? I want anything that comes to mind when it comes to wealth, I want you to understand it. And this conversational learning style, I got that from my dad because that's how he used to teach me. He would just tell me stories about, well, you see that dude over there? Well, let me tell you what happened to him. So I learned that's how we learn. So anyway, with that being said, my father, the mental health challenges that came with all the different experiences that he had, I think affected him. And then my mother, when I got older, my mother told me that she was depressed. She talked about how she felt growing up and the trauma and the neglect and things that she went through, and that affected her perspective, her worldview. And so everything was like sad. Everything was like you come home, he'd say, "Oh, guess what? I'm gonna do that." And then it's like, well, that's gonna cost a lot of money. That probably ain't gonna work. Like that was kind of the stuff I would get, and I didn't realize how that affected me. So I think that intentionality is extremely important, especially when you talk about economic topics. People that are very optimistic tend to have a better relationship with risk than people that are pessimistic. Pessimistic people will always see the downside of everything, right? People that are deliberately pessimistic or don't understand how pessimistic they can be, they think they're being realistic, when really when you think about risk, and I told you my in my research, I spent a lot of time assessing risk and studying risk on a mathematical level. That's what we had to do when I was at Ohio State. And the thing is that risk has upside and downside. And so if you're a person who tends to always see the downside in everything, then you don't have an accurate perspective of risk. You have what we call an extremely concave utility function. The simple way to say that would mean that you basically are scared of damn near everything. So risk does not make sense to you. Taking chances doesn't matter to you. And this is really important for us to understand as black people. And I assume all of y'all are black. How many of y'all, is there anybody who's not black up in here? All the not black people, say something in the chat. Say yes. Say yes in the chat. We love you, by the way. We don't hate white people. I just love black people. They think if I they some people naturally think that if you love black people, then that means you got to hate white people. Man, ain't this ain't got nothing to do with y'all. You are not that important in my world. So I'm thinking I'm gonna waste my energy trying to hate on somebody. No, I want love. Love is what I lead with. Period. I lead with love. Okay, I see some yeses. All right, Ken and Lauren and Kimberly. All right, so we got some white folks. So that's all right, and that's cool, Susan. Susan, we love you, by the way. Everybody say hi to Susan. She's black. Oh, black British. Okay, so you're not you're well, black British is black. Come on now. Anyway, so anybody who's not black, it's cool. You're welcome to be here. But because everybody can learn. I taught lots of people that are not black through the years, but people are just scared of me because I'm pro-black. When you become pro-black, people are like, "Oh my God, you must be dangerous." Or I'm not dangerous. I'm a dad. So anyway, with that said, your perception of risk is distorted to some extent because black people have been through a lot of stuff, right? We went through this massive thing called slavery that no most other people haven't gone through. We went through things like the Middle Passage and the slave dungeons and Jim Crow and all kinds of stuff, where people were killed and incarcerated for the smallest things. So fear kind of became a way of life. That became something that was essential for survival. Well, the problem is that fear and wealth don't really mix. You know this because you've probably heard people say scared money don't make money. So if you're scared all the time and you're scared of your own shadow and you lead with fear and you make every decision out of fear, then chances are prosperity will evade you. But safety, you might have security and safety for sure, but you might OD on security. Like again, like if for example, if I'm afraid of dying in a car crash, and I just say I'm gonna stay in my house for the rest of my life so that I don't die in a car crash. Well, congratulations. You'll never die in a car crash because you didn't leave the house. But look at how much life you're going to miss because you were sitting in the house, scared to go outside at all for any reason. So a lot of this, when you link that to trauma, intergenerational trauma, post-traumatic slave disorder, things like that, as well as just the environment that you're in, that can really affect your ability and desire to take risks. So because I dealt with the depression I felt as a kid, I mean, I was really depressed. It was really it was a very sad time for me. I'm not gonna lie about that. But just don't feel so bad for me because everything got better once I started to have equity in my own life, right? I was able to get up in the morning and decide what kind of man I was going to be. I could decide how I was going to view the world. I could decide how I was going to look at things. And once I understood that science, once I gained that consciousness to become self-aware, once I kind of elevated my thinking to be able to see myself from the outside and say, okay, Boyce, it's your decision. What kind of man you going to be right now? That was the best thing in the world to experience. I no longer felt like anybody's victim. I didn't feel like anybody controlled my stuff but me. I understood, like, wait a minute, if I decide that I'm gonna do my best, if I decide that I'm gonna be optimistic, if I decide that I'm gonna go hard and believe in myself and choose to be confident, just choose to be. That's it. The people don't know confidence really is a choice. Confidence does not mean you're perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Confidence does not mean that you won't mess up. Everybody messes up. Confidence does not mean that you ain't got no flaws. Everybody got them. I promise you that's the case. Confidence is kind of a decision it's really a love decision. It's loving yourself enough to accept yourself not just when you're perfect, but to accept yourself when you are highly imperfect. That it really comes back to love, and I encourage you to think about that. I encourage you to think about this. Confidence that is sort of this type of unconditional love where you say, "I'm all I got, and I'm gonna ride or die with me till the wheels fall off. I'm going down with this ship. So I'm not scared of the bad outcomes because I'm gonna be there whether it's good or bad, sunny or rainy. It doesn't matter. And I'm telling you, when you learn how to have that type of unconditional love for yourself, it gives you a type of courage where you're like, look, I ain't scared to stand by Boyce because me and Boyce been hanging out since since grade school. Okay, maybe me and Boyce met each other when I was 19 or 20 years old, actually, because before that, I don't think I knew who I was. But once I started to think about that and realized that that's kind of a choice, well, I said, oh no, if I got option A, option B, and option C, whichever option is aligned with winning, I want that option. That's the one I'm consciously choosing. Right. So think. I want you to go back and think about this in terms of investing, and we're going to get to a lottery winner in a minute. That this is something that's just flowing through me right now. I got to share this. I really encourage you to understand that linkage between self-love and self-confidence, and then the linkage between self-confidence and taking risks. A person who is confident will take risks. Not because they know it's going to be fine. That's if you know it's going to work out, then that's not a risk. That's not a risk. That's easy. Anybody can shoot a layup, but can you shoot the 3-point shot? Can you do that? Right? And if you shoot a 3-point shot, even if you're the best shooter in the world, you're only going to hit maybe 50, 60% of the shots at best. But you also know that there's such a thing as calculated risk, meaning that if I'm a shooter, I take a good shot. I don't take a bad one. I practice. I don't just go out there sloppy. So I maximize my probability of hitting the shot. But Steph Curry never steps up to the 3-point line knowing that that shot's going to go in. He just knows that he's confident. So self-love and self-confidence are connected, and self-confidence and risk-taking are connected. Confident people take chances and they just are willing to roll with whatever happens. People that love themselves tend to be more confident because they're not spending all their time thinking about all the things that can go wrong or everything that's wrong with them or why they're not qualified for the job. And I guarantee you that that a decent percentage of the people in this room right now, there's a few hundred of you here watching now, almost 1,000, I guess. That's about how many we have every day for class. I bet you that most people in this room at some point have scenarios where you become your biggest hater, where you become your biggest critic, where everybody you see flaws in yourself that nobody else sees because you know yourself so well. You know all the little dark secrets that nobody's ever going to find out. You know all the areas where you messed up. You are hamstrung and locked in by your inner child who was clumsy and sloppy and had trauma. You know these things. You know the nooks and crannies of your existence, and those nooks and crannies can haunt you. They can haunt the hell out of you because that inner child never goes away. Little Boyce, my nickname was Coco. Little Coco is always around. And little Coco, he's a little bit damaged, and it doesn't change. If I think about him too much, I might bust out in tears when I start thinking about how he feels. But then there's also the other part of me that made a decision to say, I'm gonna love and nurture that little child. I'm gonna love him and tell him it's okay. It's all right for you to go out here and make a damn fool of yourself if something goes wrong. It's okay for you to try. It's okay for you to go out and fail. That's where the self-love, the unconditional love, because I'm gonna love him no matter what. If he fails, I'm still gonna say it's all right, man. You got this. Look at all the great things you've done. Go back out there. Come on, we're gonna go back out there and fight. You understand? So that self-love and that self-confidence leads to a better risk assessment, which will affect you economically because you'll gain the ability to take chances. You will make the decision to be confident. I believe that confidence really is a choice. It feels weird. It's like I'm going to choose to be confident, even though I'm not sure why. But I love myself and I'm all I got, and I'm going to maximize my probability of success. You have no idea how many times I've had to have that conversation with myself before maybe would go on a CNN or something or give some big speech or go into some meeting or go have to try to do something where I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm thinking, oh God, I'm the leader. I guess I got to figure something out here. And then you always surprise yourself every time, right? Especially, I kind of think I believe in being of substance and not flash. I see a lot of flashy people that, deceive with their flashiness. I'm not trying to be flashy. I always believe in having substance. And so sometimes if you don't see the substance that's there, it can cause you to hesitate a little bit, where someone else will go and take something that you could have gotten if you'd simply been more confident. So don't let that happen to you. That those are some of my biggest regrets in life, and I encourage you to love yourself enough to take the chances you need to take so you can have the life that you want. And I don't know what that looks like for you, but I encourage you to do that. All right. Now, before we move on, I want to mention really quickly. Later on, I'm going to send out some stuff on some stocks and crypto that I just saw. There's really some interesting things happening in terms of investing, and I know that quantum investing's kind of been taken off lately. A lot of those quantum computing stocks that we talked about last week are doing really well right now. And I'll probably send that out to you again in case you didn't get that. And also, I had that list of real estate investment trusts as well. And so, all that, if you are on the text list, you'll eventually get a chance to receive all that stuff. So make sure you get on the text list for this class. The way you can do that is on your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And we got some other stuff coming up for you in the Black Business School. In fact, Thursday, we are doing a meeting of our crypto club. And so we're going to bring in an expert that's going to talk about what's going on with crypto, where the opportunities are, things like that. So if you'd like to participate in that, I'll send you guys a text and invite you in if you'd like to try it out. Okay, so here is the story about Jack Whitaker. Jack Whitaker was this guy who won the lottery, and he won 100, well, he won 340 million, but I guess they give you the option of getting it all at once. So he chose to get his money in a lump sum, and he got 113 million dollars. Now, the interesting thing about Jack was that Jack seemed like a really cool guy. He would give massive amounts of money away. First thing he did with 113 million was he gave 14 million dollars to a local charity. I love the generosity of that, but I would be deeply concerned that you would give away 10% of the money just right off the bat. I think that was a little bit much. But anyway, in addition to that, what Jack would do is he would just give like 10, 20, 30, $40,000 to people just for whatever reason. Like if you met a waiter that he liked their personality, he would give them $50,000 or whatever, which I love that because he was really changing people's lives. But as you can imagine, that's not really sustainable. And so, anyway, as you probably know, what's going, how this story is going to end. It ended very badly for Jack. In fact, there was a time where they asked him about winning the lottery, and he actually said, if I could go back in time, I would tear that lottery ticket up." And I think the thing that probably affected him the most was what happened with his granddaughter. So his granddaughter, he just gave her a bunch of money, and that's the danger when a young person gets a lot of money and they don't have a purpose, they don't have anything to do, they don't have to go to work, they don't have any reason to just be motivated to do anything. Well, this poor girl, she got hooked on drugs and she died from a drug overdose at the age of 17, very young. And so that probably was a big catalyst in terms of him regretting what happened, but also other things happened. He became once people kind of got to know that he had this money because he was kind of loud about it. And I've talked about this a lot. I say this a lot to my rapper friends. I say, why are y'all so damn loud about money? Like when you're loud with money, in fact, there's a billionaire, Michael Roberts, who he's going to teach a class in the Black Business School at some point. I got to call him. But he came in and one thing he spoke about was he said, rich people are loud, but wealthy people whisper. He said, wealthy people whisper because they don't want you to know how much money they have. They don't need to prove to you that they're the boss. They know they're the boss. They don't need to prove to you that they're rich. They know that they're rich. Their goal is to stay rich. So part of staying rich is, look, I don't even want to be a target. I don't want to be a target of the feds. I don't want to be a target of criminals. I don't want to be a target of scammers. I don't want to be a target of beggars. I don't want to be a target of anybody. So no, I don't need you to know how much money I have. And to some extent that is a mental health sort of issue, right? If you are a person that has some sort of emotional deficiency where maybe you've never gotten enough attention and you haven't overcome that, then perhaps attention seeking behavior might be something you would engage in, which could be detrimental to you and the protection of the things that you value. So basically, Jack was a guy that liked the attention. In fact, he carried around a briefcase with $545,000 in the briefcase just so he could give money away to people when he saw them. Well, the criminals also heard that he had $545,000 in a briefcase everywhere he went. So, of course, he got robbed. I mean, If you're looking to rob somebody, why not rob the guy that you know has $545,000 in his briefcase and he got robbed at a strip club? Because I'm sure the strippers were happy to see him come through the door. There's Jack. Jack is so much fun, right? The ballers are here, girl. The ballers are here, right? You know what they do, right? So because there's a science to that. I told you about that story where I taught when I used to write for AOL Black Voices, and I got that email from that lady that worked for. She was a little hood. She kind of spoke a lot of Ebonics, but I got it all, because I'm black too. And she was a nice lady, but I wasn't really sure. I just listened to this crazy story because I had to call her back. Because what happened was I had written a story about Lawrence Taylor, the NFL player, and he got into this situation with an underage girl, and she happened to be a prostitute, and the Gloria Allred was suing him and everything. And I wrote about it, and she emailed me, and it was all caps. You know how people write in all caps? It's like they're screaming at you. She's like, I know these girls, and I know what's really going down. That's just some BS. Blah, blah, blah. So I had to call her. She put her phone number. I called her. I don't know if it was a bad idea or a good idea, but I really was intrigued. I sat on the phone with this lady for about 2.5 hours, and I did not even say hardly a word. I didn't say hardly anything. I just listened to her talk because the story was so fascinating. It blew my mind. And so what she said, according to her story, is she said, "Oh, I know that girl." She said they have this little gang. It was like three of them. They were very young, like 15, 17, and 19. And the oldest one was a very pretty girl, and she was a girlfriend of a gang leader, who was in jail. And I said, well, how do and she's telling me all this deep inside information. I'm like, well, how do you know all this? Are you a criminal too? Like, what are you? And what she said was, she said, I'm a butt doctor. I work for a butt doctor. I said, what? What did you say? She said, I work for a butt doctor. I said, what? She said she worked for this doctor in Brazil that would come and give butt injections to the strippers. That's what she. So I'm talking to this lady who works for the butt doctor, and we're on the phone, and she's just giving me this crazy, fascinating story. So of course I was like, tell me more. This is really interesting. So she's telling me that these three girls had this little gang, and she said the oldest girl was her boyfriend was a big drug dealer who was in jail, and she said they're in love, so they kind of see it's each other like a Bonnie and Clyde type thing. And she said the reason she knew the girl was because the girl looks really sweet and innocent, and she thought she was just a troubled youth that kind of needed a role model. She said, so I moved her in my house. And next thing you know, this girl was trying to sleep with my husband, right? So she wasn't no little girl. She was trying to be a grown ass woman. And she said, of course, I had to get her out of there. But during that time, she said that she sort of got an eye into their life, and so what would happen is that the boyfriend in prison would tell his girlfriend, "Hey, this guy I want to kill. He goes to this barber shop, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to show up. I want you to look sexy, and I want you to get him to think that he's gonna get some, you know what." Get him back to the hotel room, and I'll get some people in there that will come in and take him out. And that was how they would kill people. And it made me think about just some of the things you have to do in order to protect yourself in terms of dealing with the fact that there are people that will exploit a vulnerability that you have. And there have been many, many men that have lost their lives because because for a lot of men, their intelligence level drops when it comes to sexuality. If you're not sexually responsible and sexually careful, then someone can lure you into a situation that could be very harmful for you. And this was not only how they got revenge, it was also how they got money. So one of the things that they would do to get money, so this is what makes it a money conversation. I want to make sure you don't think I'm just talking about strippers and butt doctors for nothing. All right. So anyway, so what they would do is they would study the different rappers and athletes, and they knew which ones like to just love the ladies, like to just mix it up with any pretty girl that came along. So they would figure out what they like to talk about, and where they were going to be, and they would show up and looking all good and everything with fake IDs and stuff in case you asked them if they were of age or whatever. And the 19-year-old didn't need one, but the other two did. And they would get the man back to the hotel room, and then they would give him a date rape drug. They would give him like the Diddy drug, right? So men are not the only ones who've used these things. It's been women too. Cardi B talks about this actually. She's very honest. She's really interesting to listen to. And so when the man goes to sleep, they would then put the 15-year-old girl in the bed with the man and take pictures of him sleeping with this 15-year-old. And then they would blackmail the man with the pictures. And she told me that their dream was they wanted to save up $20,000 so they could go to, or 30 or something, so they can move to California and become adult film stars. That was their dream. This is very sad, right? That this is the dream for it's sad, right? But it's true. It's a true story. So anyway, so the athlete would wake up and he would be like, what the hell's going on? And they would show him the pictures and they would say, we got these pictures of you in the bed with this underage girl. And so if you don't give us $10,000, we will send these pictures to your wife. We'll send them to your team. We'll also send them to the media. And that was the hustle, right? And so what was also interesting was that one of the little girls, I think the oldest one, she was sleeping with probably about 10 men a day or something and wasn't protecting herself or anything. So she went to, this isn't funny, this is tragic, but it's might as well. I mean, I don't know, you can laugh. I'm not going to judge you. So she goes to get a test, like an HIV test, and they ask, like, well, how many partners have you had in the last month? And she's like, I don't know, about like 150 or something. And so they literally told her, they said, y'all need to stay in the house and do not leave the house for until we get your test results because we're calling the Centers for Disease Control. And that's how crazy it was. And of course, they didn't listen because kids don't listen. But anyway, this was interesting to me, mainly as a financial story, because what it spoke to is how some of the things that we think are cultural norms, like wealthy men being very promiscuous, is not necessarily the most logical way for you to live your life. Because if you have money and you are engaged in the intimate act of sleeping with a person or whatever, letting your hair down a little bit. I can't let my hair down. I don't have no hair, but you get the point. Then you're making yourself vulnerable. That's the point. You're making yourself vulnerable. And I think as men, we feel like we're invincible. We feel like, I'm the dominant one here. If anybody's gonna get victimized, it would be you, but it ain't gonna be me because I'm a man. And that's not how the world works. Lots of people get victimized, male and female. And in this case of Jack Whitaker, he's going to the strip club with $545,000 in his briefcase. That makes him the talk of the town. He's getting all this attention. And the thing about attention is that all attention is not good attention. Like, so for example, even in my life, what I do publicly, it does get attention. I go to cities all around the world, even cities I've never been to. People recognize me on the street. That's a gift and a curse. It's a gift when I meet somebody that is friendly and loving and supportive. And hey, I love what you do. And we bought our first house because of you. And we started our bit. I love that, right? But then there's the other side of me that says, well, I also need to have a security guard around because everybody doesn't love what you do, and you don't know what's brewing out there, right? So money draws attention. And if you notice, I've never gone out and bragged about how much money I make. I don't do that because you get that attention and you don't know what the intention is behind the attention. So with Jack Whitaker, he's newly rich. He's walking around going to the strip club with $545,000 in a briefcase. Of course, he's going to get robbed. Of course, the strippers are going to try to scam him. Of course, these things are going to happen. So all these things occurred and it ruined his life. It made him say, I wish I had never won the lottery because now my life is worse because of the money than it was before I even had the money. And so don't ever think that money always makes your life better. Money is powerful, right? Money has the ability to accelerate the direction of whatever you're already doing. So if you're already doing stupid stuff, then money gives you the ability to do more stupid stuff. If you're already going to crash the car, money just speeds the car up. So instead of crashing the car at 40 miles an hour, you're now going to crash the car at 180 miles an hour, which is going to increase the likelihood that your car is going to explode and that you're going to die. So to some extent, having less money and less power, it means for some of us, when we don't have consciousness, it means that you have less ability to destroy yourself. Right. So sometimes not having the money. This is why when you protect your wealth in the next generation, you got some kids in your family that don't need to have a whole bunch of money because you're gonna ruin them. Like he gave all that money to his granddaughter. His granddaughter died at 17. Had she not had all that money, I'm willing to bet you that she probably wouldn't have died at 17. So it's sad. I mean, again, my heart goes out to them. I'm not saying I told you so at all. That's not the goal here. The goal is to say, to talk about what money does. His granddaughter's name was Brandy, by the way. What else? Also, he didn't really have much of a financial plan. So what he would do is he would make another crucial mistake when it comes to money, which is investing in a lot of bad business ventures, right? So somebody comes along and they say, I need $50,000 because I want to open a liquor store, and they have no experience running a business at all, but it just seems like a good idea. You give them the 50,000, the money just disappears like that. Be careful with those businesses that your friends bring to you because it's easier to get your money in than it is to get your money out. We've talked about this. That's called liquidity. Liquidity is the ability to take your equity and convert it into cash. Uh, what I have found is that when you put your money into something, typically it's very hard to get it out. That's why I like the stock market because I can put my money in and I can pull my money out, and it only takes a matter of seconds. Now, a couple of things you want to consider here is there are various financial theories that this relate to. I'm not going to cover them all because I don't want to make your head spin. Oh, let's see, who's it? Tammy says, "What's a butt doctor?" Oh, a butt doctor gives you the injections if you want to get the silicone. You know, the strippers got they got the unnaturally big, you know, things. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying. It's Saturday morning. I ain't trying to gross you out, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You got something to shake back there, and so they get the injections, and that makes me sad. Just as a side note, I mean the health effects, Lord Jesus, and I don't know. I just wonder how that's going to feel and what that's going to look like when you're 65 or 70 years old. But I'm not judging. God bless you. Whatever you choose to do, I support that. All right. So anyway, there is something that people talk about called the lottery curse or a type of or the impact of what they might also refer to as sudden wealth syndrome. And basically, this says that people they have sudden wealth and they get this massive dopamine injection. Remember, money affects the same region of your brain as cocaine, so it feels like a drug. You're going through this high. You feel like it's going to last forever, and it doesn't. It never lasts forever. When I was in grad school, I was broke. I was flat broke. I didn't make that much money. I made about minimum wage. My first job at Syracuse, I made $115,000 a year. I could have got more if I knew how to negotiate. I was mad because I literally got exactly what I asked for, and you should never get exactly what if you ask for like they offered me 100, and I said I that's not enough. That's not enough for me to leave my program early and all that because I was hot stuff. I was the only black person on the planet to get a PhD in finance that year, so I was the only one. If you wanted a African American, I was the only one, male or female. But I underestimated my value, right? So this guy, his name was Howard, and he came and he offered me 100, and I said, I don't know if that's enough for me to leave early because I was going to the league, like the NBA athletes leave and stuff, and I was like, I think I need more. And he said, well, how much? I said, I don't know, at least 115. And so the next day he calls and he says, guess what? I got you 115. And I said, damn. Like, I should have said like 150 because you got to make it hard. There's something in negotiation. Sanford Grossman, who's a professor at Wharton, talks about something like how to negotiate. You're supposed to negotiate, not where you don't want to negotiate a deal where the other side is super happy that you took the deal. That means you left money on the table. You negotiate to what they call the point of indifference, the point where you've literally pulled out every nickel to the point where they're kind of like, okay, I don't care if you come or not. If you ask for another dollar, I'm gonna say no, right? Then you say, okay, I'll take that, right? So I probably should have asked for like 160 or something because I literally could have gotten probably 140 or something. My friend got 140 because he asked for it. But anyway, that's a lesson in life. But I got that first job, and at that time, 115K was a ton of money. For it still is, it's still great money, right? And so I got that first paycheck, and I was doing cartwheels in the hallway. I felt like, Pookie the crackhead from New Jack City. I was feeling real good about life. And the second paycheck felt really good. The third one felt really good. And then eventually it kind of levels off. You kind of normalize. And literally by the end of the year, my sense of gratitude for that money I was making had kind of disappeared. But I had an addiction to it. I needed it. If you cut my paycheck, I would feel anxiety because of that, but there wasn't like that same excitement to get that money that I had when I first started. So this kind of happens in sudden wealth syndrome. You just get a bunch of money, you're like, oh, this is great. My life is better forever. And the problem is, and it's just like love, you ever have those people that are deeply unhappy and then they find somebody and they're like, oh my God, I'm happy now because I met the right person. But then give it like 9 months or so. They're not gonna be happy anymore because if you're not happy when you walk into the new relationship, you're never going to be happy. You have to be happy before you get there in order to be happy because that happiness has to come internally. And Will Smith talks about that. I like Will Smith. He's a smart guy. I respect him. And the same thing is true when it comes to finances. It all affects the same region of your brain. So when you get the money, you can't ever get trapped into thinking that, oh, that's it's something external that's going to make you content and complete. It's definitely got to be internal. So you think, oh, if I'll be happy if I can get a nicer house, or I'll be happy if I can make more money. I can be happy if I can get a car. Sure, money matters. Money does not, but money does not buy happiness. However, losing the money you have can cause financial anxiety, which can affect your happiness. And then also money, when it's intelligently applied, can affect your happiness, right? So if money helps me remove an obstacle to my happiness, like if I need to meditate every day in order to be at peace and to be happy, and having a little more money allows me space to meditate or exercise or do whatever I got to do to find my balance and my peace, then yes, money can open the door for happiness possibilities, but it has to be a thought out process. It can't be something as silly as like, oh, if I get me a Corvette, I'm going to be happy. You won't be. Deion Sanders, when he was a football player, he had all the money in the world, he had all the women, he had all the fame, all the power, all the respect, and he was ready to kill himself. That was, and to me, that is similar to probably what a drug addict feels when they get to the point where no matter how much of this drug they take now, it doesn't give them that high anymore. So then they go into that depression. So that intelligent use of money is extremely important. Sudden wealth syndrome is something to look out for. The second piece is there's something called loss aversion, and loss aversion kind of says that generally speaking people fear losing money more than they desire making more money. That's a natural thing. This creates what in finance we talk about is what they call a concave utility function. All that means is that when you get to the point where you're taking risk, it's natural to think about the downside as much as you think about the upside. Sometimes we think about the downside more than the upside, and that's okay. That's actually fine. But what happens is that as you get wealthier and as you get a lot of money in your pocket, you're not thinking as much about the downside. You're thinking about just the upside. So effectively, his investing behavior was what might be seen as very overconfident. It's like, okay, I've got like NBA players go through this all the time. You got this $100 million contract, so who cares if you invest $300,000 here or throw away $200,000 there? You're very confident because you feel like the money will never run out. I used to go through this every 2 weeks when I got my paycheck from Taco Bell. Tell me if you've ever gone through this. I used to get that check and I would go cash it because I was a teenager and that's what teenagers kind of do, I guess. And I would get this big pile of money. I get a bunch of 20s, and it felt like so much money. And in my mind, I would think I'm never going to run out of money. I've got an endless supply of money. Like if I've got a big stack of 20s in my pocket, big wad of money, nothing less than a 20. If you need a 5-0, Boyce Watkins got plenty, right? So anyway, so you got this big stack of money, nothing less than a 20 in your pocket, and you go to the store and it costs $5. It's like, oh, okay. This thing costs $3. Okay. Oh, well, let's go to McDonald's. This is going to cost $7. Okay, okay, right. And then next thing, and it was crazy. It was almost like a magic trick. Every single time I would run out of money. Like I get my check Friday, cash it Friday, have a hell of a weekend, get through about half the week, and by about Wednesday or Thursday, the money starts running light, and you're reaching in your pocket expecting a big wad of 20s, and there's like two, or maybe there's like 120, a 10, a five, and three ones, and a bunch of quarters. And you're like, what the hell happened? Like, where did the money? And every single time that would happen, I was like, what is going on? How is it that when I get paid, I feel like I have all this money, but then a week later, I'm broke again? And it was weird. And what that really comes down to is that money makes you high. Money is like dope. And what dope does is dope has you feeling like you're Superman or Superwoman. Dope. It gives you what in finance research is referred to as investor or spender overconfidence. You are overconfident in how much money you have, and that overconfidence leads you to make faulty decisions. So this man, Jack Whitaker, had extreme overconfidence. I mean, you got 113 million in the bank. Of course, you're never going to run out of money, but no, you can still run out of money with 113 million dollars. So financial consciousness must always be present. In fact, it's interesting, ironically, Bill Cosby was very good at being financially conscious, even when he was very wealthy. He didn't waste money on silly things. He kept up with his money. Unfortunately, his lack of consciousness came with excessive involvement with many, many, many women, and possibly doing something that was illegal. Again, we can't take that off the table. Again, I just believe in proof. Like I think you got to prove things, but still, I mean, those allegations were pretty bad. And Cosby probably, I'm gonna guess he's probably over time gonna give away at least 400 or 500 million, maybe $500 million away due to the inability to control that one area of his life, right? And I think that's where his flaw. I mean, I guess a lot of people have flaws. I also know, and this is interesting. This kind of fits with that theme that I think for men, that just that sexual thing and the fact that we live in a society that doesn't encourage sexual discipline for men, especially if you have money. Like people really kind of feel like, and I've seen this up close because I was single for many years before I married my wife where people sometimes feel that because you have money, you should just do whatever you want with whoever you want. And I never felt I believe in things like karma. I kind of think if you live a sloppy life, that's going to eventually catch up with you. And so it's kind of a theme, right? Tiger Woods, for example, because of his inability to control that one section of his life, it costs him probably, I'm gonna guess, 500 million. Because I know his wife alone, she got, I think, 250 million. But then there's the women he had to pay off in the lawsuits and all that. Um, but then on top of that, it cost him much more than money because one of his greatest dreams was to break Jack Nicklaus's record for the number of majors won. I think Nicklaus had won 18 majors or something. Tiger was up to 15. He was on his way to breaking that record. I was a big fan of Tiger Woods. I loved his excellence. I loved what his dad did with him. But there's that one area they did not cover, which was sexual discipline. Look, son, I know you love the ladies, and the ladies gonna love you, but you gotta put a cap on it. You have to have some degree of moderation. If you don't have, if you are too extreme, this can destroy you. And you saw that what happened with Tiger in 2009 when the little thing happened with the women and it came out. I mean, this man was all over the place. I mean, porn stars and just crazy stuff. I'm gonna tell you, I think the problem was him as a 21-year-old hanging out with Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley. That was bad right there, right? You should have hung out with somebody like me. I'm nerdy. I would have got you. I would have had you playing video games or something. I mean, but to be out with Jordan, that's gonna. Jordan is a great guy. He's a great athlete for the most part, and I know people that know him, so I'm going to be nice and careful because one of my friends used to be the chairman of the Jordan brand, Larry Miller. He's a great guy, and I don't want to disrespect Jordan, but I kind of feel like Jordan because he was so powerful and he was a leader that he got a lot of young guys in trouble. He mentored them in the wrong way. He had them in bad situations. Even Antoine Walker, who lost all of his wealth, he talks about gambling with Jordan for 24 straight hours and literally spending like money he could not afford. Michael Jordan, yeah, he's going to make money for the rest of his life because he's Michael Jordan. You're not him. And so you're trying to gamble with him, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. And just as a side note, gambling addictions are going to be massive and problematic and destroy billions in black wealth. I want you to pay attention to how when these companies, the DraftKings and stuff like that, when they're marketing, they're using black men in these ads a lot. A lot. A lot of these ads will use black men, black comedians. Jamie Foxx over here. You got Kevin Hart over there. They coming to get your money, man. They coming to get your and I want to give I really appreciate the guys at Earn Your Leisure for they called out, I think Joe Budden, one of the podcasters. They said, stop promoting gambling to black people. I was very impressed by the fact that they said that because that's going to lead to a conflict, a massive conflict. Look, I'm not a person that will ever scold anybody for what they do with their money. I'm not. I've bet on games before. I think I bet on the Super Bowl and I didn't win. And every now and then it's fun. But I'm not really in that target demographic. The target demographic they're really trying to destroy is men between the ages of, say, 20 and like 35. Because there's something about that testosterone, that overconfidence that will make them just trick away all their money and then looking crazy when you are 100,000 in the hole and you're only making 40,000 a year. And then that leads to a whole bunch of other cascading problems. People have taken their lives because of how much their gambling losses were, the hopelessness that can occur when you're looking at this massive debt and your income is like this. Then at that point, the only way you have a chance to solve this problem, it's like you're in a basketball game where you're 40 points behind and there's 10 minutes to go. You're not going to be able to close that deficit without taking a whole lot of chances. Now, if you're playing football, you got to throw the ball down. You got to throw in Hail Marys constantly. If you're playing basketball, you got to shoot nothing but three pointers. And if it doesn't work, it's going to just increase the deficit. So what happens with the gamblers? This is the trick. They get deep in the hole, and then they calculate mathematically. The only way I can get out of this hole is to take even more risk, and then it doesn't work. And then next thing you know, you went from 100,000 in the hole to a 250,000 in the hole. And then you got this wife and kid at home who are gonna now suffer. Who your wife has no idea that y'all about to lose the house. Your kids don't know that daddy is about to get killed by a bookie, and this just creates all these problems and all this anxiety. And I guarantee you that if you would do research, how many people have taken their lives because a gambling addiction got out of control? You'll find endless stories where this has happened. Because then you're like, the only way I can help the family is if I just die and get them the insurance money or something like that. And that's a terrible place to be. I just beg anybody that's listening to warn your sons, protect yourself, because this has happened before. We've allowed this kind of we've allowed sports betting before, and it was tragic when they did it the first time. They've had games, the World Series, I think 1919, the World Series got fixed. Pete Rose got a lifetime ban. There are so many. Art Schlichter was one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of Ohio State. That's my alma mater. Well, I think Art Schlichter, I think that was his name. He got this addiction in college that ruined him. He got banned from the NFL. He all the money that he made, he tricked it all away in 2 or 3 weeks. His whole signing bonus was gone in less than a month. So my point is to say that just because everybody else is doing it doesn't mean you should do it. Just because they make it legal does not make it good for you. This country has a lot of things that they legalize and encourage, and they encourage and legalize those things because capitalism works best when your customer is an addict. Capitalism works best when you can get people addicted to your product. They study how to get you addicted. Social media, they study how to get you addicted. They use the same methods that the casinos use for gambling addicts. When it comes to sports betting, they want you addicted. When it comes to the liquor, they want you addicted because addicts are excellent customers because they're going to pull out their last nickel to feed the beast that has been born inside of them, and that is damn near demonic. That would be almost like a type of demonic capitalism that just allows society to run rampant with all these addictions that are very harmful to people. We talked about the sports betting, but also just the alcohol. Look at how many people. My One of my best friends just lost one of her best friends last week because some drunk driver was driving down the road and rammed into her, and suddenly everybody's life is all messed up. My daughter almost got killed by a drunk driver, but yet we just think alcohol is fun because this is so much fun. Party over here. No, it's not a party. It's sometimes it's death, man, and it's insanity to me because when you're not a leader, when you're just a follower, you just think it must be okay because everybody's doing it. And I hope that you understand that that can't be the case. You have to have your own barometer of what intelligent behavior looks like. You have to have your own compass for that. Society will not give you a good compass. They will guide you right off a cliff and destroy you. And then when you die, they'll just start taking money from your kids. Okay, so that's what they do. All right. So anyway, before I finish this up, I want to remind everybody what's going on in the Black Business School this week. First off, if you want to hear from us every morning when we do our millionaire training camp, make sure you're on the text list. Pull out your phone and write this down. Somebody type this in the chat because sometimes some of us are not as quick as others to write numbers down. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can just go to drboyceelevate.com if you want to sign up for the class if you're not already enrolled. So drboyceelevate.com. Also, don't forget that we have ladies from Fly Nubian Money that go live every day. Constance Carter ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. We have Dr. Lene Javette, who's an expert on entrepreneurship and Black people. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, who's done great work on things like financial anxiety and things like that. They actually do this show every day at 1 o'clock, one Monday through Friday. And if you want to be notified when they go live, you can text the word Queens to the phone number 87948. And I hope you'll support them. I think we should really listen to our women because our women are smart and they're capable and they're amazing and they're the most educated on the planet and they're just doing big things. And I really think that as men, just a great tribute that will enhance your masculinity, in my opinion, is to really honor and respect all the great women that are really holding it down and doing great things in our society. So starting with my wife, I honor all the women that are doing this, but then also there are so many women that are not going to get the attention they deserve because they ain't twerking. They ain't taking their clothes off. They're not setting up an OnlyFans. They're actually accomplishing things that are really beneficial to society. So the ladies of Fly Nubian Queens do that. Fly Nubian Queen do that. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they'll send you a text notification when they go live every single Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock, and they talk about really interesting topics that relate to our community and our wealth. And there's others in there. Athena Gardner, who is an expert on artificial intelligence, and there's Lala. Lala is Laura Key. Laura Key, who actually, ironically, we were talking about drunk driving. Lala came into this class, and Lala actually, she's an international real estate expert that lives in Argentina, and two of her sisters were killed by a drunk driver, and it's just, this stuff bothers me. It does. So anyway, if you want to support the ladies, I hope you'll text the word Queens to the number 87948. Come in, not just listen to them and learn from them because they're smart, they're going to benefit you, but also, give them some love. Like, join the conversation. Like, we want our community to have conversations that we need to have that are going to make us better. There are a lot of conversations that don't make anybody better. There are a lot of conversations that are interesting but not healthy. And I think healthy, intelligent conversations will help our people become great again. Right? Just to steal the term, not just from Trump. Trump ain't the first person to say "Make America Great Again." Actually, Bill Clinton used to say that, and I think even George Bush said that. So that term "Make America Great Again" is an old term. Lots of politicians have used it. Well, I want to make Black people great again because I know that we're great and we're extraordinary, and I believe when it comes to economics, starting there, we're going to take the lead on Earth. Like, we're going to be the best on the planet because we're getting our kids ready at 4, 5, 6 years old, and that to me is the win. That's the holy grail. All right. So anyway, one more theory. So let's finish up this conversation about Jack Whitaker, and then I'll let you guys go for the day and until tomorrow. So one other financial theory that might fit with this situation with Whitaker, who won the $113 million lottery, lost all the money, and then eventually died. I think he died in 2016. His granddaughter died at 17 years old, I think a few years before that. So it was really sad that he won this money. He actually said, "I wish I had never won it." And one other financial theory that does apply for his experience is what they call basically social pressure and lifestyle expectations. So basically, behavioral economics, and I'm looking at it right now just to refresh my memory. It shows that wealth can attract a lot of undue social pressure, leading to what they call lifestyle inflation. So tell me if you've ever gone through this. First of all, let me ask you this: how many of you are considered to be one of the more financially successful people in your family? Like, how many of you are maybe one of the first ones to break a generational curse, first one to go to college, first one to go to Harvard, first one to make 100,000, first one to, own real estate? I mean, I know if you're not doing well, you're eventually going to be doing well because the things I'm talking to you guys about when it comes to economics, this is cutting edge stuff. So you're going to be great at mastering your economics, right? So a lot of you have that expectation that because you're doing well, that you're going to pay for everything, right? You go to dinner with your friends and they look at you when the bill comes because they know that you're going to cover the bill, and you feel like you're supposed to do that because maybe you have survivor's guilt, or maybe you just feel like, well, because I'm doing well, I should be covering everything. I should be big balling all the time. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a great type of generosity, and I respect that immensely. But there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. And there was a great TED talk I saw from a Black lady who she said that she had an MBA from Harvard, and she said that her finances were so bad that literally she'd have like $1.50 in her bank account, but yet she's sitting, at dinner with these other, established, distinguished Harvard alums, and she's feeling like she's supposed to show up in a certain financial condition, but yet she's sweating and hoping that she doesn't have to pay the bill because she can't pay the bill. So the bill arrives and she'd have to sneak away and go to the bathroom, things like that. And a lot of her pressure came from the fact that people would just assume, well, you're an MBA from Harvard, so of course you have all the money. Of course you're doing quite well. And that's just a lot of pressure there. And so with this guy Whitaker, when he won 113 million, he ended up telling everybody he had this money. So everyone expected things from him. They would bring their financial problems to him, almost like in the movie The Godfather, where everyone lined up at his son's wedding and they would just bring all their problems and say, "Hey, Godfather, I'm having trouble with this, trouble with that." And he'd say, "Okay, my son," right? And that's okay to a point, but it's something that has to really be managed and calibrated. Take it from somebody who goes through that a lot. My family knows that I'm not broke. And so what that does is that means I have to be really conscious about my social circle and how I manage expectations that other people have. And really the bigger factor is understanding the importance of serving the apples but protecting the tree. Right? Like I'm the tree. A lot of people in my family, I pay lots of people. There are lots of people who pay their bills every month because I send them a check. I don't even know, I can't even count how many. Um, but what has to happen is that establishing appropriate boundaries, and this is the kind of thing therapy really helps you with, is establishing appropriate boundaries means I have a limit to how much I can actually do for you. I have a limit to how many of your problems that I can personally absorb. So there's a point where, and it's hard. It's really hard if you're trying to be a good person and be nice or and all that. It's tough because we say things that don't mean anything when we say them, but then they mean something when people call us on it, right? So like people will say little things like, "Hey, let me know if you need anything." For most people, that doesn't mean a whole lot because there's a limit to what they can actually really do for you anyway. But when you got money and you tell a broke person, "Hey, let me know if you need anything," well, then some people might really come and cash that check. Like, "Hey, you said call you if you need anything, and that we're best friends, and so I do need something right now." And it's the same money that I needed last month when I couldn't pay my rent because I have an endless number of financial problems that I expect you to solve because you're supposed to be my friend and you told me to call you if I need anything. And so really I noticed that as I kind of got more money, I had to even be careful about what I said. It's like, okay, how do I really let you know that I care about you or I'm your friend without making you think that there's an infinite pool of requests you can make of me because we're supposed to be friends. Because if I say no, then maybe you interpret that to mean, oh, well, you said you cared. You don't really care. You're a blah blah blah, right? Because I'm gonna just tell you, I will just say my opinion. It seems to me that's very, very hard to have money or success without somebody calling you a bastard or saying you're greedy or oh you think you better than everybody else or uppity. You have eventually I just had to learn to ignore that and have an internal compass of whether or not I was being a good person or not. Like I know what I can do for you. Like I can't do other little things like say it's like sometimes, for example, one little trick I used to use when I didn't when people didn't know as much about how much money I had is if I knew that I had a cousin that was going to ask me for money, I would start talking about my money problems before he did, right? So I would just say, "Oh man, shoot, I'm broke, man. I ain't getting nothing, man. It's hard out here." Like they're just flat out. I ain't gonna lie, just flat out, like just going with it. Like okay, yeah, man. It's and then most if it worked, it would be like, yeah, yeah, I'm struggling. My car's broke down, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, man, my car too. I just had to pay, blah, right? But then when people know you're lying, like they know you got it. That's really hard. Like it's easy to say, "Well, I'm sorry, I don't have it. I can't do anything." But it's different when you say, "I could do something, but I just don't want to. I'm not going to." Right? That's a delicate kind of dance, and it does create paranoia. It does. It makes you very like, gosh, if I become your friend, are you going to start asking me for a whole bunch of stuff and stressing me out because I don't know how to deal with that. And then you could just say no. And there are people that are good at that but that's hard to do too, right? So there's a balance, right? So anyway, ultimately, those expectations, what I would say to you is the best way I've seen to kind of deal with that is number one, goofy things like trying to flex and brag and show off how much you have, I think that that's immature. It shows that there's some sort of inadequacy within you. That's a self-esteem issue. I don't think you have to show people how much you've got or put it on Instagram or show your new Mercedes with a big bow on it and put a hashtag blessed, where you're doing these like, humble brags. Nobody want to see that crap. It's only going to make people feel worse about their lives and they're not going to like you because of it. Um, then the other piece of that too is living below your means. I think that's the ultimate flex. I think living below your means is an amazing flex. for you and for the world. I think that it shows you to be a person of substance and character who doesn't define themselves by how much money you have. It also keeps you financially safe, right? You just, I met one of our kids' friends, and they came to the house, and I guess for them it was a big deal that Dr. Boyce Watkins lived at the house. The kids, the parents found out, and they were like, "Oh my God, I didn't know, this is cool." So I met the dad, and we were sitting on the porch talking, and he's a cool guy, and he said. And we were talking to, there's somebody else there. I don't remember who was there. And he said, yeah. He said, I was really surprised that you lived in my neighborhood. And I was like, well, why is that? He said, I don't know. I kind of thought you lived on a house on a hill somewhere, like on a mountain or something. I knew you lived somewhere, but I didn't think it would be here. And I was like, in my mind, what I'm thinking is, I love this house. This is a nice house. We got 6,000 square feet. This is pretty cool. This is balling to me. I don't want to live flashy and gaudy, but I want to be comfortable. I want to be happy, right? And I'm very happy with what I have. Like, why would I, and I kind of felt good about that. I was like, okay, good. Let's not get caught up in the material stuff because I don't think there's any value there. But the material is important in terms of giving you security and giving you peace. I think peace and contentment go so much further than showing off to other people. And so living below your means, not being flashy or gaudy, and definitely not bragging about how much money you have. That brings a lot of pressure. That one time that I did have that conversation with Tyler Perry a long time ago when he called me, and I asked him. I said the day before he was on the cover of a magazine because he made $100 million that year, and everyone was surprised by that. I said, "How does that feel to be on the cover of a magazine for how much money you made?" And he said, "I hate it." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." He said, because people see how much money you make. They see the top line. They see the 100 million. He said, they don't understand how much it cost me to run this business. He said, they don't know that I just paid Alan Payne $2.5 million or that I just had to pay another 800,000 for this and another $1 million for that. They just see the 100 million and they literally think you have $100 million in your bank account. So, so as you kind of climb the ladder and become successful, I encourage you use your money in a way that's going to allow you to have positive influence on the world. Use it in a way that's going to give you the peace you deserve. Protect the tree because by protecting yourself, you're protecting other people. So I know that even though I have a lot of people that depend on me, the reason I have to pull back and draw a boundary and say, okay, this is for Boyce. This is Boyce's time. Boyce is going to sit over here and work and not be disturbed. Boyce is going to reserve resources for himself. It's not me serving myself. It's not selfish. It's me serving everyone. Because if I stress out and die, or I go broke trying to save everybody like MC Hammer, then a lot of people would suffer. So in conclusion, because wealth in economics is an ecosystem, I give to you, you give to me. Everything's recursive. What I put out, I'm getting that back. That means that I can't take care of you if I'm not taking care of me. And I can't take care of me if I'm not taking care of you. So understanding that about economics and how that works, I think will go a very long way in building your family wealth. We're all connected. We're all connected. So keep that in mind. I hope that that was beneficial and helpful. I didn't mean to overtalk that, but that's a point that I really believe in. So anyway, we're going to meet again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. So I look forward to seeing you. We're going to do a session with Prime. Those of you that are members of the Prime class, where we make income with stock options, there is a recording of the last Q&A that I did. If you log in at drboyceprime.com, you can take a look at that, and it talks about what's going on with this market and the opportunities that are there. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested in joining us. And also, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays on Tuesday, of course. So you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial if you'd like to join our stock market investing club. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. It was great talking to you, and you'll hear from me very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp. This is where we get together and we just act real black and talk about wealth and make ourselves amazing and have an extraordinary day, which converts into an extraordinary life. And I'm here to say that I proudly was not a member of the 5 a.m. club today. I was a member of the 7 a.m. club, or the 6:45 a.m. club to be exact. So, we made it happen. And actually, I'm not going to keep you guys very long today because, in case you don't know, the Fly Nubian Money Club, they have an investment club that's taught and run by women. There are men and women in the club, but it's run only by women. We won't, only want to hear women's voices. And as far as teachers in that particular space, we have spaces for men as well. And they're actually doing something today where Laura Key, who's an international real estate expert, is actually showing everybody how to buy property. She's really good at it, and everybody in the black community should own property. Everybody should teach their kids to own property. So she's doing that today, and I'm gonna give you guys the link. You guys can get free access today to go check it out and decide if you want to be a member of the club. So just remind me before we go. I'll give you the link, and you can join. They actually started now, which is the same time as this class. But I'll give you guys a link where you can go over there because you're in this class. We'll let you take a look for free and hang out and see what you see and see if you like what you see. All right, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm sending out a text message also to everybody that is a member of this class and letting them know that we're getting started now. And if you're not on the text list, then just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Do that on your phone. Don't do that on the computer. Do that on your phone, and you will get notifications when we meet for class. We meet for class 7 days a week at 10 a.m. And also remind me also, I decided that I'm going to buy a certain stock today, and don't let me forget to share that with you. So if I sound like I'm all over the place, just blame it on my ADHD because I really was thinking about all the things I wanted to share with you guys today. So I'm gonna write this down so I don't sound like a lunatic because literally my brain gets a million ideas at once. So I want to make sure I tell you guys about the stock that I want to buy and why. And then after that, we'll go to Lala's class. And then also I want to talk about why I think Jay-Z might go broke. That to me is an interesting topic because I was thinking about that this morning, and whether he'll go completely broke or not is one thing. I don't know if that's going to happen or what that's going to look like, but I can just tell you that he's in financial jeopardy. He's in significant financial risk, and I personally think that rappers, in general, if you kind of think about financial culture and economic culture the way I do, you can see why the world is not designed for rappers to keep their money. Because one thing that we talk about a lot in my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that wealth preservation is just as important as wealth accumulation. That the ability to protect the ball, so to speak, and to keep your money is just as important as making the money. A lot of people make the money and they lose the money, and so what I personally think is that if you don't understand how to keep your money, then you're not going to keep it for very long. So let me explain this so that I don't sound half crazy. I think Diddy, um, you know, I think Diddy is definitely going to have some financial challenges. I think his legacy's in jeopardy. You're talking about a cascade of lawsuits, just like literally dozens, if not hundreds of lawsuits that pop up. The burden of proof in these lawsuits isn't very high either. It's not as if they do a deep dive CSI investigation on every claim. Sometimes people just get paid just to make it go away because reputational wealth is very fragile, especially for a black man. Reputational wealth, meaning that people want to do business with you because they think you're the coolest guy on the block and because they loved your last album. That's very fragile because the minute that somebody says that you might have done something bad, even if there's not a lot of evidence, that's still going to make people not want to do business with you because business inherently is very conservative. Corporations are very conservative. And I observed that actually back in 2013 when Lil Wayne said something that was just racially terrible and it was very insulting to the black community. The way I was able to get Wayne's attention was I didn't address Wayne directly. I addressed Mountain Dew, the corporation that was sponsoring him. And I said, you can't be putting money in the pocket of a black person who is disrespecting the black community. I don't care what race he is. You're not my ally if you disrespect black people. I'm sorry. I don't care what your skin color is. And it was because of that economic pressure that he folded. He ended up apologizing, and unfortunately, he ended up losing. He had a world tour. I think they were sponsoring a tour. He and Ti and stuff like that were going to go on a tour, and it got canceled. Because I was like, no, this is BS. You can't go out here. I don't care if you're making your money. You don't have to contribute to the cause. You don't have to support what the community's doing. We forgive you for that. But when you're undermining that by sharing by getting paid to harm the community, then I can't co-sign on that. And I don't care how great your music is. That's those are disconnected things. So my point is to say that with hip hop, with rappers, the thing about rappers, unfortunately, is that because we've allowed people to pay some of our most talented black men and women to promote a culture that encourages criminality, the culture that encourages the sexualization of little girls, a culture that encourages financial irresponsibility, a culture that encourages ignorance, a culture that cheers on the death of black people. What you really have is a space that is anti-health, anti-wealth, anti-family, anti-relationships, anti-happiness. It's a space that produces lots of trauma. It's a space that produces long prison sentences. There's a long list of rappers that have gone to prison because rappers are easy to arrest. It's weird. The culture is so crazy that they will kill somebody. Some of them will kill somebody and then go make an album about who they shot. Because the culture tells them to keep it real. Or the police, they used to have what they called the hip hop squad, or the hip hop police squad, or whatever they called it, and they would just follow the rappers around because they said, okay, these guys are goofy and dumb. They're going to eventually do something illegal, so we're going to just wait for them to do something illegal so we can lock them up. And so my point is to say that Jay-Z was kind of unfortunately a leader of that culture. And we live in a world now where even things that you did when you were very young can come back and haunt you when you're very old. I believe now Jay-Z is almost a grandfather. He's not in the shenanigans like he used to be. This is not 1998 anymore. But the thing is, in my opinion, a lot of the things that he might have done, participated in 1998, 1999 are coming back full circle now. For example, just little stuff like, oh, well, why were you messing around with Foxy Brown when she wasn't 18 yet? What was going on with you and Aaliyah? What was going on and I told you I was friends with Dame Dash, and he told me a lot. I got a front row seat to a lot of Aaliyah stories, and so I think that there are questions people are going to ask, and it's unfortunate, because you have this very public track record that people are going to lean into when they start to question other things that you might be accused of doing. And for him, unfortunately, it's going to be financially costly because there's something called Bayesian priors, where basically people, this is in statistics. Bayesian priors means basically that people will make assumptions about you based on what they already think they know about you. Right? That's not exactly the only application, but that's one application. So it means that if you're accused of stealing, and I know you went to jail for theft, then that means anybody can come back and accuse you of stealing, and people will believe it because you stole something before. Do you see what I mean? Like, so if you've never been accused of anything, then then that's different, right? It's much harder to accuse someone who's never done anything as opposed to someone who had a past and then reform themselves, and they're like, I'm clean, I didn't do it. But people are like, no, but you did do something. And so because we're accusing you of this now, we're going to link this new accusation to the fact that you're already indicted, not just because you're a black man, right? The black man is seen as the greatest criminal in America, even though we're not, but that's how we're viewed, right? So hip hop unfortunately distorts the image of the black male throughout the world by making black men look like a big pack of criminals and terrible people and everything else. So my point is to say that this creates financial jeopardy. I was talking to my son the other day. We were going down to the Black Ownership Ball hosted by Jamal Green in Chicago. Jamal Green is a great guy, super smart, a great leader for the future. I look this guy up. I just have so much respect for him. Anyway, in fact, I got to bring him in there because I just like this guy a lot. Anyway, so we were on our way and we were talking about how Elon Musk became the richest man on Earth. And Elon Musk right now has a net worth that is higher than Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined. He's now considered the richest human being to have ever lived. They said he just passed Mansa Musa. They claim Mansa Musa was worth about 440 billion. Elon's worth about 447 billion. All this happened after the election. Something amazing happened with his stock price. And I said to him, I said, well, people don't understand that wealth can be very fragile because Elon Musk, a lot of his wealth is driven by how people perceive him. A lot of his wealth is driven by how many people trust him. He can get bank loans because the banks believe in him. People invest in the things they believe in. They don't invest in the things they don't believe in. So I said, if something were to happen and he were to be painted in a negative light and people stop believing in him, then Tesla would go bankrupt immediately. When Elon Musk signed a plea deal with the Securities and Exchange Commission, Elon said it himself. He said, the only reason I signed this deal is because I knew that I would be under investigation. I didn't do anything wrong, but I knew you guys would be investigating me. And he said, according to my bond covenants with the bondholders, the money, the financing, basically the banks and the debt holders, the bond covenants basically said that if he's ever under investigation or seen in a suspicious way, then all debt that he owes to them would be payable immediately. He would have to pay all his debt back immediately. And here's the thing, as rich as Elon is, he could not pay back all the debt that Tesla has, all the debt that SpaceX has. Most of these companies are funded by debt. Debt is driven heavily by belief and perception in the individual that receives the support. So, going back to a Jay-Z, Jay-Z's disadvantage would be that he's a black man, right there, which already means that either people don't believe in you or their belief in you is very, very fragile. It can easily be tripped up. If someone makes an accusation, doesn't matter if it's true, then suddenly all that belief and support goes away. I bet you 99.9% of all of Diddy's business partners are gone because he is on trial. But for him, there's no such thing as innocent until proven guilty. In the eyes of some, he was guilty, period. And truth be told, I will say this. I'm very happy I never got invited to any Diddy parties. I almost got invited to one actually. He had this white party in the Hamptons and if somebody had asked me to go, I'd have been like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool to just check it out. I'm so glad I didn't go. This was back when I used to hang out with Al Sharpton and stuff. And I'm telling you, I don't know what shenanigans they all got going in New York, but I'm glad to get out of that space. I just something about it, smartest people I've ever met. Al Sharpton is a genius. Wendy Williams, a genius. Russell Simmons, a genius. And I knew all these people pretty well. But when you get into these weird spaces, it just gets like strange things start to happen, and I'm so happy. And then even Kanye invited me to come to his house and sit with him and do stuff, and I didn't want to go because I was like, I don't know what you're gonna do to me in that house. Y'all are weird. Y'all drug people. Things happen. I don't want to be in this space like that. So I didn't go. I didn't go to his house, but he did. He sent me his little address. He was in some hotel in Beverly Hills, some expensive. I was like, how the hell does somebody pay like $10,000 a day to stay in some hotel for like 6 months? But he had that kind of money, and he invited me, and I was like, I thought about going, but then I was like, no, I don't want to be in that kind of space because I don't know what weird stuff y'all do in Hollywood and everything else. I don't want no parts of that. So a lot of I think life is about keeping your soul clean, as clean as you can, so that you don't have these weird things happening. Because I think that there's some shenanigans that happen. But anyway, just going back to the whole financial side of it, I would say that you shouldn't be surprised if it does get to the point where Jay-Z does end up having his financial legacy significantly disrupted. If these lawsuits turn into an avalanche of accusations, that one lawyer that he's fighting against, Tony Busby, over that one case, there's thousands of lawyers out there that are ready to fight, right? And so Busby might lose that round, but I can personally see this becoming a big problem. For many, many years, I always said that once the Me Too movement catches up with hip hop, it's going to be an absolute mess. Because I'm a black man. I'm the same age as a lot of these guys. And I remember hearing what they rapped about and the way they lived. And I said, these Negroes don't forget that they black. They really forgot that they're black. They literally are openly talking about doing things that are illegal, unethical, harmful to other people, and are going to get them sued. And the thing about a civil lawsuit is you don't really have to have a whole lot of proof to win a civil lawsuit. You just need what they call a preponderance of the evidence. That means that somebody listening, a jury member, just has to say, do I think that there's a 51% chance that you did this? Do I think that if I was a betting man, would I bet that you did it or didn't do it? I think you probably did it. Okay, that's $50 million. Pay the man, pay the lady, right? And if you have hundreds of these people, then it becomes a problem. And so I personally think that Jay-Z's wealth is in jeopardy. I think that every single gangster rapper or anybody who's ever been involved in that side of hip hop, their wealth is in jeopardy and their life's work could easily be destroyed. And a lot of it's because the hip hop in itself, not all of it, but some of it, the toxic side is in direct violation of everything that protects and preserves your wealth. So how does that translate to regular people and on the rest of us? It means really that the rules of wealth go deeper than just putting money in your 401k, buying the right stocks and everything else. It goes into like a point where you kind of have to keep your nose clean. You kind of have to think about risk management as not just remembering that you're black, but also remembering that if you are in the wrong space, wrong spaces with the wrong people at the wrong times, bad things can happen. I know a lady who was a professor who was high flying. She was kicking butt, taking names, getting all these promotions and all these raises and doing really well in her career. And she married a loser. She married a bum. She married a guy who was jealous of her, who couldn't succeed in anything. So he got resentful of the fact that his wife was doing so much better than him. And so this guy just decides, that he wanted to kill his wife and kill himself. He did a murder suicide. And they had two young children. So now her two children are growing up without a mother and a father because her father was a punk. And this is something that she probably never would have guessed this would have happened to her in a million years because sometimes we think that what we do professionally is disconnected from what we do personally. When we think about risk, we're always thinking about risk as, well, what if the stock market drops? Or what if the real estate market declines? Or what if something bad happens with my portfolio? No, risk is anything that jeopardizes your wealth, including lawsuits, because you were wrong place, wrong time. Lawyers love to sue rich people. They always look for a wealthy person connected to a case because wealthy people are going to pay up sometimes. And if it's a wealthy person, if it's a black man with a stellar reputation that's making money from that reputation, and he's even remotely associated with some shenanigans, a fight happens at the club and somebody says, well, he spit on me or he punched me or whatever, they're going to throw him in the lawsuit in the hopes that he will write a check just to make the lawsuit go away. That's considered to be a cost of doing business. The cost is very, very high when you're in when you already have a pre-designated perception that society has of you as a black man. And so I think that when you're talking to kids about wealth, your children and your grandchildren and your nieces and nephews, talk to them about these things. Talk to them about like, look, you have to you have to try your best to be as strategic as possible, almost like you're operating with a halo around you, like where you have to say, okay, who's in my space? Now, what woman did I pick to be by my side? What kind of friends do I have? How do I respond to conflict? And if you are connected to a culture that says, you got to get ghetto, somebody talk crazy about you, you got to go punch them in the face because you want to keep it real because you're from the street. Well, just get ready to be sued. You're gonna lose millions of dollars. And rappers love to talk about that. A lot of guys like to prove how tough they are. Because something happens in the club, so they pull out a gun, they want to start punching people or whatever. Well, those are lawsuits. You're going to get sued, and you're going to get sued for millions of dollars. So if I'm a sinister person that wants to take your money, all I do is I tap into your ego. Like Denzel said to Will Smith when Will Smith went up there and slapped Chris Rock, and he said or Will said that Denzel had said to him that right when you hit the mountaintop, that's when the devil shows up. And so the devil might be your insecurities. And so the devil's going to show up and somebody's going to poke you. They're going to poke you right where it hurts, right where you're triggered. And if you haven't healed, if you're not smart enough to be balanced as a human being, and gone through the therapy, knowing how to kind of manage things, learning how to be conscious and strategic about your next move, then guess what? Somebody pokes you, pricks you, boop, you get triggered. Next thing you know, you don't put yourself in some shenanigans that destroys everything you've ever worked for. So how would I summarize this? Let's go back to hip hop then, since we were talking about Jay-Z. I'm going to lay this out because I want to make sure I organize this thought properly so that you can really get this. So remember, I was telling you that the problem that I have with some segments of hip hop, I love hip hop, by the way. That's why I talk about it. It's because I love it so much. I know a lot of rappers that I admire and respect, from D1 to Killer Mike, Immortal Technique, all those guys. Even Kanye, I think, is very talented. He's just a little bit troubled. And so this is not anti-hip hop. This is pro hip hop, actually, because I think hip hop was taken from us. I think that it was ruined. I think that they deliberately used it to destroy us from the inside out. That's what I truly believe. But remember, I was telling you that some segments of hip hop are bad. Why? Because I put up a tweet about it. And my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. So feel free to follow me on Twitter. I'm going to read my tweet so I can be clear on my thought, and I'm going to link this to economics. And this is something that you'll never learn in any finance class that I've ever seen anywhere. But then I have a PhD in this, so I'm qualified to chop up this conversation in this way. So I'm going to go ahead and go out into a space that it may seem disconnected, but you'll connect the dots. All right, so here's what I put on Twitter. I said, when people talk about the culture, you ever hear people say, well, we're doing it for the culture. We're doing it for the culture. We're part of the culture. You turn your back on the culture, right? It's the culture, the culture, the culture. You have to be really careful about what you mean when you say the culture. because when people talk about the culture, they're usually talking about something that relates to hip hop and rappers. Now, here's the problem with hip hop culture. Not all of it, but a big chunk of it. It promotes the death of black people. Okay. It promotes drug addiction. It promotes going to prison. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. It promotes financial irresponsibility and it promotes ignorance. Now, let's connect that to wealth. Black death. When people die in your family, is your family going to be better off financially or worse off financially? If you have the head of a household, a mother or father, or even the kids, and somebody gets hit by a stray bullet, or somebody gets into some gangster shit and it ends up in the morgue, or the provider, one of the providers of the household, is now deceased, is the household going to be better off or worse off financially? Are they going to run into more financial problems or less? Answer me in the chat, especially when you talk about, you know, people that maybe die with no insurance and your kids are in front of the church begging the church to donate to the GoFundMe account because daddy didn't handle his business before he went out in the street. He was handling his business in the street, but wasn't handling his business at home. Number two, let's talk about drug addiction. Um, Does a drug addiction enhance your ability to make money or reduce your ability to make money? If I decide to go out and get hooked on Molly Percocet, there's a whole song with a chorus like that, by the way. You should be put in prison for making a song like that because you're marketing drug addiction to children whose brains have not been fully developed. I talked to a black DEA agent who was pissed off and angry because he said, I don't understand why my people don't get the fact that these drugs destroy your brain. They eat your brain like a brain-eating bacteria. So he said, when you get hooked on some of these drugs, these kids, they never come back. It's not like they can say, yeah, I used to use all this stuff when I was 16 and now I'm okay. No, no, your brain, a big chunk of your brain is fried. I know, I can think of at least two single moms I know right now who have sons that are in rehab, in and out of rehab. They're not assets to the family. They could be making money for the family. They could be building a future. They could be providing security. They could be helping the family, but instead they become a liability. So let me ask you this question again. Do drug addictions help or hurt the family's ability to build wealth? What do you think? Give me a yes or no, or help or hurt. Answer in the chat. Okay. Third question. A third thing I said, toxic hip hop promotes prison. They make prison sound like Disneyland. Like you go to prison, you keep it real, and you a gangster if you went to prison and you survived and all that. When someone goes to prison, does that help or does that hurt the family's wealth? When you are locked away and you're paying $5 $5 a minute for a collect phone call or whatever they charge, or $1 per email that to eat, or $5 an email, whatever, and working for 25 cents an hour or maybe $5 a day, does that help or hurt your family's ability to build generational wealth? Let's keep going. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about that stripper rap that's out here. The stripper rap is very popular. It's very popular. It's a very simple message. Just if you look good and you're a freak and whatever, then men will like you. Men will give you attention. It's worthless attention, but they'll give you attention. And so you can get money, you can get, a Gucci bag or whatever, but you might get an STD with the Gucci bag and an unwanted pregnancy, and you're going to become a single mom or whatever. So do you think that the sexualization of little girls helps or hurts their ability to have a wealthy life? Do you think that a little girl that is introduced to Cardi B and memorizes Cardi B lyrics instead of learning her ABCs and learning math is going to be better off long term financially or worse off? Is she more likely to build generational wealth or less likely? Because maybe she was so traumatized as a kid by the assaults that came because she's 12 years old trying to date a grown man, that she never is able to even elevate to the level where she can think long term because the trauma is so deep that literally her mental illness debilitates her from having the ability to really move forward in life. Let's keep going. Hip hop, I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes financial irresponsibility. So answer me in the chat. Is my wealth going to go up or down if I am buying Gucci and Louis and going to see Jake the jeweler and showing off because I got Gucci from head to toe and I bought me a $500,000 car with my signing bonus and I'm going to the club and spending $100,000 putting the money in stripper thongs? Is that going to help or hurt my ability to build generational wealth? Is it going to go up or down? Last one. I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes ignorance. Is an ignorant person more or less likely to build wealth? Is an ignorant person who is not educated, who doesn't know what the hell's going on, who doesn't know up from down, who doesn't understand economics, capitalism, the systems, none of that, is that person going to have more money or less money? Is that going to help their wealth or hurt their wealth? But this is the culture. See, this the culture, y'all. This the culture, yo. Dr. Boyce, you ain't down with the culture, man. Man, excuse my French. Cover your kids' ears. Cover your kids' ears. I got to be honest with you real quick. Fuck you and fuck your culture. Okay? Just now you can uncover the baby's ears. F you, F the damn culture. That ain't my culture. That's the devil's culture. That's damn near say that's as bad as I'd rather go worship the devil than to get into your culture. That ain't no culture that I want to be a part of. That's not a culture that makes me into more of a man. That's a culture that makes me into masses, little beta male. And I'm not, you could take that culture and shove it all the way up your butt like you went to a Diddy party with no Vaseline. I care nothing about that culture. That is not my culture. I reject it. I reject it. I reject it to the point where everything that I said that the culture promotes, I want to do the opposite. Now, let's dissect it further. What does the opposite look like? I mentioned that toxic hip hop celebrates Black death. Look at how many Negroes I killed today. I'll shoot a black man I'll shoot a Negro if he makes me mad, right? So instead of promoting Black death, how about we promote Black life? How about we want our children to live instead of hoping that they die? How about I work to keep my brother alive than to want my brother in a morgue? How about that? What do you think? You think would that be okay, or am I like out of touch? Or am I being a nerd? Or am I being a hater? How about instead of promoting drug addiction, how about we promote other forms of addictions, if you will, or other habits, healthy habits? Like maybe instead of being addicted to drugs, maybe kids can become addicted to learning. Right, right. Maybe instead of wasting our lives by doing things that are going to destroy our brains, how about we do things that are going to enhance the brains of our kids and make them smarter, make them more prepared, make them more strategic, make them more capable? Because you can't deny that the songs aren't promoting drugs. They are. They are. This is clear. People understand this at a high level. Anyone who listens to the music consistently knows that this is what's going on. How about instead of promoting prison, how about we promote freedom? How about we talk about what freedom even looks like? How about we consider the fact that the most revolutionary thing you can do in America as a black person is to be economically and intellectually free. If you are intellectually and economically free, then you are one of the most dangerous black people around. And let me tell you why. You're dangerous because when you are free, they cannot make money from you. When you are free, you're not going to be a corporate slave. When you are free, you're not going to be making money in the prison system. When you are free, they're not making money from you being a ridiculously excessive consumer of any crappy product that they throw at you. So freedom is very dangerous. Freedom is very radical. I think that's why maybe that's why my Facebook page got taken down. I had almost 1 million followers. They took it down. What am I doing? I'm not hurting nobody. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about things that are opposite to the culture, right? It's because there's plenty of rappers that will tell your child to go get hooked on dope and kill himself, and their pages they'll have 30 million followers, right? So how about that? How about instead of promoting incarceration, we promote freedom and by knowing what freedom looks like, studying it, being able to identify it, having the courage to pursue it, and having the courage to plan for it. You plan for it, it will happen. You plan for my child to be free. My child's a baby. I need my baby to be free. So I'm going to invest for that child. I'm going to teach that child. I'm going to make sure that they understand how the game works. I'm going to give them the game so that when they're little, they're not, and they grow older, they're not going to feel like they got left behind and forgotten and abandoned. They're not going to have a scenario where they say, gosh, I would have done things so different if somebody had told me. A lot of you feel that way. When a lot of you come to class in the morning, you're like, gosh, I wish somebody had told me this when I was 10 or 20 years old. My whole life would have been different. Well, I don't want your kids saying the same thing 50 years from now. You teach them while they're 10. You teach them while they're 7. Talk to them. Let's get going. How about instead of promoting the sexualization of little girls, maybe we promote the protection of little girls? How about that? How about we protect black women and really commit ourselves to that? And I'm not just talking about the men, I'm talking about the women too. Some of y'all should promote the shenanigans and the sexualization and rapping Cardi B in the car with your little 7-year-old daughter in the back, or whatever. So I would say, because here's what I think. This is something I actually talked to my son about. I said the hard part about dating for you, he's really tall, by the way. So like if you see him and I say this is my son, you're immediately going to say that can't be your son because you can't make a child that's 6'9". He has a great father. His father is a wonderful man, and I am the bonus dad. So that and it's an honor for me. It's a privilege. I love black kids. I just love the kids in our house. Um, so that's another area where I'm a simp apparently. Because I married a woman with children, but it's been a great asset to my life. And I was talking to him and I said, look, look, man, I said, you're tall. Women naturally love tall dudes. I didn't even know that because women never told me. I guess they didn't want to hurt my feelings, but apparently guys that are over 6 feet tall are like a hot commodity and only 15% of men are over 6 feet tall. He's 6'9", so he's probably in the 1 percentile, right? So he comes in and he's a good looking dude. So he comes in and the girls instantly are like, who's that? Right? So I said, you have to be really careful when you're dating. I said, because we have a society where we don't understand the tragedy of the fact that 76% of black girls don't grow up with their father in the house. We act like that's not a big deal. That's not a problem. That it's everything's fine. And I said, but imagine if you didn't have your mother. Imagine if you grew up and didn't have your mother in the house. Think about what kind of man you would be. You'd be a very different person. And if you don't acknowledge that and notice that differential, then you might end up becoming something other than what you should have been, right? And you may not even know that it was a problem if everyone tells you like, oh, mothers don't matter. It's okay. You can not have a mama and be okay. I believe that if we grow up without mamas, should we you think we have a dramatic increase in the percentage of serial killers in society? Like we have a whole lot of crazy psychopaths in the world because a mother's love is irreplaceable. And I also think a father's love is irreplaceable. I think a father's protection is irreplaceable, right? So I would say that when you talk about the little girls, I think that we are complaining about the problem that we're helping to facilitate and create. I think that when we're teaching little girls that they don't need a man, then you're harming the girl. You're putting her out here in the world where she's going to be very vulnerable. Because I don't care what you say, I think men matter. I matter for my wife. My wife matters for me. I would never go through life thinking I don't need a woman. I don't need black women. No, I need black women. Black women done had my back so many times it's ridiculous. Starting with my mama. My mama could have just aborted me and I wouldn't even exist. So that was the first woman that had my back. Then she fed me for approximately 158,670 hours until I hit the age of 18 and she's been with me ever since. So don't you ever try to convince me that I don't need women, that we don't need women because that would be ridiculous. I would look at you like you're an alien and that you're crazy. So men matter. We matter. So I think that with little girls that go into the world and bad things are happening, and sometimes at the hands of predatory men, like you see all these allegations that are out there and stuff like that. It makes me very sad because I think that we've forgotten what that looks like to really protect black girls. And I don't think it's men's fault, women's fault. I think it's everybody's fault. It's all of our fault. So anyway, let's keep going. Third, or next, how about instead of promoting financial irresponsibility, we relentlessly and just almost vehemently promote financial intelligence? How about that? How about instead of encouraging ourselves to be extreme consumers, we encourage ourselves to be extreme investors. That literally, because we can do this. We've got everything we need. Literally, just with 1/10 of what I've taught you all in this class so far, you could take 1/10 of that and financially dominate 60, 70% of the earth. I guarantee you. Like Americans are so horrifically financially unprepared. It's ridiculous. And I don't you can't tell me that that's an accident. That's not an accident. They can easily put financial literacy, basic financial literacy in the public school system and make sure everybody knows how to be financially intelligent. Everybody understands investing. I can show you how to people say, well, I talked to a pastor. He was a big time pastor. He ran some big organization, a Southern Baptist something. And I was sitting next to him and in a meeting and we were talking the person was speaking about something. He goes, so, Dr. Watkins, how long would it take? He said, if I gave you, if we had 3 or 4 hours of a seminar, would you be able to teach people how to invest in 3 hours? I said, I could show you how to invest with $5 in 5 minutes. And he kind of looked at me like, what? I say, yeah, it's easy. I've told you all about the monkey experiment. They taught monkeys how to invest, and monkeys made more money than the investors on Wall Street. Burton Malkiel, look it up. Random Walk Down Wall Street is a book written in 1971. So it does not take long to teach someone how to invest. And the biggest mystery of my life that still baffles me is how is it that you have a child from the age of 0 to 18, they have 157,680 hours in your custody, and nobody took 10 minutes to teach them how to buy a share of stock, which is the number one wealth driver in America right now. Elon Musk would not be the richest man on earth if he did not own a bunch of stock. Warren Buffett is right up there with him because he owns a bunch of stock. People are building wealth like crazy because they own a bunch of stock. So I'm like, how in the hell is it that so many people haven't just spent like a fraction of the money that we spend on everything else and bought some stock with that? It's not calculus. So the point of the matter is to say, I would say that if you want to be the opposite of the culture and build a better culture, then get rid of the financial irresponsibility and the goofball shenanigans and say, no, no, we're gonna get serious about this. We're gonna get gangster with our economics. You know, I love J. Mall Green. I told you I went to J. Mall Green's Black Ownership Ball last night. I came all the way from Kentucky to be there. I canceled. I was gonna go to John Hope Franklin's event, the Operation Hope, the Hope Global Forum, and he had invited me. I like John a lot. But I was, with my mother. My mother's not doing well, but I said I got to get to J. Mall's event because I want to support this young guy because he really gets it, and he got real gangster with the banks. He got real gangster. I think it was Chase Bank, and he said, "You're not loaning money to the black community. You're not. You are a vulture. You are taking things from the community and giving nothing back." So he literally got on their asses so bad that they banned him from the banks. But they came around and they actually started loaning hundreds of millions of dollars more to the black community because of what he did. And I said, I have so much respect for this guy. So I wanted to go there. So anyway, at the Black Ownership Ball, that was one of the things that I just thought about. Is I said, God, if we had more people doing this kind of thing, just really being gangster about our economics and not trying to be politically correct, not trying to make friends with your so-called fake ass allies, not trying to fit in, not trying to just be a good boy all the time or a good girl all the time, just being radical when it comes to the protection of our community, protection of our children, because the protection of our kids is our job. That is our damn job. So when our families are not protected, when our people are not doing well, that is something we gotta look in the mirror. I get it. I know that there are other people that don't want you to be successful. Well, so the hell what? Join the damn club. Ain't nobody gonna want you to really win like that. People don't give trophies away for free. What you think this is? You think this is back in the 90s when we started giving the fat kid in the back of the room a trophy? Even though he didn't practice, he didn't stay in shape, he chose to eat the chocolate candy bar, he chose to show up unprepared, but yet you gonna give him the same trophy that you gave to the kid who did the work? Life don't work like that. Y'all know this. Life don't work this way. So to me, I think that us really tapping into the best of ourselves and turning inward and really just saying, okay, how do we really make sure we're ready for this thing? How do we really get out here and get ready to fight a little bit? I personally think we do that. Anybody who does that is gonna have a far greater likelihood of winning at something. You're going to succeed at something. And at the very least, people will know that you were there. People will know that you're not to be messed with. You're not to be shoved around. I scare people a lot. I don't mean to scare people. I think I'm a nice person because I believe deeply in love. I will love the hell out of you because I want to love first. But people know don't come messing with boys with no BS. And definitely don't come to me with some shenanigans because I'm smart enough to see what's going on and I'm not afraid to say I'm not doing that. That's stupid. That's bad. Why would you even expect me to go for this nonsense? So when people tell me that this is the culture, I want to just tell you, you come up to me because I've had people call me and say, I told you, rapper friends who are like, "Hey Doc, we don't want people to think that you don't like all the rappers." I said, I love the rappers, but that son of a bitch, oh, he's an enemy to the black community. You don't see it? Oh, he's a Klansman. They just put Negro colors on him. They colored him brown, and you think that the Klansman is one of you. We know that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We know this. So why are you trying to tell me that somebody whose actions are harmful is somehow my brother or my ally? I can't make you my ally. I don't hate you, but I'm not going to let you come up in my house with no shenanigans because if something bad happens to the people that I'm supposed to protect because I decided to let you come in there and do that to my children, then that is my fault. That is on me. So last thing I would say is we talked about, how promotes ignorance. So how about instead of promoting ignorance, we promote intelligence? How about we make intelligence cool again? How about we stop making or letting people make the smart black kid feel bad or feel embarrassed or let people say, well, you acting white because you reading books and stuff and you speak in a certain way and you just that stuff like that should make us violently angry. Not to the point where you're ready to fight somebody for real like that. I don't want to promote no violence, but really, it's insanity. It's insanity to me. See, here's the thing. Okay, let me tell you about dumb people. See, dumb people can't be blamed for being dumb because when you're dumb, you're too dumb to know how dumb you are, and that's okay, right? That's all right. It's dumb. I forgive you for you know not what you do. But you know what pisses me off? You know what drives me crazy? Is when you have a smart person who pretends to be dumb just so they can fit into the culture. I want to fit into the culture, right? Because they feel like it's cool. That makes me sad. That makes me angry because I'm like, but you know what you're doing. You know that that's stupid. Why are you doing this? Where's your testicles at? Where's your courage, dude? Like, why would you act dumb just to fit in with dumb because you think dumb people are winning? And I get it, right? There's peer pressure and all that, but I hate that because that's a wasted resource. That smart person could have been as smart as they could have been really smart and done some really smart stuff and really solved some important problems, but instead they're like, duh, 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 you don't do it. Like, okay, we don't need more dumb people. They've already flooded the market. There's already too many. There's an oversupply of stupid people. Let's take the smart ones, the hardworking ones, the intelligent black people, the people that really know what's going on, the ones that really want to learn, the ones that want to grow, and let's elevate them. Let's hold them up like Simba and the Lion King and be like, this is who we are. This is the culture. But instead, I got to go to a damn political rally and see Megan the Stallion twerking and all this other nonsense. Or some comedian up there telling jokes, hey, because a black man is a clown. In case you didn't know, they love it when we show up as clowns, rappers, or athletes. That's pretty much it. Very childlike demeanors. Because athletes they play a game. Children play games, right? Comedians tell jokes. You're a clown. That's why they like you. That's why they feel comfortable with you, right? And then unfortunately, many rappers have been trained to degrade themselves and degrade their community. They love that. Oh, they'll clap for that. They'll give you all kinds of money. And because we don't understand the power of money in terms of how money can shape perceptions in an awkward and terrible way, we think that you're successful because you have money when that is not success. That money is not a symbol of success. That money is a symbol of an epic failure. That's what that money is symbolizing. It's not symbolizing anything great, anything successful. It's symbolizing the fact that you sold out more than anybody else, and that's why you got paid. And if I don't tell you anything else about money, I need you to understand that all money is not good money. Some money is poison. So with that said, I want to see the smart people. You know, I want to see the black man or black woman that's like trying to build rocket ships like Elon Musk. I want to see the black man or black woman that specializes in quantum computing and can explain to me what a qubit is, right? And how quantum computers are going to dominate the world one day. I want to hear from those people. I don't want to. I don't. I'm tired of hearing about the rappers and the comedians and the athletes. And God bless them. Some of them. I mean, I'm not saying they're all stupid. I'm not dismissing them at all. Some of them are cool. Some of them are growing and all this. I respect that. But man, some of this stuff. It's like, Lord Jesus. Let me tell you a story that really made me angry. This happened in, I guess I need to stop, but I guess a lot of stuff makes me mad. But I went on the Breakfast Club one time, and there was this rapper named Trinidad James. And anybody remember Trinidad James? In case you don't remember, Trinidad James had a whole mouthful of gold teeth, and he had a whole bunch of chains. He'd wear like 40 chains, and he had that song, "Gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Igga, 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 don't believe me, just watch." Right? You remember that? I mean, the song was so bad that I saw it and I put it on Facebook. I said, "What is this crap?" And people were making fun of me. They were like, "Doc, that's a spoof. That's not a real music video." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. I must have messed up. I must be getting old. I thought it was real. I thought it was a real song." Well, guess what? It turns out that they were wrong and I was right. This was a real song. He became a real rapper. He was famous for about 25 minutes. And so I went on the Breakfast Club and he came in the day before me. And I was like, "Oh God, I'm so glad that guy didn't come in the same time I did because I just can't take it. It's too much." And somebody said, "No, Doc, he's actually really smart. He just acts dumb, because he wants to, make his song popular." And I said, "Okay, now you really done made me mad. Now I'm really pissed off because it'd be one thing again if he was dumb, I would forgive him for his disability. Like, okay, you just think this is good because you don't know any better, and that's okay, right? It's all right." But the fact that you know better, the fact that you're smart and you're behaving this way, you're behaving like a damn animal, just because so these white folks will write you a check, that bothers me, man. That really, that really just that makes it doesn't just upset me. It angers me because you're damaging so many of our children. You're not, as a black man, I think that we all have a responsibility to be stewards of the community, right? I think this is why I love to mentor black kids. I love to, I was happy to marry a woman with kids. Like, even though the guys are like, don't do that. I didn't, kids are, black kids are great. That's the future, right? I invest in the future. And to me, when we don't uphold that responsibility and we give them just horrific examples and don't try our best to at least try our best to set a good example for them, that makes me sad. I think that that's a dereliction of duty. I think that we have not met our responsibility. And I encourage you to consider what I'm saying. I'm not, you don't have to agree with me. I'm an angry black man this morning, and I understand for some of us it may be a little bit hard to digest. But I say this in love. I will, and in fact, I don't. I say this in love and just with clear determination. F the culture. F that culture. Ain't nothing about that culture. I just dissected that. There's nothing about that culture that's going to promote your wealth. There's that culture is part of the reason that black wealth is not going up. Now, who's responsible for the creation of this horrific demonic nonsense? I don't know. We can debate that. I'm not here to say black. I don't think black people created any of that. I don't think that black folks had anything to do with planning this. I think that there were people who might have planned this who don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you thrive. They don't want to see your children safe. They don't want to see you happy. They don't want to see you unified. They don't want to see your families. They don't want to see any of those things because when you are unified, when you are intelligent, when you are prepared, when you are solid, it makes it that much harder for them to exploit you. And I've talked to you guys about this, that capitalism is built on the exploitation of those who are unprepared. So we got to prepare. So you can take that culture and shove it up your butt. I don't want no parts of none of that nonsense. If you tell me I'm not connected to the culture, that to me is a compliment because I want to build a new culture. I think that that's what we really deserve as a people. So anyway, I'm gonna finish up. If you want to know the stock, I mentioned to you guys, I was gonna give you a stock that I want to buy. It is Uber. I am buying Uber because I believe Uber has a great capacity to possibly become very powerful, very dominant. I think as this robo-taxi thing kind of takes place, there are many players in the robo-taxi space, and I believe that they're going to have to go through Uber because Uber has a really extraordinary infrastructure that will the technological infrastructure that will allow them to be a critical aspect of the long-term development of this robo-taxi space. So I think Uber is a stock worth taking a look at. Of course, this is not investment advice. This is just me just talking to you. All right. So the second thing I wanted to do was those of you who are in here. By the way, if you want to get on the text list and be invited to this class, we meet every morning at 7 a.m. You can bring your family. That's all I ask. Or you don't have to pay anything. Just pay attention and bring people that want to hear something that is going to help them. If you want to be invited, just text on your phone. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And last but not least, Laura Key, she's an international real estate expert right now in the Fly Nubian Money Club. She's doing a special session on how to buy your first property. So you can't say nobody told you. She can answer all your questions. I put that link in the chat. So if you guys want to go, and if you're watching like right now, you literally can leave right now and go over to her session and then decide if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. I put the link in on YouTube, and I just put the link inside the Zoom. So feel free to go hit that link, pop over there, and check out what she's doing over there. I'm gonna go watch because she's super smart and she knows a lot about real estate. And I want to support you guys in your effort to buy property and to learn how to get past the loopholes. All right. So anyway, hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. And last but not least, if you want to start your wealth building journey, feel free to go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. So have a good day, everybody. Oh, and one more thing I want to mention too is I forgot to mention that Aisha Verzi is in here, and she, if you're interested in real estate stuff like that, Aisha's been a supporter of the Black Business School for a long time. So if you want to talk to Aisha about whatever you're doing with your family in terms of real estate and stuff like that, then you can not real estate, I'm sorry, insurance and whatever your financial goals are, you can give her a call. And Aisha, if you're here, put your phone number in the chat so that everyone can see it because I don't have your number in front of me. So share your phone number so that others can give you a call. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you, and I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Bye bye.